Ruyer maintains that absolute overview or survey is the key, not only to the question of subjectivity and consciousness, but to the problem of life itself. Ruyer, 1952, 100. In order to clarify this concept and introduce his central thesis of reversed epiphenomenalism, Ruyer, in a crucial chapter of Neo-Finalisme, Surfaces absolus et domaines absolus de Serval, 1952, chapter 9, makes a distinction between the optical and the mental aspects of vision. Reversed epiphenomenalism claims that there would be no matter or real extension if 108. There were no autopoietic primary true forms or subjectivities as indivisible unities, with an outside beyond any externality and an inside beyond any internal world. Pure Cartesian, geometrical extension has no real substance. Deleuze follows Ruyer in arguing that the great dividing line is not between the organic/inorganic but between the individual or primary true form and the aggregate. 1993, chapter 8. The molar/molecular distinction. An elephant is molecular. Crowd phenomena are molar. The illustration or beginner's guide to absolute domains of survey, which involves the example of visual perception, but only in order to go beyond it and demonstrate that there are absolute surfaces that do not involve vision or a contemplating subject or idealistic ego, unfolds something like this. If we are looking at a physical surface such as a checkered tabletop, the checkers of which are all definable parties extra parties, i.e., exterior to each other, they are all at different places. On the surface, we must be positioned in space so that our retina is at some distance, and in a dimension perpendicular to the surface of the table. This is also the case for a camera. A living being, localized as a body, has to be in a second dimension to see or photograph a line and in a third dimension to see or photograph a surface. In brief, as Ruyer puts it, an observer must always be in n1 dimension in order to be able to see, at once, all the constituent points of a being in n dimensions. However, Ruyer claims, and this is important so don't forget it, that this geometrical law, which is valid for perception as a physico-physiological event, is not valid for visual sensation as a state of consciousness. Ruyer, 1952, 96. However, if we shift our attention to our visual sensation per se, then we don't have to be outside of our sensation, in a dimension perpendicular to it, in order to contemplate all the different details of which it is made up. We do not have to imagine a third eye or supraretina in its turn perceiving our visual sensation. Thus the viewed table as a visual sensation doesn't obey the laws of physical geometry. It is a surface seized in all its details, without a third dimension. It is an absolute surface, that is not relative to any point of view exterior to itself, which knows itself without observing itself. Ruyer, 1952, 98. Ruyer claims that visual sensation has only one side, somewhat like a Mobius surface, although the analogy should remain one. Topological forms do not have an intensive, pathic, autopoietic dynamism. Neither will purely algorithmic infinitely unfolding fractals do the job, although self-referential fractal dimensions are pretty cool. Mandelbrot has argued that autopoietic molecular systems are not infinitely fractal. There is infinite fractally only in purely mathematical geometrical constructions. This one-sidedness of visual sensation is due to the non-geometrical and non-dimensional character of survey. If the sensible surface could be seen from both sides, it would no longer be a sensation but an object. The overviewing eye/eye is metaphorical. Rather than being punctiform as suggested by the geometric optics of the 16th and 17th centuries, the eye, self-feeling multiplicity/unicity, is domainal and ubiquitous, co-present to sensation and having neither proximity nor distance from sensation. A decentered subjectivity with an always displaced 109. Periphery. The self-awareness of our visual sensation is spatially and temporally ubiquitous. It is everywhere at once, being simultaneously in the multiple details of our field of vision. Whereas, in the physical surface the checkers are spatially separate and distinct, in the absolute surface there exists no such separateness. The various orders and relations of the checkers are immediately given in an absolute unity, without therefore being a fusion or confusion. For Ruyer, this means that one sensation is a true form, and not a pattern, or a structure, or an aggregate of elements, or a gestalt form. What surprises Ruyer is that this revolutionary consequence of the negation of the subject for the nature of sensible extension was not recognized before. The possibility of an extensity that is in itself and for itself without being perceived by a spiritual subject. In the logic of sense, Deleuze conceives of the brain in terms of the conversion of a cerebral surface into a metaphysical surface. The brain is not only a corporeal organ but also the inductor of another invisible, incorporeal, and metaphysical surface on which all events are inscribed and symbolized. Deleuze 1990, 233. A topological surface. Topological proximity is independent of distance or contiguity, Deleuze and Parnot, 1987, 104. In Cinema 2, Deleuze, drawing on the work of Gilbert Simondon, indicates that the cortex cannot be adequately represented in a Euclidean way and that there is now the discovery/invention of a topological cerebral space which achieves the copresence of an inside deeper than any internal medium, and an outside more distant than any external medium. See Chapter 8, Cinema, Body and Brain, Thought, Deleuze, 1989, 211. The image no longer has space and movement as its primary characteristics but topology and time. Topology is the study of those properties of geometric forms that remain invariant under certain transformations, such as bending, stretching, folding. To belong to interiority does not mean to be inside, but to be on the inside of the limit. Simondon quoted in Deleuze, 1990, 104. The difficulty of finding non-dimensional or hyperdimensional or transversal language. The problem with topology is that it remains a geometrical analysis of a non-geometrical non-dimension. The supreme act of philosophy is to think the unthinkable. As Spinoza did once and so, as it also seems, did Ruyer. But I, as a non-punctiform, primary true form, digress. And isn't philosophy in a state of perpetual digression? Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 23. Let's return to the absolute surface and sort a few things out, like infinite speed and equipotentiality. Because the I or self-enjoyment of sensation, and be not the I of common sense or semiotic/psychoanalytic criticism, is in all places at once, it is not constrained by the special theory of relativity which informs us that one cannot be in two places at once. There is no limit speed for the domain of subjectivity. It doesn't respect Einstein's cosmological limit of the speed of light. Quantum physics has now empirically verified non-local quantum entanglement that involves absolute simultaneity at a distance. Self-enjoyment 110 is everywhere in the visual field. The checkered squares of the tabletop vary in distance from each other, but in visual sensation this isn't a real distance. Ruyer claims that the notion of absolute overview enables us to understand the difference between subjectivity, or primary subjectless consciousness, and the secondary consciousness of a subject. Ruyer will accept the neurobiologist's account that our visual sensations, in fact all our sensations, are occurring in the brain as observed from outside. However, within the brain there is no third eye that would scan the visual sensations as given in their immediacy. It surveys itself in absolute overview, without taking a dimension perpendicular to itself. It is not a Cartesian theater. This suggests that at least a certain part of the organism is directly conscious of itself. Now if we take an organism without a nervous system such as the unicellular protozoa, can it see itself directly, like our cortical tissue? The protozoan has no eyes or mirrors, but neither does our brain have eyes or mirrors to see what is presented to it. Ruyer infers that the protozoan has a self-enjoyment or primary consciousness that doesn't perceive external forms but has an auto-subjectivity that constitutes its very being. The term self-enjoyment is explicitly taken by Ruyer from the philosophy of Samuel Alexander and does not designate pleasure but rather an immediacy without objectification. This primary consciousness, manifesting itself as a unified dynamic form in micropsychic autopoiesis, is coextensive with life, wherever formation and function are confounded. The absolute surface, or volume, knows itself without observing itself. There is no reason to deny to our non-cortical cells, even if they have no nervous system, a subjectivity, primary consciousness, self-survey, the self-enjoyment of their own form. I don't participate in the self-enjoyment because I am specialized in sensory consciousness. Ruyer, 1952, 104. Equipotentiality, a term coined by the neurophysiologist Carl Lashley in the 1920s and subsequently developed by his student Karl Pribram as the holographic theory of memory, means that in principle any part of the embryo can deputize for another and thus for the whole, a fact demonstrated by performing drastic surgery upon it. The embryonic surface does not respond like a surface with geometrical properties, it is equipotential. This equipotentiality is the clue to absolute survey and non-locality. This is also apparently the case for cerebral activity. Ruyer argues, with an abundance of material, that this equipotentiality is the actual manifestation of an absolute domain of survey, and that the embryo, from its start in space and time, must be in contact with a metabiological transspatial realm of mnemonic themes or morphic fields, the virtual or potential realm, that dominate the visible, structural transformations that later take place. An organic memory invents the brain before making use of it. The organism is a machine that has built itself. Not 111. A replica or copy of itself. It is a process of self-referential molecular production. A desiring machine. The product is the process, is the product, a tangled hierarchy like Escher's painting drawing hands, although dynamic and epigenetic. The hands can draw themselves differently as the process unfolds. Distinguish autopoiesis from Derridean deconstruction. Derrida doesn't see that the self-referentiality of autopoiesis also embodies the logic of the supplement, which is Derrida's main weapon against any claim to autonomous unity. 10. Deleuze invokes Ruyer's work in difference and repetition. When a cellular migration takes place, as Raymond Ruyer shows, it is the requirements of a role insofar as this follows from a structural theme to be actualized which determines the situation and not the inverse. The world is an egg, but the egg is itself a theater, a staged theater in which the roles dominate the actors, the spaces dominate the roles and the ideas dominate the spaces. Deleuze, 1994, 216. The actualization of the virtual. Deleuze further argues, in Bergsonism, that Ruyer is analogous to Bergson in appealing to an inventive, mnemonic, and transspatial potential, the refusal to interpret evolution in purely actual terms. Deleuze, 1991, 132. Renan mysticism. Medieval monopsychism. Carlitos Castaneda. Ruyer on microphysics and his consistency with current microphysics of the brain. Quantum brain dynamics. To continue Bergson's project today, means for example to constitute a metaphysical image of thought corresponding to the new lines, openings, traces, leaps, dynamisms, discovered by a molecular biology of the brain, new linkings and relinkings of thought. Deleuze, 1988, 117. One place to look for this molecular biology of the brain is in the work of Stuart Hameroff and Roger Penrose. How to Make Yourself a Microtubule. Biomolecular Subjectivity at the Quantum Level. All becomings are already molecular. Look out for Penrose's book The Large, the Small, and the Human Mind, 1997. And Ilya Prigozhin's The End of Certainty, 1997. Prigozhin proposes a unified formulation of quantum theory based on statistical mechanics in which the transition from potentiality to actuality is achieved by the irreversible holistic self-measuring activity of complex dynamical systems. They measure themselves without distance from themselves. They are in absolute survey. A non-subjectivist, non-biocentric, interpretation of the so-called measurement problem that would have pleased Ruyer, who wrote about the measurement problem and proposed a realist interpretation. Ruyer, 1970. Ruyer son Bernard Ruyer has noted the connection between Raymond Ruyer 112 and Roger Penrose's work. Primary true forms either require no collapse of the wave function, Prigogine, 1997, or they self-collapse it, Penrose, 1997. This requires a revolution in quantum theory that is occurring right now. We live in a privileged moment of the history of science, Prigogine, 1997. A world reduced to neither deterministic laws nor pure chance. A world as rich in possibilities for creative development as for chaosmic implosion. Ruyer argues that all the essential properties of the so-called psychological or psychobiological domains are already in the individualized spatio-temporal domain studied by microphysics, non-punctual localization or non-locality, and conjugated multiplicity of states, virtual presence of possible states, Ruyer, 1964, 75. According to microphysics, the old opposition between matter and mind disappears. The fundamental paradox, which is the origin of all the others, is that a domain of primary consciousness is in absolute survey, that is to say without any need of an external scanning, that it possesses a kind of auto-vision without gaze. This character has no analogy in classical physics, but it does in microphysics because the domains of consciousness come directly from microphysics, which are already in auto-survey. In order to speak of primary consciousness, to evoke it, we are obliged to use expressions like a form perceiving itself, a form that sees itself without eyes. First we transform the form into a visual image, primary consciousness into secondary consciousness, then we emphasize that there is no secondary consciousness before primary consciousness. But it is very difficult, in spite of oneself, to not be led to think that a being that is conscious of its own form represents a more mysterious type of consciousness than a being that is conscious, through modulations of sensory information, of the form of exterior objects. It is very difficult to admit that a protoplasm, a molecular edifice, an embryo, an organic tissue or a cortex, are conscious of themselves, possess their own form, before becoming, by added modulation, conscious of the form of other beings, and without being obliged to pass by this detour. Ruyer, 1966, 167. Fade out. Other than in the work of Heracles, there has been no discussion of Ruyer's important influence on Deleuze and Guattari. Only one other work in French engages with Ruyer's oeuvre, Chambon, 1974. Are we ready for a non-reductionistic quantum molecular biology of the brain? Or can we be no more than apostles who draw nearer or distance themselves from the mystery of the cerebral folds? It is the brain that thinks and not man, the latter being only a cerebral crystallization, Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 210. The art of becoming like everybody else, becoming 113. Everybody/everything. An animal elegance that aesthetically combines the cosmos with its molecular components. 9. The dancer's body. José Gil. 1. Everyone is familiar with the general characteristics of Merce Cunningham's choreography, its rejection of expressive conventions, the decentered stage space, the autonomy of the music and the movements, the incorporation of chance into choreographic method, etc. All of these characteristics submit to a coherent logic, which works on the principle that one can render movement in itself, without external references. The idea, for Cunningham, was to do away with mimesis in danced movements, the mimesis of figures, the mimesis of a stage space that reproduced outside space, and even a kind of mimesis of interiority, since the body was thought to be capable of translating the emotions of a subject or group. These three aspects in turn conditioned others, such as the opening out of space. In Cunningham's words, the classical ballet, by maintaining the image of the Renaissance perspective in stage thought, kept a linear form of space. The modern American dance, stemming from German Expressionism and the personal feelings of the various American pioneers, made space into a series of lumps, or often just static hills on the stage with actually no relation to the larger space of the stage area, but simply forms that by their connection in time made a shape. Some of the space thought coming from German dance opened the space out, and left a momentary feeling of connection with it, but too often the space was not visible enough because the physical action was all of a lightness, like sky without earth, or heaven without hell. Cunningham, 1992, 37. The characteristics common to ballet and modern dance, that of Loie Fuller, Isadora Duncan, and Martha Graham, from which Cunningham is attempting to free himself, can be grouped according to three principles: a principle of expression, by which movement is supposed to express emotion; a principle of verticality, which although it may not always direct movement upward, denies the body's weight; and a principle of organization, whereby the body of the dancer or group of dancers forms an organic whole whose movements converge towards a common goal. These three principles are related. In Embattled Garden, choreographed in 1958, Martha Graham sought to have danced movements reproduce the interconnections of these emotions: sexuality, anguish, tension, intensity of 117. Emotional experience by delineating a relationship between the body's center and its periphery, and between the pelvis and the rest of the torso. Foster, 1986, 73. The organic body served to express feelings whose quality and sublimity inflected the direction of gestures upwards, towards the pure sky. Moreover, the representation of the outer world was translated into situations and behaviors engaging bodies, often described by means of a narrative. We know that Cunningham combats these three principles by employing two essential weapons: incorporating randomness into choreographic method, and decomposing organic sequences of movement by multiplying traditional articulations. The adoption of randomness as a choreographic method has wide-ranging effects. Once it becomes open-ended, movement is no longer the product of a centralized will, that is, of a subject wishing to express personal feelings in a particular way. In fact, the very notion of a subject, or body subject, tends to disappear. The relation between music and choreography, two fields that have traditionally operated in unison, is also affected. Since chance is now what directs the changes in dance sequences, the connection to music no longer holds. No longer does music provide the signposts by which dancers guide themselves through alterations in space, rhythm, or relations with the movements of other dancers. Cunningham has given chance such importance that dancers might not receive the musical score for a piece until the day of the premiere. The outcome is not hard to guess: music and dance become two divergent series that intersect only at certain structural points, and between which no relation is established. Cunningham comments that it is essentially a non-relationship. Cunningham, 1951a, 52. This Deleuzean term indicates to what extent Cunningham's choreography can be seen to resonate with the Deleuzean theory of series. A third consequence of incorporating chance into dance is particularly interesting: the break it produces in the traditional frame, or code, governing corporeal possibilities, and how that opens the body out to other previously unexplored movements. This implies yet another break, this time with the traditional models governing the coordination of movements. These models, used in ballet as well as in the school of Doris Humphrey, always presupposed an organic image of the body as a finished whole. That was surely one of the reasons I began to use random methods in choreography, to break the patterns of personal remembered physical coordinations, says Cunningham, 1951a, 59. The latter relates to another procedure Cunningham systematically employs to undo the organization of the body, by multiplying articulated movements, such that sequences are no longer coordinated organically. They gain a sort of autonomy stemming from the very autonomy of parts of the body. It is the relation of whole to parts that is thereby dislocated. Cunningham's technique gives as much freedom as possible to parts of the body, so that series of disconnected movements can take off and develop at 118. The same time in the same body. Cunningham writes, this involves the problem of balance of the body, and the sustaining of one part against another part. If one uses the torso as the center of balance and as the vertical axis at all times, then the question of balance is always related to that central part, the arms and legs balancing each another on either side and in various ways, and moving against each other. If one uses the torso as the moving force itself, allowing the spine to be the motivating force in a visual shift of balance, the problem is to sense how far the shift of balance can go in any direction, and in any time arrangement, and then move instantaneously towards any other direction and in any other time arrangements, without having to break the flow of movement by a catching of the weight, whether by an actual shift of weight, or a break in the time, or other means. 1951b, 253. Once the center of balance, torso or spine, has become an autonomous mobile force rather than a static vertical axis, it becomes possible to disarticulate movements from one another, since they no longer have to relate to a fixed body part, but can relate to one that is itself mobile. And since movement has been decomposed into multiplicities, a limb no longer has to align itself with only one body part and with that part in only one position to derive a sense of balance, when numerous parts are available. Any part of the body can now enter into composition with several mobile and plastic axes. Movements of the arms and legs will anticipate future points of balance, while simultaneously balancing the body at this moment. Call this a paradoxical or metastable sense of balance, as Deleuze would, after Simondon, presupposing tension and movement and especially a sort of decomposition of the whole body into its parts. Once configurations of arms and legs on either side of the body dissolve, and movements of limbs disconnect, a mobile balance is achieved, inducing the simultaneous superposition of multiple positions in space. These movements achieve a maximum power of deformation and asymmetry through non-organic variation, as if many bodies were to coexist in a single body. This increase in articulation allows divergent series of movement to arise at the same instant, a series of gestures disconnected from another series of gestures in the same body, the series wrought by any dancer's body in relation to another body, the music series and that of dance gestures, individually or in groups. But, given that Cunningham has rejected all reference, meaning that he has rejected any motivation, be it emotional or representational, for movement other than movement itself, the question remains as to what triggers the series of gestures. How can movement, of itself, give rise to movement? 2. Cunningham's greatest difficulty can be formulated as follows: in performing a radical critique of traditional choreographic languages, and in rejecting any external referent other than movement itself, how was he able to transform what remained on the plane of movement after his critique, into the units of a new language? 119. In dance, the very notion of critique lends itself to debate. When everything takes place on the practical level of dance gesture, there can be no movements that signify negation of other movements. There are no negative movements, for all is affirmative and positive in the presence and fullness of danced movement. Then, what sense does it make to refuse or deny traditional choreographic languages? Even if one invents parodic or satiric movements, as is the case with many choreographers making fun of classical ballet, movement does not actively negate except when it becomes a sign, is doubled, and registers at the semiotic level. In itself, in its kinetic and muscular manifestation, movement is purely affirmative. A negative and negating movement would be one that is self-constraining. Why would it be necessary to negate traditional choreographic languages? Why not simply discard them? In fact, isn't this what Cunningham does? The problem is this: if Cunningham invents a new language without reference, this can only be the outcome of the negation of referential languages, in other words of the negation of the reference of these languages. Such an operation, not restricted to the kinetic level, would thus remain on the aesthetic plane. While one can imagine pure movement without meaning, referent, as a kind of acrobatics or gymnastics, possessing meaning only as dictated by its aims, it is more difficult to conceive of pure movement that is also aesthetic, that is, movement unconditioned by any external elements, yet fulfilling a number of requirements, such as semantic saturation, infinitude, or singularity, that make of it an object one could call aesthetic. The task, then, consisted in hooking the critique onto a sort of artistic meta-language, to ensure the radical nature of the negation of all internal and external referents, in and by movement itself, a negation of movement by movement that would still preserve the formal aesthetic traits of negating movement. Clearly, this artistic meta-language could be neither a true meta-language, nor could it really be said to be artistic. Dance is not a language, first of all, the nonverbal nature of its movements rendering the idea of a meta-language inconceivable. Second, whatever the frame to which the movements were to remain attached while danced movements performed their necessary negations, its progressive dissolution had to achieve a sort of degree zero of art, the absolute prerequisite for the emergence of a virgin territory where a new language and a new aesthetic frame could come about. In other words, Cunningham's choreographic language springs at once from a critique of earlier languages and from virgin ground. It is to this paradox that all of Cunningham's creative work has had to answer: how do you radically discard the old without abandoning the aesthetic domain? 3. One can also pose this question otherwise, by substituting linguistic unit and metalinguistic unity for language and metalanguage. Though these expressions are as theoretical as the ones they are replacing, they have the advantage of more adequately designating the reality. 120. The unit would simply be a minimum series of movements out of which the unity of a danced language would take shape. The question then becomes, what metalinguistic unity does Cunningham create that is capable of transforming itself into, or acting as, the unit of a new language with no referent other than itself? Remember that critical decomposition and construction are being undertaken in the name of a new unit, of movement which, in a sense, does not exist yet, for it is also the result of the destruction of the earlier languages. Cunningham goes about it by making an empty space outside and inside. Outside, he empties stage space, which is also the space of bodies, beyond the personal body that filled it in work such as Martha Graham's. This involves opening out the stage space so that all kinds of events can take place, a prevalent feeling among many painters that lets them make a space in which anything can happen is a feeling dancers can have too. Imitating the way nature makes a space, and puts lots of things in it, heavy and light, little and big, all unrelated, yet each affecting all the others, writes Cunningham, 1992, 38. Inside, he strips the dancer's experience of all representative and emotional elements that might drive movement, as in ballet or modern dance. He goes about this by forcing the dancer's attention to focus on pure movement, i.e., on the grammar. Awareness of the body is focused on the energy, articulations, movements, and not at all on emotions or images constructing a narrative, in which case consciousness commands body awareness. Cunningham turns this around to make body awareness command consciousness. In stripping away emotions and representations that might otherwise trigger movement, it is clear that Cunningham simultaneously empties the stage and the space of the body, which had always been an emotional space. In stripping away images and effect from corporeal experience and in emptying out space, grammar emerges, but what used to motivate or trigger movement has disappeared. For grammar to become meaning, as Cunningham loves to say, the grammar is the meaning, that is, for grammar to be able to become a constitutive element of movement, danced grammar has to fill itself with meaning, that is, this movement has to be danced, and has to invent its own logic, its own triggering elements, and its own orientation. What then, one may ask, will replace the discarded elements? And, what will play the roles once assigned to the imagination, emotion, and the space of the body? As discussed earlier, it appears that the roles will be taken up by the new unit, or unity, of movement itself, from which other new language combinations will emerge. 4. What does it mean to empty out movement? The process entails creating vacuoles of time inside of movement, by means of techniques much like those used in yoga or Zen meditation. The importance of both of these practices for Cunningham is well known. This involves liberating the rhythms of thought from the movements of the body, especially from those of breathing. 121. Since thinking is no longer bound to the rhythms of the body, its base speed can slow down between one point and another, because space expands, whereas its surface speed may accelerate indefinitely. And since thinking is no longer swept along by breathing, since breathing is under control and independent of cardiac and other rhythms, it does not have to run, having nothing to follow but its own movements. Breathing, in turn, detached from thought, no longer speeds up with fear nor relaxes with feelings of serenity. Isn't this what Cunningham does? He decomposes organic gestures of the body through movement. He disconnects movements from one another, as if each movement belonged to a different body. Moreover, he assigns arbitrary periods of time to be filled up with choreography. Finally, Cunningham makes thought espouse movement and movement only, and he does so in two ways, both in creating vacuoles of time between movements of the body, and in preparing for the construction of a plane of immanence where the actions of the body can no longer be distinguished from the movements of thought. We can now understand what is involved in emptying out or excluding emotions and images from the sphere of movements. By concentrating solely on movements, these two series can be freed from that of gestures. For their part, the void or vacuoles allow articulations to proliferate so that movements are no longer linked together on the surface, but are joined by means of a profound continuity. As has sometimes been said of Cunningham's style, his movements float. The question remains as to what makes these floating movements come together again on the surface to form dance sequences. 5. Several pending problems have yet to be addressed. A. As we have seen, the emptying out and filling up of movements involved in the destruction and construction of a new language in turn imply the formation of a plane of immanence. 4. In disconnecting movements from each other and in disconnecting these from thought, we are preparing a new osmosis whereby thought and the body become one, and whereby a new fluidity, a new kind of movement, may circulate on this plane of immanence that is dance. This new osmosis comes about through body consciousness, having made itself a body of thought. Consciousness orders and directs from within danced movement. What I mean is this: body consciousness implies a field of consciousness simultaneously constituted as a point of consciousness, which then becomes separate. The field of consciousness allows itself to be permeated by the body and thereby acquires two properties. It gains the plasticity, continuity, consistency, and pervasiveness of the self-awareness proper to the body. As it spreads throughout the body, it transforms into a map of the body, a whole cartography of the body and its movements is drawn. 122. The point of consciousness gains the power to influence the movements of the body by following this map. B. We seem to have located the unit of movement that maintains movement in the aesthetic sphere, even as it transforms and annuls itself in the process of negating earlier choreographic languages. It is a unity composed of virtual movement. It is an empty unit of actual movement. The unity belongs to a virtual body whose composition takes place while the composing movements are themselves in decomposition. The multiplication of articulations and gestures, which will give birth to divergent series of movement, enable the construction of a body whose virtuality ensures the profound continuity of the movements that make up the dance. Let us be more precise about the concept of a virtual body. As we have seen thus far, Cunningham decomposes gestures in the balancing act of the body in movement, so that the nexus of positions of bodily parts is no longer that of an organic body. One could even say that to each of the simultaneously held positions made up of heterogeneous gestures there corresponds a different body. Organic, yes, but out of the multiplicity of organic virtual bodies that constitute one same body there emerges an impossible body, a sort of monstrous body. This is the virtual body. This body prolongs gesture into virtuality, since what follows from gesture can no longer be perceived by and in an empirical, actual body. It follows that there is no single body, like the proper body of phenomenology, but rather multiple bodies. The body of the dancer, Cunningham's body, but in fact the body of all dancers, is composed of a multiplicity of virtual bodies. The unit of virtual movement, or the virtual unity of movement, creates a space where everything fits, a space of coexistence and of consistency of heterogeneous series. It ensures several functions, As a non-actual movement stemming from the emptying out of movement, it guarantees that movement can reflect back on itself, since every empirical movement is now doubled by a virtual entity to which it is linked. This means that there is a doubling of movement whereby it is now both virtual and actual. It can therefore double back on itself from the virtual point of view. To double back on itself can mean to negate itself as well as to refer back to itself. The virtual point of view becomes the source for a new type of actual movement and a new choreographic language. The act of discarding certain classical movements can now be seen as equaling their negation, since the actual movements replacing the earlier ones have been achieved through the emptying out/exclusion of the earlier units, which is to say an emptying out/exclusion for the virtual information. The outcome is a unit, y, of virtual movement that makes the transformation, of the movements of classical languages, from actual to virtual take on a value of negation, the monstrous body as the negation of the organic body. That is how the virtual unity of movement founds the complex 123 metalinguistic operations needed to posit a kind of nonverbal negation, and how it maintains movement, across its decomposition negation, at the aesthetic level of dance. 6. I would like to conclude by saying a few words about the plane of immanence of dance, a notion I had surreptitiously introduced without justifying it. But first, I would like to summarize a few of our research results. A. The virtual, meta-infralinguistic, unity of movement is what persists as pure movement once one has discarded all of the emotional, representational, and expressive motivations of the body. B. This enables the construction of a virtual plane of movement where all of the movements of bodies, objects, music, color acquire a consistency, that is, a logic or a nexus. C. It also enables the reorganization of movements of the body without recourse to external elements, since the actual movements of the body of the dancer obtain their impetus from the virtual plane and from the tensions produced there. The virtual plane of movement is the plane of immanence. Its tension or intensity equals 0, but on it are engendered the strongest intensities. On it, thought and body dissolve into one another, thought and the body as empirical facts. It is the plane of heterogenesis of danced movement. To paraphrase Deleuze, one could describe the characteristic immanence of this movement as follows: what moves as a body returns as the movement of thought. As Cunningham says, it is that blatant exhibition of this energy, i.e. of energy geared to an intensity high enough to melt steel in some dancers, that gives the great excitement. This isn't feeling about something, this is the whipping of the mind and body into an action that is so intense, that for the brief moment involved, the body and mind are one. Cunningham, 1997-98. In other words, intensities are circulating on the body without organs. But, where is this plane of immanence located, and by what traits is it characterized? It is the virtual, invisible plane that founds the perception of a continuum of movements during a performance. In a fairly old text, Suzanne Langer describes at length the perception of danced movement. The dance is an appearance, if you like, an apparition. It springs from what the dancers do, yet it is something else. In watching a dance, you do not see what is physically before you, people running around or twisting their bodies. What you see is a display of interacting forces, by which the dance seems to be lifted, driven, drawn, closed, or attenuated, whether it be solo or choric, whirling like the end of a dervish dance, or slow, centered, and single in its motion. One human body may put the whole play of mysterious powers before you. But these powers, these forces that seem to operate in the dance, are not the physical forces of the dancer's muscles, which actually cause the movements taking 124 place. The forces we seem to perceive most directly and convincingly are created for our perception, and they exist only for it. Anything that exists only for perception, and plays no ordinary, passive part in nature as common objects do, is a virtual entity. It is not unreal. Where it confronts you, you really perceive it, you don't dream or imagine that you do. Langer, 1951, 341-42. For Suzanne Langer, this plane of virtual forces is a dynamic image. For us, it is clearly the plane of immanence. Her very penetrating description shows to what extent dance is not, as per the old cliché, an art of the ephemeral. On the contrary, this virtual plane which we perceive, with our eyes, but also with our whole bodies which tend to repeat the perceived movements, ensures the continuity of gestures and movements. Never has the spectator of a danced performance felt anxious about the disappearance of images in time. And it is not psychological memory which retains the passing moments, but rather the present gesture, which is incorporated into a more profound, virtual continuity. It is the plane of immanence that lays out the profound continuity, as well as the consistency of all movements taking place in choreographic space. What we see beyond and by virtue of the visible is not ephemeral as are the sequences of movements or the gesture signs of the dancer. The plane of immanence is always there, and dance unfolds on its permanent surface, independently of its gestures and yet existing only by means of these gestures. The plane of immanence enables the coexistence of all of these movements though it never moves, and is also never still, empty, autonomous, enveloping signs and bodies, thought and movement, of dancers as well as of spectators. It is the ground zero of movement, never static, and consisting of a certain emptiness that constitutes its very texture. To dance is to create immanence through movement. This is why there is no meaning outside of the plane nor outside of the actions of the dancer. Questions like, how do you achieve this kind of choreography? How do you translate this kind of choreographic idea into danced movement, or, how do you express that kind of feeling through movement, deserve only one answer. As Cunningham would say, how do you do it? By doing it. Because only dance gesture yields meaning, emotion is born of movement and not the reverse. Cunningham wills immanence. For him, meaning does not transcend movement and life. The meaning of movement is the very movement of meaning. This is why, as he affirms, movement is, in itself, expressive. Or, again, if the dancer dances, everything is there. The meaning is there, if that's what you want. When I dance, it means, this is what I am doing. Cunningham, 1997, 86. 7. We now have a good idea why Cunningham, unlike Malevich and Kandinsky, never feels anxious about the absolute negation of danced movement, i.e. the death of dance. There are two essential reasons for this. First, because there are no abstract movements, and, second, because there is number 125. Degree zero of movement, the annulment of actual movement coinciding with virtual movement. There are no abstract movements because the emptying out of movements makes them most real and concrete, the most unburdened of possible emotional and imaginative charges. In their utmost concreteness, as they circulate on the plane of immanence, they carry in themselves all of the meaning, emotions, and images that movements, by virtue of their intensities, are capable of arousing, for it is precisely movements of meaning and emotion that pure movement deploys on the plane of immanence. If there is no degree zero of movement, it is because the virtual unity of movement, as a residue of the operation of emptying out, coincides with the remainder which, in the danced movement of the production of signs, never fails to escape semiotization. It helps to consider that, both in the case of representation and of danced signs, the body represents the world, and in so doing, represents itself. If it expresses emotions, it also expresses itself. The body plays the body, in playing the world. Because there is an imbrication or overlap between the played representation and the referent, dance always preserves a non-representational element that escapes the production of signs. This remainder marks the inherence of gesture to its corporeal context. Here, the sign and the sign's agent of contextualization are one, the body, or, rather, they are imbricated. This explains why the emptying out of the body's gestures can never attain a degree zero of movement, or a degree zero of gestures. If the body can negate the world and the representation of itself without self-destructing, it is because something of it escapes its self-representation. Something that resists, prior to representation. In taking a bow, a body is representing a body taking a bow, but the representing body never fully coincides with the represented body it is figuring. Something holds back, remaining outside the actualized image of the body, something that is not only of the order of actual movements, but also of the order of virtual movements, something that is neither represented nor representable, belonging to the blind zone of their imbrication. What holds back is also what triggers the expressive or mimetic image. It is the body virtual. The virtual unity draws upon this remainder of non-representable movement that is always there. It is what guarantees the reflection of the body, or rather the meta-infralinguistic operation of the body that preserves pure movement while meaningful and expressive movements are being emptied. This leads one to suppose that the imbrication of sign and context, body and consciousness, prepare the construction of a plane of immanence or consistency of movements. It is by virtue of the inherence of the agent of construction, movement, in the materiality of the plane, movement, that 126. Dance, more so than any other art, makes itself a plane of immanence directly, in the very act of dancing. To dance is to flow in immanence. Part 3. Forces of expression. Everything which provokes confusion, without destroying the strength of an emergent thought. 10. Neo-archaism. Mani Hagai. In September of 1998, a decade after the publication of Salman Rushdie's Satanic Verses, the Iranian President Mohammad Khatami announced that, as far as his government was concerned, the Rushdie affair was over. Even though the president did not have the power actually to revoke Ayatollah Khomeini's 1989 fatwa against Rushdie, he nevertheless declared that his government was no longer willing to support or promote the Ayatollah's edict. This development was of little practical consequence. So-called rogue Muslim elements, acting individually and in opposition to Khatami's government, still seemed determined to assassinate Rushdie and enjoyed the enthusiastic support of several senior members of the clergy in Iran. Furthermore, by the time Khatami made his announcement, the Rushdie affair had unwound itself to such a lugubrious torpor that it had virtually disappeared, without being actually resolved. As a result, commentators generally tended to forget that during the previous decade it had become increasingly senseless to demand a revocation of the fatwa. Every such demand, whether through an appeal to religious precedents or to international law, had proved futile in that time. Negotiations had been particularly difficult to sustain because the fatwa as well as the collective subject of its enunciation had proved to be operating within a self-contained and self-justifying discursive regime, one which tended to transform its postulates with a fluidity and a velocity that disoriented Rushdie's allies at every turn. The unlearned lesson of the Rushdie affair, then, was that the formalization of a new strategy for undoing such a quandary must, above all, question the political assumptions that were at work in Rushdie's support and effectuate a radical break from the funereal humanism that animated those assumptions. The performative misrecognition. Khomeini's fatwa was by no means the originary moment of the Rushdie affair. The Satanic Verses, which had been published in England in September 1988, had already been banned in India in October, burnt in Bolton in December, and again in Bradford in January. By the time Khomeini had decided to make his 131 contribution to the crisis on Valentine's Day 1989, at least 6 people had died during riots against the book in Islamabad and Kashmir. Khomeini's intervention redefined the protest against Rushdie by changing its stakes. The task was no longer to ban the Satanic Verses in order to limit or reverse the damage it had caused, but rather to obliterate its author in an effort to fulfill a religious duty. The gesture displaced the performative function of the protest away from the dialogical sphere of retribution and counterattack to the irreversible trajectory of sin. An essentially secular semiotic, governed by the laws of exchange, was, in other words, suddenly deterritorialized by an exorbitant line of divine annihilation. From the moment of its utterance, the fatwa was treated as an irreversible and eternal judgment. This irreversibility meant that no line of force issuing from outside the folds of the fatwa could match its deadly force. Rushdie's death became a priceless commodity, nothing in this world could match its worth. Thus, subverting the dialogical structure of exchange, the fatwa became a gift of death, or a theft of life. The notorious promises of a golden key to paradise, as well as the cash reward which was subsequently offered to Rushdie's potential killer, were entirely accidental and disposable attributes of this transcendental gift. Sadly, all the reactions against the fatwa seem to misrecognize this shift in the performative dimension. An enormous transformation in a regime of signification was reduced, in the liberal imagination, to an act of theological machismo. This fatal oversight meant that the condemnations directed against Khomeini's sentence were, in effect, orbiting an epistemological vacuum. Rather than a new development, the fatwa was regarded by Rushdie and his supporters as an intense and singular instance of all the violence and protests that had preceded it. It would be a further mistake to view this misrecognition as the symptom of a particularly violent collision of two opposing and self-same cultural entities named East and West, since the ethical commitments and rhetorical tactics employed by Middle Eastern intellectuals in their denunciations of the fatwa were consistently identical to those of their Western counterparts. The formula they used is familiar by now, after an appeal to the universality of human rights and an imperative to the freedom of speech. The fatwa was denounced as the archaic pronouncement of a fossilized mind, and a demand for its immediate revocation was coupled with an imaginary identification with Rushdie. Rushdie's supporters, in other words, continued to address the fatwa as if it was still operating within a sharply delimited and stratified field of expression. They took the hostile otherness of fundamentalism as a sign of its full determination. Spiral and speed. Prior to Khomeini's intervention, the protests against the satanic verses had unfolded in a familiar field of signification. The organizers of the Bradford book burning, for example, had insisted that their protests were entirely legal 132 expressions of dissent, and had appealed to the British law against blasphemy, as outlined in the Public Order Act of 1986, to justify their efforts to ban the book. Bedford, 1993, 153. The fact that Christianity was the only religion protected by the Act had begun to shift the focus of the protests away from the question of blasphemy as such, and towards the question of the judicial prejudice against British Muslims. Thus, in spite of appearances, the Bradford book burnings can be regarded, in a specific sense, as attempts to invoke and reinterpret the notions of law and democracy. They were an attempt to ensure the right of expression of a people, that is, of a collective assemblage as such, rather than that of a person whose individual right of expression, under the liberal rubric, was to be safeguarded collectively. The concept of rights as the supreme signifier of enlightenment was invoked not only by Rushdie's supporters, but also, in a new configuration, by those who were calling for the suppression of his book before the promulgation of the fatwa. While the former insisted on Rushdie's individual right to free speech, the latter were demanding that the explicitly legislated right to be protected from blasphemy be extended to Muslim citizens as a people. In spite of their obvious differences, what linked the strategies of these two groups was their willingness to inscribe their demands within the folds of a secular, and therefore historical and negotiable, code of law. Both groups, in other words, sought to infuse their demands with an authority whose source was external to the demands themselves. Call this a spiraling semiotic regime. Point 1. The circulation of signs in this regime is dictated by two gravitational poles. The inner pole of the spiral is a relatively stable locus, usually empty, around which the drama of signification unspools. In a liberal democracy, this center is actualized by the empty throne of power, occupied in brief intervals by the elected representative of the people. The other pole of the regime is defined by its outermost spiral, the most distant line beyond which the regime will mutate into something entirely different. Passing beyond this line amounts to a banishment or an exile. Deleuze and Guattari call it the scapegoat function, and a massive legal bureaucracy monitors its proper functioning. But between these two poles, all manners of slippage and speeding is tolerated. Thus, book burning as a rhetorical gesture aimed at revising the law is condemned but tolerated, while bombing bookstores results in immediate deportation. A group of demonstrators calling for Rushdie's death provoke moral outrage in the media, but actually going after him with a shotgun will land you in the goat's anus. Anything that exceeds the excess of the signifier or passes beneath it will be marked with a negative value. Your only choice will be between a goat's ass and the face of a god. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 116. The campaign to support Rushdie presupposed the spiraling semiotic all along and continued to function according to its rules, investing its signifiers with a negotiable meaning. Its principal themes had to do with apologies, amendments, and retractions. For example, Rushdie, who had rejected the 133 charge of apostasy by pointing out that he had never actually believed in the tenets of Islam, decided to embrace Islam. Rushdie, 1991. But when the gesture proved futile in saving his life, he renounced the faith, causing the charge of apostasy to stick more firmly the second time. In similar fashion, he understandably interpreted and reinterpreted his novel in diametrically opposed ways, oscillating between reading it as a parody of the diasporic plight and an anti-clerical, political allegory. First, in a letter to Rajiv Gandhi, whose government had banned the satanic verses, he claimed that the book, as a fictional weave of schizophrenic fantasies and dreams, could not possibly have anything to do with Islam. Rushdie, 1988, 827. 6 months later, once the fatwa had been issued and his apology rejected, he pleaded for the right to criticize Islam, arguing that the religion had been taken over by a powerful tribe of clerics. Rushdie, 1989, 26. These various perspective and retrospective movements, jumpings back and forth between several spirals of meaning, were coupled at every turn with a call for the retraction of the fatwa. A pure, authoritarian order word, the fatwa seemed to hover about in the speeding semiotic, incapable of finding its rightful place of rest. An obscene phantom, a perfect example of an objet petit, it refused to be framed and delineated in reference to other signs in the system. It announced a perfectly alien invasion, replacing the relatively foreign book burners of Bradford who were being urged, ever so politely, by the British Home Office to calm down. The campaign to support Rushdie, therefore, amounted to a massive attempt to find a proper place for the fatwa, somewhere for it to be lodged and tamed, so that it could be discarded. But the fatwa presented itself as an impossibly elusive neo-archaism, an incomprehensible, ancient thing, fulfilling a shockingly novel function. The pronouncement of the fatwa marked a shift of focus in the Rushdie affair toward a speeding, linear semiotic. Here, a sign or a pocket of signs detaches from the irradiating circular network and sets to work on its own account. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 121. This gesture of detachment is already at work in the spiraling regime, but in a relatively compromised and delimited way. In Rushdie's case, for example, all the various riots, book burnings and bombings are instances of such secession. But these are ultimately accorded a negative value under the spiraling semiotic, and their more violent perpetrators are marginalized and banished, sent down the line of flight as scapegoats. On the other hand, in the speeding semiotic, which emphasizes the more pronounced features of what Deleuze and Guattari have called the post-signifying regime, the situation is different. Here the line of flight receives a positive sign, as though it were effectively occupied and followed by a people who find in it their reason for being or destiny. 1987, 121. The difference in the value accorded to the line of flight is one of the important variables that distinguish the circular and dialogical character of the spiraling semiotic from the linear and irreversible arrangement of the speeding regime. While the former effectuates a ceaseless but more or less 134 limited negotiation of signs in a bipolar system between a centralized power and a banished scapegoat, the latter proscribes all such negotiation and redirects the movement of its signs toward a gravitational field outside the limits of the territory. In spite of its exorbitant nature, this line does seek its own regathering and reintegration into another spiral, with its own center and its own bureaucracy. The positivity of the line's value depends on this desire for destination. But the delimitation desired by the line, the fulfillment of its desire for a territorialized circulation, is indefinitely postponed. In this regime, what Kierkegaard has called the apostle replaces the central despotic bureaucracy, the codes of the spiraling regime, the constitution, for example, as well as various codes of judicial precedence, give way to a more mystical, and therefore a more explicitly authoritarian, vision. The apostle does not interpret God's message, the way a civil servant interprets the constitution, for example. Instead, overwhelmed by the message, he merely authorizes it. He is not a hermeneutician, but a seer, smitten by a vision which no longer needs to be justified, for better or worse. Deleuze, 1989, 20.2. For Kierkegaard, the authority of the apostle's statement resides in nothing other than the subject who utters the statement. The statement of the apostle, in other words, does not refer to an available system of verification beyond it in order to justify its content. The very fact that the statement has been uttered by the apostle is to be taken as the verification of its truth. It is not by evaluating the content of the doctrine aesthetically or intellectually that I should or could reach the result. Ergo, the man who proclaimed the doctrine was called by a revelation, ergo he is an apostle. The very reverse is the case. The man who is called by a revelation and to whom a doctrine is entrusted, argues from the fact that it is revelation, from his authority. Kierkegaard, 1962, 93. The political consequences of Kierkegaard's argument are clear. He calls for an absolute and infallible faith in the imperatives of an authoritarian figure, and denies us every possible route for negotiating, let alone rejecting, these imperatives. Any attempt, on our part, to verify the truth or authority of these imperatives immediately betrays our aesthetic and intellectual predispositions and bars us from understanding the meaning of the imperative. This formulation clarifies some of the peculiarities surrounding the Rushdie affair. For one, it makes sense of the strange grammatical register of the fatwa, which presents itself not as a direct order, but as a transmission of information. I inform the proud Muslim people of the world that the author of the satanic verses, which is against Islam, the Prophet, and the Quran, and all involved in its publication who were aware of its content, are sentenced to death. Bedford, 1993, 130. Khomeini does not announce the fatwa in his capacity as a statesman, rather, he is a messenger or medium, an authority in 135. Matters divine, and nothing, according to Kierkegaard, can compromise this authority and this position. The usual reductive interpretations of the fatwa ignore the manner in which it beckons one fuzzy set to transform another fuzzy set. The proud Muslim people of the world are to kill all involved in the publication of the book. The fatwa literally invents these two sets. It extracts from the Muslim world a proud subset, and pits it against another set whose boundaries are just as vague. You are not a proud Muslim unless you set yourself against the apostatic Rushdie machine. Point 3. This, as will become clear, already precludes any straightforward interpretation of the fatwa in terms of a prefabricated topological category, such as a nation, a culture, or a religion, since the delimitations of the topos in question are impossibly vague. The political character of the fatwa does not limit its productive operations to the stratified territory of the state, which is why governments are as helpless as individual subjects in pinpointing and undoing its fuzzy force. The logic of the speeding semiotic aggravates this fuzziness. It makes the fatwa subject of enunciation, Khomeini, fade into the subject of its statement, the proud Muslim people of the world, through a passional transubstantiation. In this regime, the subject of enunciation recoils into the subject of the statement, to the point that the subject of the statement resupplies subject of enunciation for another proceeding. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 129, emphasis in the original. The I who issues the death sentence is already none other than the collective I who is obliged to carry it out. The prophet or apostle who enunciates the sentence is a symptom of his people. His power to issue the sentence is guaranteed by their multiplicity. The subject of the statement has become the respondent or guarantor of the subject of enunciation, through a kind of reductive echolalia, in a biunivocal relation. 1987, 129. Correspondingly, through his passional enfolding of an outside divinity, and by virtue of his people's performative affirmation of this link, the apostle marks the convergence of two different bodies. His earthly body, which perishes and passes away, is regarded as a vessel for actualizing a virtual and atemporal body, a divine or sublime body that, after the apostle's death, is to be reactualized by the body of his successor. 4. The apostle's enunciations are therefore issued from a site woven out of a difference between two differences, the difference between his two bodies, and the difference between his double locutionary subjectivities. The Iranian revolutionaries' famous chant, "You are my spirit Khomeini, you are the iconoclast, Khomeini," was the ideological proclamation of this double difference. It is no longer possible to distinguish the divine from the prophetic and the plebeian, there is no subject, only collective assemblages of enunciation. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 130. There is a significant contrast between the locus of locution in the speeding semiotic and the empty place from which democratic power issues its decrees. The place of power in the democratic order is always empty. Every quasi 136. Occupant of this always empty place is therefore a body in transit, a surrogate sovereign. The empty place is marked by pure negation, since the primary task of democracy is to prevent the absolute actualization of the sovereign. In the speeding semiotic, on the other hand, the negating emptiness of the democratic structure is replaced with a differentiating void. Here, the passional God is an alien force that folds into the apostle's body, while the apostle's enunciation recoils into the subjects of his statement. The apostle is regarded as the emissary of divine rays which give the people's line of flight its positive value. Unlike the despotic hermeneutic, whose interpretations appeal to a transcendental system of verification, the imperatives of the passional seer are always the effects of a folding in of the outside. The dogmatism of the apostle is indistinguishable from the force of his illuminations. The vagueness of the void that transmits the apostle's expression is coupled with the suppleness of the line that weaves the divine ray into his body and folds him into the body of his people. This supple line incessantly forks out in two directions. On one side, it mutates into a rigid state line, congeals the misty boundaries separating the apostle from his God and his people into a single authoritarian body politic, and reterritorializes the perpetual reprieve under which the people exist. On the other side, it follows its miraculous becomings further and takes new flights into the outside, without a chance for retraction or return. Cf. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 203. This bifurcation explains why the people constantly persist throughout the nation as a vague subset, with individuals constantly shifting from one register to the other, incapable of coming to rest. This is not the case of a minoritarian or diasporic people resisting, or succumbing to, the authority of the nation-state. Rather, it is a matter of the same body of people weaving a diasporic space within its own sedentary structure, a people permeating the body of an authoritarian nation-state insisting on its incessant becoming minor, speaking for itself out of its fuzzy sight. The incorporeal transformation. The fuzziness of this void of elocution is what has lent the fatwa its strategic efficacy in the field of international politics. Issuing from a weave of differences, the fatwa cannot be addressed in a zone of intersubjective communication among individuated subjects or subject nations. The source of its elocution is both transsubjective and subsubjective, and the effects, or the events, it produces are as vague and elusive as the place of its emission. Khomeini's decree effectuated an extensive mobilization of bodies all around the world. Bodies took to the streets, protesting. Armed bodies surrounded Rushdie and his associates, guarding. Other armed bodies trained to kill. Bookstores were firebombed and books were torched. Rushdie's Italian translator was assaulted, his Japanese translator was stabbed to death, and Rushdie himself was reduced to the status of a hyperproliferating image, an image 137. Without a body. The movements of these bodies drew out new spaces of interaction. Exiled from his house, Rushdie was banished to a diffused dwelling. Moving in and out of police cars, he was rushed to anonymous rooms in remote hotels around the world. Western diplomats were recalled from Iran and Iranian representatives were sent home. Deleuze and Guattari call the abstract machine behind the sum total of these intermingling bodies a machinic assemblage, 1987, 88. The machinic assemblage constantly cuts in and out of another machine with an entirely different function, the collective assemblage of enunciation, whose task is the production of statements, Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 88. The fatwa itself was a statement, a meaningful semantic structure, and like all statements it was above all an imperative, an order word, I inform the proud Muslim people of the world. But information had very little to do with it. The informational content of the fatwa merely refers to the divine line that connects the seer's vision to his God, but its performative function is necessarily commandmental, it is uttered in order to be obeyed. Language is made not to be believed but to be obeyed, and to compel obedience, 1987, 76. To give an order is not to inform someone about a command, but to effectuate an act. The fatwa transmitted a command, a divine sting, whose primary purpose was to be passed on and circulated. 5 Thus, Iranian Revolutionary Guards issued statements of devotion to Khomeini while Western politicians demanded its revocation in furious epistles. An enormous number of letters of support were sent to Rushdie, and an even greater number of essays diagnosed his predicament. Rushdie himself issued statements of apology, and later, retractions of those apologies. The validity of the fatwa as a theological imperative was both questioned and affirmed, depending on the political allegiances of the speaker. Each statement precipitated still others. For Deleuze and Guattari, the machinic assemblage of bodies and the collective assemblage of enunciations are entirely independent of each other. This independence, however, does not amount to a lack of relation between them, or an impossibility of the intervention of one into the other. On the contrary, statements are constantly cutting across bodies, modifying and rearranging them, and bodies always interfere with statements, slowing down or speeding up their production. Every account or retelling of a state of things is already a modification of that state, since the relation between statements and bodies is distributive, rather than representational. A criminal action may be deterritorializing in relation to the existing regime of signs, but the sign that expresses the act of condemnation may in turn be deterritorializing in relation to all actions and reactions, 1987, 87. The intervention of each of these two assemblages into the other produces something absolutely new which falls outside the limits of both assemblages. This is what Deleuze and Guattari have called the event, an incorporeal transformation. Unlike the bodies which move about in calculable times and measurable spaces, incorporeal transformations occur instantaneously, in 138. Thought. They spread out the filmy surface that simultaneously brings together and sets apart bodies and statements, they are the expressed of statements but are attributed to bodies, 1987, 86. This is precisely how the declaration of the fatwa was concurrent with the effective transformation of a vast number of places and people. With the transmission of Khomeini's brief statement, Rushdie suddenly became a fugitive, a martyr and a convict, all at once. Bookstores turned into health hazards. Iranian tourists mutated into potential hijackers. And the fatwa itself, which was issued as a death sentence, transformed into the international symbol of the violation of free speech. But the enunciation of the fatwa was not merely concurrent with the effectuation of these incorporeal transformations in a straightforward sense. By adopting a purely performative function, Khomeini's decree managed to move in two opposing temporal directions. Its structure was that of the future past. Unlike a directive, kill him, which on the face of it anticipates a state of things, or an assertive, he's dead, which presupposes that state, the fatwa was a declarative elocution, he is sentenced to death. It effectuated a state of things by describing that state as already effectuated, he is sentenced to death, or in other words, he will have been dead. A declarative statement folds a prospective command into the retrospective structure of an assertion. The authority of an order word such as this is not, on the face of it, a matter of course. It must be recognized. Declaratives, in other words, must pass through a process of selection before they can be articulated as transformative expressions. As Kierkegaard puts it remains the apostle's responsibility to produce the impression of authority, whether anybody bows before his authority or not. Kierkegaard 1962, 93-4. But the final recognition of this impression is neither the function of a particular individual or institution, nor of the totality of all individuals and institutions as a whole, but rather of the collective assemblages of enunciation in their vaguest sense. The judge who transforms the prisoner into a criminal, the priest who turns the fiancée into a wife, the hijacker who declares the passengers to be hostages, are all disposable and transient variables whose function is to actualize the expressive murmur of their respective assemblages. They occupy a paradoxical place as corporeal semblances of the abstract assemblage. The authority of their statements is not ultimately traceable to a set of transcendental institutions that corroborate their enunciations. Rather, the material content of the institutions, the bureaucrats, the hijackers, as well as the forms of their contents, courtroom space, airplane space, weave themselves into their expressions with the thread of these declarative elocutions. The order word is, in the final analysis, a redundant statement: you will have been dead because I say so. This means that order words are not context-sensitive in the analytic sense. The context that verifies their authority, and allows a declarative to be successful, is not the corporeal and institutional assemblage that emits them, but rather the abstract assemblages of which those institutions are an expression. These assemblages are internal to language itself. Every particular slogan, 139. 1000 Plateaus quotes Lenin, must be deduced from the totality of the specific features of a definite political situation. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 83. But Deleuze and Guattari retort that these political features are aggregates immanent in language itself. Politics works language from within, causing not only the vocabulary but also the structure and all of the phrasal elements to vary as the order words change. 1987, 83. This is what Deleuze means when he says that the vision of the apostle or the seer no longer has to be justified. Deleuze, 1989, 20. The ultimate support of the order word is immanent in its very declaration. Point 7. Reduction and totalization. Woven as they are into the fabric of bodies and statements, it is impossible not to miss the moment at which incorporeal transformations unspool themselves into life. As a result, in the face of their obscure and ominous hazards, it becomes tempting to analyze them into their isomorphic corporeal counterparts, to break down the event, which is incorporeal and infinitive, into subjective conjugations of words and individuated allocations of bodies, and thereby rob it of its essential productive feature, its generative unexactness. This is a temptation that has defined and permeated the strategies of Rushdie's supporters from the beginning, to translate the multiple and proliferating senses of the fatwa into the symmetrical rows and columns of a diplomatic crossword puzzle. Analysis, in other words, confuses the sense of the fatwa, whose function is always to be absent from its own place, with its signification, which, on the contrary, attaches itself to all of the various actualizations of the fatwa as a sedentary point of anchorage. Point 8. The various analyses of the fatwa have tended to operate according to the double strategy of reduction and totalization. First, reduce the multiplicity of your subject to a manageable number of distinct corporeal variables, then, totalize the specificity of these variables into general rules and statements designed to explain and solve the problem. For example, the fatwa is often diagnosed as the symptom of the megalomania of an archaic despot. The strategy assumes that Khomeini would remain an authoritarian leader even if he was abstracted from his God and his people. Once the fatwa's collective assemblage of enunciation was reduced to the singular body of the leader, it became possible to target this body as the object of a general and totalizing formula: get rid of the leader, and your problem will be solved. The issue is whether or not a tyrant, or would-be tyrants, should be allowed to impose their views through death threats. Taheri, 1990, 15. This strategy quickly proves to be misdirected. Soon after the promulgation of the death threat, other members of the Iranian government, as well as various other Muslim leaders around the world, affirmed and applauded Khomeini's sentence. On August 4, 1990, the 19th Islamic Foreign Ministers Conference adopted a mandatory resolution calling on all member 140 states to take all necessary steps, including economic sanctions, against the publisher of the Satanic Verses and its holding company, Bedford, 1993, 155. Rushdie's reaction to the fatwa's social metastasis was another gesture of reduction. Islam, he wrote, had been taken over by a powerful tribe of clerics. And it was up to Western politicians to pressure these tyrants into submission to international laws. The opposition between a single archaic tyrant and a multiplicity of enlightened cogitos was thus replaced by another reductive face-off, between a pack of unruly thugs and international regulations codified in an effort to contain their dangerous drifts. But the thugs kept multiplying, and the calls for their excision soon became a pretext for the elaboration of a fantasy about the organic unity of Western culture. 3 days after the imposition of the fatwa, the London Times ran a commentary by Robert Kilroy Silk in its editorial page, 1989. The piece is a good example of the dual operation of an imaginary identification with Muslim immigrants and a projective expurgation of the same group. We have been robbed of our confidence. We also lack the simple certainties and self-confidence enjoyed by the minorities, bemoaned the piece, presenting the confidence of British immigrants as an ideal object which would lend coherence to the shattered Western body. Then, in a peculiar rejection of the notion of the immigrant as citizen, it insisted that if Muslim immigrants cannot and will not accept British values and laws, then there is no reason at all why the British should feel any need, still less compulsion, to accommodate theirs. We are not supplicants in our own country. Kilroy Silk, 1989. We have no confidence, but we are not supplicants. The immigrants hold British passports, but they are false pretenders, sorry simulations, since they will not accept our national values. The invocation of an imaginary culture, a Britishness pristine in its wholeness and shared by the entire nation, was also at work in an open letter, published in the London Times soon after Rushdie's retreat into hiding, by the British Home Office Minister, John Paton. Citing as its aim the full participation in our society by Muslim and other ethnic minority groups, the letter was a how-to guide for becoming British. Among the essential axioms of Britishness that, in Paton's opinion, all the immigrants must embrace were a fluent command of English, and a knowledge of institutions, history, and traditions of England, as well as a clear understanding of British democratic processes, of its laws, the system of government and the history that lies behind them, and indeed of their own rights and responsibilities. Paton, 1989. It did not seem to occur to the minister that his exhaustive prerequisites for Britishness would instantly rob the entire population of Britain of their prized national identity. The fatwa had invented two fuzzy sets, the proud Muslim people of the world who were to kill all involved in the production of the Satanic Verses. Rather than resist the ideological power of these sets, Rushdie's supporters chose to adopt and utilize them in their polemics against Iran. By the time British playwright Tom Stoppard commemorated the 3rd anniversary of the 141 fatwa, the category of the Muslim fundamentalist as a key player in the Rushdie affair had turned into a commonplace. The 18th century Enlightenment, wrote Stoppard, made the discovery that man was perfectible, that change was progress, that progress was good. Then came the rub: we Westerners have moved with the times. Muslim fundamentalism has not. Is that what we are saying? Evidently so. Our entire culture is saying it. I believe it. Stoppard, 1993, 118. The trite exclusion of fundamentalism from the enlightened realm of the West is a gesture which is as ordinary as it is hollow. It is also an ironic gesture, since it betrays an implicit acceptance of the fatwa's declaration. Stoppard's fundamentalists are none other than Khomeini's proud Muslims, that is, members of an imaginary and vague category which was invented anew by the fatwa. More surprising, and far more ironic, however, is Stoppard's presentation of the West as a self-enclosed unity whose entire culture embraces the values of 18th century Enlightenment. Stoppard seems oblivious to the fact that in May 1989, 30,000 British citizens had called for Rushdie's death in a demonstration in London's Hyde Park, that 7 months later, on the UK Day of Muslim Solidarity, as many as 300,000 British Muslims had taken part in shows of hand-raising in favour of the death sentence on Rushdie, and that a majority of the British population, according to a Gallup poll published in the Daily Telegraph in May 1990, had felt that Rushdie should apologise for writing the Satanic Verses, Bedford, 1993, 145, 149, 153. The closing moments of Stoppard's text demonstrate the extent to which the tactics of reduction and totalization fail to capture the elusive force of the fatwa. We should not be busy standing up for the rights we have accorded ourselves, we should be busy questioning the rights assumed by Iran, beginning with the assumption that Islamic law prevails over all other law in all other countries. Stoppard, 1993, 120. The assumption that the fatwa is the symptom of a nation, coupled with the further assumption that Khomeini, or Iranian clerics, or Iran, have assumed a particular right to promulgate a death sentence, are precisely the sorts of reductive misrecognitions that have been undoing the fibers of the Rushdie campaign from the beginning. Neo-Archaism. It becomes clear, then, that the primary function of fundamentalism, as a spectral, alien, and regressive category, is to attribute a semblance of unity to the heterogeneity of the Western state form. Fundamentalism is Enlightenment's imaginary, a mirror to reflect a whole body, but only as a flat and alienated surface, presenting a copy without a model. The scapegoat function is then utilized as a projection of this irreparable fracture. To become whole again, we must excise the tyrant, the tribe of clerics, the swarm of fundamentalists, and by logical extension, our very selves and our own citizens, since the absolute state has no citizens, only axioms. 142. All these analyses, whether they trace Rushdie's predicament to an individuated body or to a particular statement, seem to say either too much or too little about the crisis. They are overcodified evaluations that fall short of the mark. Moreover, they utilize a massive and cumbersome discourse of cultural taxonomy in order to approach a micropolitical problem. What is missing in all of this is an acknowledgement that the discourse of the Enlightenment, the modern notion of the nation-state, and its corresponding formulations of rights and responsibilities, all fail to take into account the fundamentally mixed, transformative and diffuse distribution of state signs, cf. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 125, 147. Regimes of signs are always mixed, they incessantly flow into one another, in so many movements of translation and transformation. An analysis of their differences cannot be content with defining the types and characteristics of each regime in opposition to other, adjacent forms. Rather, the question is one of charting the transformations of each pocket of signs into all the others. The East/West divide, whose bankruptcy is generally taken for granted, as well as the more recent discourse of the diaspora versus the nation, still haunt the political analyses of the fatwa. They are content with mapping differences and oppositions, a parade of I's against a trudge of not I's, even when the I considers herself to be an othered I. They are therefore inattentive to all the movements of becoming that fall in between. Theories of regression, such as the one suggested by Stoppard, soothe a culture in crisis. They identify an aggressive force with a past trauma, in an effort to misconstrue its power and tame its uncanniness. Fundamentalism, according to this formula, signifies the return of the medieval. As such, it can be marginalized in the name of progress and of the future. But the formula will obviously implode at its limits once this phantasm of the past proves itself to be the future itself, misidentified as a relapse. To interpret the fundamentalists' God as the unfortunate resurrection, or the stubborn persistence, of an archaic force simply misconstrues its radical novelty. It would be more feasible to acknowledge the organization of a new deity for the world after Nietzsche, call it the post-God God. This God does simulate the coordinates of the one whose death was announced by Nietzsche, and it invokes the same archaic laws, but its archaism must be understood as a creation, not a regress. What is really at stake is a different use of pre-existent formulas of behavior or representations, in order to construct another life surface, or another effective space, laying out another existential territory. Guattari, 1995, 23. Fundamentalism is a neo-archaism. The construction of a new territory, as Guattari and Foucault have shown, does not take the form of a systematic and historical transformation, but expresses itself in sudden flashes of mutation and instantaneous incorporeal transformations. It is an eternal event. Epistemological ruptures detonate the spontaneous combustion of an ancient regime, a hysterical mood swing of global proportions at infinite speed. This fact appears to be the only variable 143, which can explain the untimely interference of postmodern coordinates in the matrix of fundamentalism. It is also the very notion that the political discourse of modernity, with its commitments to the themes of historical progress and dialectical development, refuses to acknowledge. The story of the logical progress of modernity, whose every phase must be rigorously applied to the developing world, condemns this world to a permanent reactive position. It prescribes an unceasing pursuit of a model in motion, but it forgets that such a model, even if it did exist, would offer its breathless oriental pursuers nothing more glorious than the image of its backside, as it fades into the future. Meanwhile, the most radically anti-humanist aspects of Foucault's theories are finding their way to the required reading list of divinity students in Iran's holy city of Qom, where future clergy leaders of Iran are being trained, and President Rafsanjani himself is honoring a 2-volume survey of post-structuralist philosophy as Iran's Book of the Year. Muslim fundamentalism is already imbued in postmodern coordinates, and the minoritarian strategies of political resistance in the West are referring to the same cynical convictions which the Iranian fundamentalists have been affirming from the beginning. The political struggles of anti-racism militants, radical environmentalists, and AIDS activists are distancing themselves further and further from the modern ideals of dialogue and consensus, and opting for various forms of direct action which would not, on principle, shy away from arson and bombing. Every strategy of flight from this line of abolition must, therefore, match its deadly novelty. Failing this, it will be the liberal intellectuals who, to their astonishment, will find themselves in the position of regression in the face of their neo-archaic executioners. Variation. Deleuze and Guattari have always insisted on the primacy of the lines of flight in the construction of all assemblages. Power, they write, seems to be a stratified dimension of the assemblage. The stratifications of power, in other words, are not ubiquitous. The diagram and the abstract machine have lines of flight that are primary, which are not phenomena of resistance or counterattack in an assemblage, but cutting edges of creation and deterritorialization. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 531. The Rushdie affair, and the question of fundamentalism in general, calls for a more specific formulation of this theory. The problem here is how to flee from flight itself, how to draw a line of creation out of a speeding line of annihilation. Escaping Iranian fundamentalism is not, primarily, a matter of resisting a totalitarian state apparatus. Such an apparatus does not exist in Iran. Rather, it is a matter of escaping from a religious war machine that has overcome the state apparatus. When fascism builds itself a totalitarian state, it is not in the sense of a state army taking power, but of a war machine taking over the state. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 230. This formula explains the futility of every 144 attempt to untangle the Rushdie knot on the scene of international politics. The shooings in and out of Iranian diplomats from their various embassies never intersect with the workings of the machine that records Rushdie's fate. The failure of the dialogic strategy of point-for-point talkback, whether in the guise of a noise-free communicative action, or in the more aggressive register of international sanctions and threats of military intervention have necessitated a search for other forms of flight. The task is no longer to resist or denounce an abomination, but to subvert its deadly force, to compel it, in other words, to misrecognize itself. This calls for a new strategy of simulation, not a rational discourse with the fundamentalist other, but a sophistic and subterranean becoming fundamentalist. The oddest feature of Khomeini's fatwa was the fact that it was actually pronounced, "Why warn your victim before killing him?" As a premeditated and public gesture, the fatwa not only called for Rushdie's death, but also warned him of it, "We're coming after you, do something." More than a death sentence, whose execution would have been more efficient without a public statement, the fatwa was a message to flee. It would be oversimplifying to say that flight is a reaction against the order word, rather, it is included in it, as its other face in a complex assemblage, its other component. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 107. The fatwa's function, therefore, was not only to convict, but to circulate. The gesture of warning, together with Rushdie's inevitable reaction, guaranteed this circulation. The necessary fuzziness of the group of proud Muslims who were ordered by Khomeini to murder Rushdie, as well as the aporeatic and diffuse avenues through which the fatwa had to pass in its proliferation, are open points within the structure of the fatwa through which so many movements of subversion can flow. The proud Muslim has no model which would give itself over to rigorous imitation. Resemblance, as Foucault joyfully recalls, can only take place in thought. It is rather similitude, the vague and approximate reproduction of one earthly and imperfect variable by another, that can ever be subjected to the trials of verification. Cf. Foucault, 1983. This, precisely, is the source of the power of the false, and the triumph of the false pretender. 9 The objective is not to invoke, in various degrees of bad faith, the ossified tenets of humanism or essentialism in order to open up a field of resistance against the war machine, but rather to enter the already open space of the war machine itself, and counteractualize its events in new directions. Similarly, the usual methods of supplication to the state and its bureaucrats, in the form of petitions and letters of protest, garnished by signatures like so many withering leaves of parsley on the corner of the despot's plate, seem supinely ineffective in the face of the disguised and anonymous pacts emanating from the speeding war machine. In fact, any statement that traces its authority to the proper name of the particular subject who utters it or the sedentary place from which it is uttered is bound to be abolished by the deterritorializing movements of the war machine. Better, then, to depend on 145. The facelessness of rumor and the homelessness of gossip and misquotation, to speak in the name of another. The enduring force of the fatwa, long after its actual disappearance, depends on its revitalization and recirculation in the forking paths of mass media. These paths can either be clogged up and bogged down with non-starters about the freedom of expression, or they can be saturated with simulated reinterpretations that would implode the official meaning of all order words from within. How does one escape an order word? Through a weaving of lies and a creative forgetfulness, a kind of instantaneousness in the emission, perception, and transmission, a wide variability, and a power of forgetting permitting one to feel absolved of the order words one has followed and then abandoned to welcome others. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 84.10. It is not enough to regard these strategies as merely facetious. They present, rather, a rigorous frivolity. The irrevocability of the order word, the paradoxical structure of the event, and the incorporeal transformations that they cause, cannot be addressed, only subverted, replayed in an odd key. This necessarily precludes the utilization of a pre-established plan of attack to be traced step by step toward a predetermined goal. The conjunctions and disjunctions of events cannot be expressed in terms of brute causality. Deleuze, 1990, 170. Rather, they must be made to resonate with other events, put into new and unexpected variations. New edicts must be issued, and they must emerge through the blinding glitter of simulation. 11. Diagram, inscription sensation. Thomas Lamar. The Heian court arose on the Japanese archipelago in the 9th century, a local precipitation from a larger nexus of states, commanderies, and courts that coalesced, fragmented, and dispersed across East Asia in the wake of the Han Empire. 2 Prior to the Heian court, the idea of empire gathered various clans, by force and by alliance. Sometimes tentatively, sometimes violently, one clan, the Yamato clan, strove to organize the court around consistent genealogies, bureaucracies, and myths, yet the court's center remained mobile. Across 2 to 3 centuries, the imperial center continued its semi-nomadic movements, migrating from site to site at uneven intervals, for various reasons: genealogical conflicts, unpacified spirits, troubled ghosts, or lands. With each successive removal, the structure of court, a grid-like city with avenues laid out in accordance with auspicious lines of force, emerged with greater precision and extension, ever closer to the dynastic ideal. The Heian court, in a sense, marked the culmination of the mobile series, for the court leaves off its nomadic style. It also marked the start of a new series of flows in and around the capital, the contours of which continued to waver. Paperscapes. The surface for inscription is not neutral. The papers used for Heian calligraphy begin with vegetal fibers of various types. Types of fiber result in papers that differ greatly in texture, that absorb ink differently, that affect the style and allure of brushwork. The fibers, teased from husks, barks, or other sources, are swollen and pulped, then water is removed in order to mat the fibers into a sheet. The result is a surface without horizontal or vertical orientations. Fibers overlap any which way, twining and meshing wherever attractions spring up between teased up microfibers. The sheet of paper may be square or rectangular, but there is no way to determine an up or down, a right or left, amid the entwined, matted fibers. This is a decidedly smooth space. There are a number of ways in which orientations are introduced to this smooth space. Often sheets join to form long scrolls of paper. In the absence of any marks or traces on the paper, however, this remains a rather vague 149. Figure 11.1. The Yoshinobu section from the Nishi Honganji edition of the collection of 36 poets, Nishi Honganji temple orientation, with only an anticipation of horizontal and vertical movements of inscription. In general, paper formats do not introduce much orientations to smooth space, they are contingent borders, not frames. To these smooth spaces, Heian art commonly introduces colors, patterns, or figures. At this level, two poles start to emerge. Some applications of color and pattern tend to bring as much orientation or striation as possible to the smooth surface. At this extreme are those papers that bear vertical lines to create columns for characters. Many canonical texts, such as Buddhist and Taoist sutra, adopt such measures to ensure in advance that writing follows and imparts a strict orientation. At the other extreme are those papers that amplify the random variations of smooth space. Flecks of gold or silver scatter, dyes seep and swirl, or papers of various color are pieced together like a crazy quilt with fluid-edged patches. The papers used at the Heian court for poetic inscription, particularly for important occasions like contests, banquets, and ceremonies, typically deploy such techniques, and frequently deploy all of them at once, in order to amplify the smoothness of paper. The result is the fantastical paperscapes that underlie Heian calligraphic poetics. Trails of dark ink run over lavenders, greens, yellows, and reds that pool and stream, dotted with showers of gold and silver, all of which seems to anticipate or prefigure poems that sing of celestial and terrestrial movements. Petals flutter, rivers flow, autumn leaves scatter, bugs chirp and susurrate, lovers meet and part, moons wax and wane. 3. But this resonance between the poetic naturescape and the paperscape does 150 not belong to the realm of representation. Those scattered flecks of color are only like petals, leaves, snowflakes insofar as they betray an analogous motility and play of variation. Likewise with the currents and eddies of dyes, or the layers and patches of papers, this is a manner of mimicry, not pictography or illustration. Consequently, it becomes difficult to determine whether paperscapes mimic naturescapes or the reverse, or maybe both emerge together, arising from some common source. At the level of paper, there arise innumerable admixtures of smooth and striated space. Some papers apply patterns that replicate embroidered silk, imparting a sense of vertical, horizontal orientation, with emblems and motifs that echo the woof and warp of textile. There are also papers rubbed with distinctly oriented designs, or painted with grasses, trees, bugs, birds. Such figures are not as strictly striated as the vertical columns of, say, a sutra. And yet, they introduce less random variation than the swirling, fluctuating colors and lines of the paperscapes. In practice, there emerges a range of intersections of smooth and striated space. Nevertheless, it is the aesthetic will to smooth that comes to the fore in the almost delirious paperscapes of the renowned poetic anthologies of the Heian court. Next come the movements of the brush as it unfurls a series of signs, characters, down the page. Typically, the onset of writing, whether pen or brush, has a particular hold on the modern imagination. The moment when brush or pen encounters the blank page is the moment of ultimate, originary creation. Out of the void emerges order, on a field of possibilities arrives the mark, the sign, the word. Calligraphic papers, especially the fantastical paperscapes, defy the notion of an originary mark. Nuance and texture are central to calligraphic expression, and calligraphy and poetry together constitute a kind of crazy quilt economy of the palimpsest. The inscriptions on previous papers could be partially erased by soaking away the inks, then covering them over with dyes, or the unused margins or scraps could be pieced together, or entire sheets could be shredded, repulped, and matted with other fibers. All of these practical ways to reuse paper continually return texts into texture, and the art of text emerges from an art of patchwork. Patchwork also affords an excellent analogy to the art of poetic composition and compilation. The art of composition pieces together a song from various bits of other songs and poems. The art of compilation of poem anthologies adds another layer of composition, piecing together songs from various sources. Heian poetics is an art of patching together, composing or compiling, bits and pieces with skill and style. As with the aesthetic will to smooth at the level of paper, skill in Heian poetics could be said to entail the ability to detect and enhance the texture of bits and pieces, by way of juxtapositions, overlays, inlays, complications, alternations that create new resonances. The emphasis falls not on creation or expression as a form of origination, but expression as a style of synthesis, of disjunctive synthesis that follows patterns of dissonance or diffraction that arise between, and cross through, striations. 151. Figure 11.2 The ISE section from the collection of 36 poets, Ishi Yamajire Heian, Baroque, and the Crisis of Europe. There are certain traits that would account for the specificity of the Heian, and for the possibility of stretching it beyond its historical limits, in the manner of Deleuze with the Baroque, Deleuze, 1993b, 34. The quest for historical specificity then would not be an attempt to reconstruct, surround, and imprison the Heian, but to stretch its styles into other Heians, into our contemporary Heian. After all, Deleuze closes his Baroque on the note, "We are all still Leibnizian," Deleuze, 1993b, 199. Similarly, is it not possible that we are all still Heian? Yet it is impossible to deny a moment of reaction to this historical extension. Who exactly is we? Alain Badiou is surely correct to fill in "we moderns," 1994, 51, and from the standpoint of modernity, it may be possible for us to reply, what does it matter who is speaking? Such is modernity. Yet, if a certain trouble persists around Deleuze's "we remain Leibnizian," it is because the moment of historical specificity for the Baroque sets the boundaries of Western Europe, while the moment of historical stretching potentially extends across the globe. The possibility of stretching the Baroque beyond its historical limits is also the 152. Possibility of stretching Europe beyond its geopolitical limits. Deleuze is not unaware of this trouble, and in his repairs on Leibniz, one of his gestures is to shatter God and the best of all possible worlds. The modern world becomes the site of junctures of incompossibles. Deleuze thus presents two ways of dealing with the Orient. Note that his Orient is largely consonant with the Anglo-American Orient of the post-war era, East Asia as Extreme Orient, usually centered on China and Japan. One way involves historical delineation by way of the usual lines of filiation. In this respect, Deleuze's evocation and isolation of the Orient is entirely conventional. The Baroque line, for instance, differs from the Oriental line, in a manner at once spurious and ingenious. By way of Simon Hantai, Deleuze says of the Oriental line: painted and non-painted surfaces are not divided as are form and content, but as the full and the void in a reciprocal becoming, in 1 and 0. Leibniz acknowledges the full and void in Chinese fashion, but the Baroque Leibniz does not believe in the void. For Leibniz, and in the Baroque, folds are always full. Deleuze, 1993b, 36. This is ingenious because it tells us a great deal about Leibniz, spurious because it presents little other than a yin-yang formula for the range of Chinese art, which then stands in for all of the Orient, undifferentiated all the way to Hantai. All the familiar Eurocentric genealogies and ethnicities are brought to bear. Deleuze's second way operates on those same boundaries and genealogies as sites of multiplicity, as fractal edges at once finite and infinite, in contrast to the orgiastic approach to the limit that characterizes a Hegelian notion of differentiation grounded in historical synthesis or sublation. Deleuze, especially with Guattari, adopts a style of conceptual exemplification that picks up Japanese and Chinese poems, states, and war machines, somewhat randomly and reductively, yet nonetheless with clear intent to practice a disjunctive synthesis that does not rely on sublation at their borders, and with the caveat that it is not the example so much as the concept that is in play. Thus, at the same time that he enables an instrumental usage of the Orient, Deleuze enjoins an openness to the tool that would transform the one who picks it up, profoundly. It may be that the Baroque will have to confront the Orient profoundly. Deleuze, 1993b, 36. It may be that the Baroque must profoundly confront the Orient, not as an afterthought but as part of its very constitution. The Heian would implicate two folds for us. First, the Heian hovers in an uncertain site in the aesthetic and conceptual realms of modern Japan, folded between exotic and classic, foreign and native. This vacillation follows from the Heian's uncertain and unfamiliar position with respect to ethnic, linguistic, and historical boundaries between Japan and China in particular. 153. And among East Asian nations in general. This fold follows along the creases of another fold, with another relation of point, line, and space, one which implicates the actual history and geopolitics of the Heian court. One could characterize this second fold by the Heian court's emphasis on two styles, two courts, two capitals, Kara and Yamato, the Tang court at Chang'an and the Yamato court at Heian-kyo. Today these are often translated into China and Japan in a belated violence on the fold, an attempt to cut it into isolated fragments, to sever geopolitical implications and complications. What remains troubling and fascinating about the Heian is that it operates between poles, like Kara and Yamato, that function as attractors for the fields and currents of modern poles, such as Japan and China, Occident and Orient. Make no mistake about the era or event. It implies a series of crises of Europe and the West. It purposely evokes the anxieties of thinkers like Husserl, Claudel, and Blanquat, that Europe is just a peninsula of Asia, and a point of inflection of the so-called New World. Deleuze tries to reconfigure such crises in the affirmative, partly with poles like smooth and striated that complicate easy binarisms and entrenched divides. There is no either/or, no full or void, no Europe or Asia. There is a nuance or texture that folds, unfolds, refolds in between, at different intervals and junctures. It is like the Baroque fold, or the Heian paperscapes, which do not introduce relations of full and void between colored and uncolored, marked and unmarked, inscribed or uninscribed, always a depth that rises to the surface, an incompossible universe of values. Diagrams. The moment of the brush brings with it imbricated registers of expression. Its signs are at once visual and vocal, its art is intensely manual and gestural. Commentators and translators typically overlook these registers, dismiss them as unimportant to the project of their linguistic science, in which the major task is the extraction of verbal expression. Without some account of the interaction of vocal, visual, and manual registers, however, it is impossible to account for how anyone enters into these texts. It is not exactly a question of production and reception, for these notions ultimately relate to a closed economy of communication, sender, message, receiver, that does not exactly obtain at the level of brushwork. With brushwork, it is a question of sensory interpellation, or rather, embodiment. Brushwork conjoins the visual/vocal matrix of the sign or character with the manual machine of the brush. Note that, at this level of analysis, vocal is preferable to verbal, for the sounds associated with signs may or may not be articulated as words, and even when they are articulated as words, poetic and calligraphic treatises situate them close to natural sounds, sighs, chirps, cries, etc. Poetry is as much vocal or musical art as it is verbal, an art of vocal modulations. When the tip of the brush moves down the page, it traces a series of char 154. Actors, vertical columns of characters unwind across the page from right to left. In this respect, writing always constitutes a striation of smooth space, for it introduces distinct orientations. Striation need not always proceed vertically. There are environments in which characters are written horizontally from right to left, such as temple gates. Still, regardless of right, left or horizontal, vertical variations, inscription tends to striate. In some instances, Heian poetics attempts even to smooth the striation of writing. Sometimes, the characters of a poem hide or are dispersed into a pictorial matrix. 3 birds on the wing are read as green, 3 mi bird tori equals green mi tori, in which case writing and reading scrambles the striations of vertical columns or linear sequences. Mostow, 1992, 338-9. Sometimes the characters sprout leaves, spread wings, or stretch legs, entwining with pictures that underlie the written columns, in which case the eyes move freely between lines of characters and traits of images in the zone where the brush blurs the edges of striated inscription. These examples serve to recall that Heian poetics, at some level, always introduces traits that undermine the striation of space. On the one hand, the brush traces a series of characters that winds down the page in columns, imparting an orientation, as if ineluctably. Inscription tends to striation, whence the mythic status of writing as a bearer of order. On the other hand, the Heian brush introduces a great deal of nuance between the lines of inscription and the textures and figures of its environment, creating semi-autonomous zones of disruption, disorientation, departure. Characters themselves seem to sustain a certain degree of organization and orientation. This is not due to properties inherent in characters, however. If there are specific operations that attend characters, it is because various usages have sedimented a characteristic constellation of operations around them. First, characters impart a sense of right, left and up, down, but this orientation is no more decisive than the format of the page, square, rectangular, scrolling, etc. Even with such an orientation, one could read from character to character in any direction. Only conventions limit one's direction, conventions that constitute a striation or organization of the reader's body and its world. Second, in addition to right, left and up, down, characters conjoin visual and vocal elements. This conjunction of seeing and sounding is also subject to convention. The important and difficult question is that of how to imagine this conjunction of seeing and sounding, and then, how to get at its conventionality as well as its zones of autonomy. Around the time of the Eastern Han, scholars began to classify characters in accordance to 6 scripts. Hsu Shen, in the postface to Shuo Wen Chi Zi, presents the formulations and examples of the 6 scripts that became the basis for subsequent theories of writing. First among his formulations for characters are those that indicate things. These are characters that visually diagram their intent: 1, 2, 3, up, down. Second are characters that model shape, characters like sun, moon, mountain, tree, river. These verge on pictography. Third come the characters that combine shape and sound, in which 1/155 of the character classifies it by shape, and the other half presents its sound. Characters for birds, dove, quail, chicken, etc. use the bird shape alongside its sound, and in many instances the sound mimics the call of the bird. Fourth are characters that join intents, in which the intents of 2 forms are combined: 2 trees make a forest, the sun behind a tree makes east. Fifth are characters with interchangeable glosses, in which 2 different characters derive similar shape and intent from a precursor. Sixth are those characters derived from loan and borrow, in which a character like that for wheat is used for to come because the 2 have the same sound. Wang, 1979, 1-10, Beliter, 1990, 6-20. This classification evokes various intersections of shapes and sounds, and suddenly, other, more recent conceptions, pictography, logography, phonography, ideography, seem to be subsumed, and of distinctly limited use. Another question emerges: how arbitrary are the relations between sound and shape? How are visual and vocal elements linked? On the one hand, Hsu Shen seems to allow for arbitrary links. In his third instance, characters combine a sound with a kind of classificatory shape, in a seemingly arbitrary manner. But then, on the other hand, the classificatory shapes do not seem entirely arbitrary. Key examples link sound with shape by way of mimicry. In fact, for the most part, his categories and examples evoke various modes of natural mimicry: shapes of things, sun, moon, tree; shapes of operations, 1, 2, up, down; combinatory shapes, east is sun behind a tree; combinatory operations, forest is 2 trees; and shapes of things with their natural sounds. Overall, this theory of signs tends to relate sounds and shapes in a non-arbitrary fashion to natural forms. Point 4 And so, if we detect a certain degree of combinatory arbitrariness between sounds and shapes, that arbitrariness occurs at the level of representation. Shapes do not show what the sounds voice. In sum, the shapes and sounds of characters are fundamentally arbitrary at the level of representation, illustration, or narration, but there is a level at which their conjunction is not entirely arbitrary, a level that we could only describe as prior to or beneath representation, that of the figural. At this level, the shapes and sounds of characters are to echo, mimic, or figure traits of the phenomenal world. Chinese legend, for instance, places the source of characters in the tracks of birds on the sands. Tracks and traces, signs and signatures arise in the world, and humans follow, striving to trace a path among them. Naturally, a variety of ways arise, codifying and overcoding natural traces to different degrees, in various directions. From one perspective, the tracks of the brush lend themselves to such overcodings. Deleuze and Guattari, for instance, write of different major types of imperial line that rend the abstract line from smooth space, converted and accorded values. The Chinese imperial line entails a superphenomenal encompassing. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 497. From another perspective, the assemblage of the brush, inks, papers, animal hairs, liquefied hands, characters, etc. brings into play a mediator that traverses codes, stages, ways, in 156. Which instances writing entails diagrams of sensation rather than codes of inscription and signification. Now, the simplest way to open these diagrams of sensation is to consider that the brush, profoundly manual, passes over and through characters, conjoining visual and vocal elements. It is as if the movements of the hand/brush could stitch together or clump different registers or potentials. Unfortunately, this aleatory aggregation of registers rarely enters into the scholarly imagination of the art of writing. Usually, the conclusion tends to be that the constellation of elements within characters amounts to an endless game of combinations. Jean-François Belliter, for instance, concludes, fundamentally, then, Chinese writing is a combinatory art permitting a virtually unlimited number of compounds to be drawn from a limited number of elements. Belliter, 1990, 20. From this position, it is only possible to imagine the finite nature of Chinese writing in terms of codes and conventions. The dead hand of tradition establishes the laws and limits for combination and interpenetration of elements, and the players, oblivious or benighted, only finite, never question the rules, ever infinite. There may be a way at once simpler and subtler to think about characters, hands, and brushes. Visual, vocal, and manual registers gather around the hand/brush assemblage, and yet because no one register is finally reducible to another, a gap or aperture passes through their midst. To borrow the terminology of traditional Chinese commentaries, this aperture is heart/mind. HSIN. This is how infinite possibilities and permutations fold into finite expressions, and vice versa. This is how the virtual is actualized, a mediator that somehow clumps percepts into sensory aggregates. So it is that the logic of sensation allows insight into the actualization of the virtual, by addressing a common impasse of empirical analysis. It is possible to classify elements, or rather, subsets, but how do they hold together? And transform? How to explain the new properties that arise at other levels of organization? How to pass from one level of consistency to another? The question can only be understood locally and empirically, in actualization. The spatial hypothesis. Regardless of the style, the hand/brush imparts some manner of balance to each character. Style would always imply some manner of balance, and calligraphy abounds in corporeal qualities of expression. There is even an athletic potential about the brush. Recall the photos of Chinese calligraphers' hands among Leni Riefenstahl's Olympic series, or the warrior's equivocation of sword and brush. The athleticism of the hand brush, however, is not that of the athlete but that of the mime, a careful slip or precarious control that swoons, collapses, or tumbles artfully. Initially, the idea of calligraphic balance conjures up an almost Cartesian grid. One often learns characters on papers folded or ruled to produce the 157 outlines of a square bisected horizontally and vertically, and the character is to be centered around the center of this square. Balance at this level is a question of weight. The top should not look heavier than the bottom, or vice versa. Likewise with right and left, they should not be disproportionate, nor should they drift too far apart or squeeze too closely together. Such considerations of weight comprise a sense of the thickness and density of traits as well as of the shape derived from components, that is, a pronounced triangular shape above should be met with an inverted triangle below. On this level, characters seem to do little more than surround a center in accordance with a simple geometry of proportions and balance. The actual center of character, however, is not its geometrical coordinate center, nor even its center of gravity. As the hand/brush centers the character, it induces a center of motion. Not only must the character cohere and balance, but it must also avoid any impression that it sags or descends. It must float and hover. The dynamics of the hand/brush move the center of the character upward, and in a sense, outward on the page. Thus arises a tension between the coordinate center, dictated by the geometrical sense of proportion, and the center of motion. The center of motion and its tension with coordinate space offer a convenient way to differentiate calligraphy from other modes of inscription. This is why calligraphed characters frequently evoke a sense of animate motion. Every animate creature has its signature. We recognize different people by their gait on the basis of the distinctive pattern of tensions around center of motion and center of gravity. In contrast, modern typography tends to produce signs that lope along the horizontal, feet planted firmly, without differentiating the center of motion from the center of gravity or from the coordinate center. Now, the typographic effect is often associated with the alphabet, oddly, since movable type enters Europe from China and Korea, and Europeans changed little but the number of characters, which quantitative diminishment often suggested a qualitative loss, a diminishment of visual and conceptual possibilities. Eschenbach, 1988. Thus Leibniz's Theophilus suggests that Europeans could introduce a universal symbolism, a popular one, and better than that of Chinese, if in place of words we used little diagrams which represented visible things pictorially and invisible things by means of visible ones which go with them, also bringing in certain marks suitable for conveying inflections and particles. Theophilus concludes that this way of writing would be of great service in enriching our imagination and giving us thoughts which were less blind and less verbal than our present ones. Leibniz, 1981, 399. It is possible to construe Leibniz's project of universal symbolism as part and parcel of a mathematical or philosophical neutralization of signs. When modern typography takes up its little diagrams, characters, letters, whatever, it renders them immobile in a neutral white space, a void that diminishes any sense of forces, movements, or textures prior to inscription. It is possible, of course, to print handwritten characters, to mask the advent of arbitrary space. 158. In fact, Tokugawa Japan resisted movable type, holding firmly to woodblock prints of handwritten texts, not to mention non-arbitrary spaces of Neo-Confucian thought. With the type associated with modernity, however, whether the characters move horizontally or vertically, the printed page ensures that the relations between ink and paper are not of consequence, nor are the sensible or mobile qualities of, and linkages between, signs. Everything now concerns the production of intelligibility within an arbitrary space. This is one way to approach Derrida's critique of Leibniz's Chinese prejudice. For him, writes Derrida, what liberates Chinese script from the voice is also that which, arbitrarily and by the artifice of invention, wrenches it from history and gives it to philosophy. Derrida, 1974, 76. Yet Deleuze reminds us that there is no void for Leibniz, that seemingly neutral and arbitrary space is not void but full. One might then think of its historical nuance and texture in terms of a graphic unconscious, like that which Tom Conley, 1992, finds operative beneath the typographics of early modern poems. Or, later, poets like Mallarmé and Claudel strove to transform the modern typographic relations of point, line, and space. Of course, it is not for nothing that they evoke fans, folds, textures, signs of their orient. Claudel most obviously with his poems handwritten on paperscapes with character calligraphy to attend and support them, as in Les Cent Phrases pour Eventale, 1985. Above and beyond these modern insinuations of a graphic unconscious, the movements of Hay and brushwork engage a possibility that typographic poetics could only gesture at with its gradual deconstruction of books, lines, phrases, words, and finally, the letter, a smoothing of space within the sign itself. As the brush falls down the page, it oscillates through characters in a way that makes each sign resist or forget its coordinates and its gravity. It flutters, wavers, hovers, flickers, turns around a center of motion. The page then appears not as a neutral coordinate space but as a space shot through with forces. The sign emerges at the intersection of forces, and its actualized coherence comes of the nuances of specific intersections. Massumi, 1992, 33, Smith, 1996, 34. Such intersections of forces are not unconscious constellations, they are to some extent unpredictable, mysterious, even spiritual, in the manner of vague material essences, yet external, and to some extent, amenable to art's intervention. Brushwork, at least of the kind described here, has the potential to come close to the virtual, it strives toward that moment of inclusive disjunction. No longer is it a question of geometry but of geomancy, that is, of a geometry of forces. The tension between the coordinate center and the center of motion not only reprises the poles of the striated and the smooth, but it also brings into play two modes of cartography or geography. The one would involve an act of centering based on measures and proportions, a middle kingdom of patties, taxes, and tributary states that report to the center in accordance with their weight and overall balance. The other would involve a strategy of centering 159. Based on celestial and terrestrial configurations of forces, a middle kingdom of diviners, of wanderers, like warriors, or the recipe men, feng shi, or analogously enyeji, who peddled their magic techniques from court to court. Likewise, there would be two stylistic poles. The one would minimize the effects of the center of motion, by appealing to the proportions of characters. It would take care that the sizes and columns of characters do not vary, in this way ensuring that the center of motion does not wander too much or undermine striation, proportion, or coordination. The other would seek to maximize the centers of motion and the resonance between them, and the lines of the brush would summon a kind of nomadic line. The lines of brushwork would not be lines that follow the distance between 2 points. The center of motion, a point, would be that which arises between so many lines, among strokes, slashes, daubs, and dashes of the hand/brush. The center of motion would become a point of inflection. Suddenly, at the nomadic pole, things become complicated, because the calligraphic smoothing of space crosses and coagulates various registers that striations and proportions strive to separate and organize. It calls attention to qualities of paper in relation to qualities of ink, to the speeds and intervals of traits, and to the differentiation and coordination of different centers of motion. Thus the disposition of point, line, and space in these mobile styles leads to the irreducibly synthetic character of sensation. Deleuze, 1993a, 23. The sensorial/motorial hypothesis. Gestures can conjoin sounds and sights. Take the infant as it learns to reach for a noise or a color, and then to associate the two qualities of an object, using the gesture as confirmation. What is seen and heard can be located with the hands. Other gestures conjoin sights and sounds, too. A noise from behind, the head turns to look. This gesture also must be learned. Initially, a child does not much worry about sounds behind it. Are the gestures of the hand in brushwork not similar? They stitch together sounds and sights, albeit at a greater level of abstraction, phonemes and icons. Still, is it not possible to think of them in terms of intersensory development? Theories of intersensory development carry with them certain debates about priority. For instance, the debate often continues over whether the senses are initially coordinated or differentiated. Is subsequent development a process of coordination or differentiation? This transforms into a question about the one and the multiple. Are the senses initially one or many? The answer seems easy enough. Development is a process of both differentiation and coordination. Bushnell, 1981, 6, but the implications are potentially profound, insofar as we cannot situate a prior site of sensory unity within the human body. In structural terms, Richard Cytowic writes persuasively of synesthesia. Union of the senses, which takes place in the limbic system, which arises on a level prior to higher cognitive functions, representation, reflection, cognition 160. Correlation, and which therefore can never be codified. Nor can it emerge with the predictable intersections. Pointy blue, loud green, round warmth, brittle F-sharp, and so forth are already individuated. There is no one language of associations. Cytowic, 1989, 43-45. This manner of synesthetic intentionality, so to speak, effectively collapses hierarchical models of the brain. If any more evidence were needed, true synesthetes demonstrate the prior composition or coagulation on which cognition operates, prior agglutination, contraction, or subtraction. Research on intersensory development can add another twist to this scenario, one that differs from arguments centered on structures, forms, and development, for the question arises of whether this structural synesthesia is actually a true union of the senses, the site of oneness, or even a common sense. That is, the question of the one and the multiple invariably returns, and as one reaches for the side of the one, the unified senses, one discovers that structural, formal synesthesia is a loose, disjointed affair, already differentiated and coordinated. That is, connections and conjunctions occur around an almost primordial inclusive disjunction, primordial to the human, that is. To adopt a morphic analogy, one inevitably reaches outside the human body for the side of oneness, and yet that oneness disperses into multiplicity, as if sublimating, proliferating, and one arrives at Deleuze and Guattari's plane of consistency, for now it is a problem not of the one and multiple but of a fusional multiplicity that effectively goes beyond any opposition between the one and the multiple. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 154. Deleuze and Guattari propose two planes, or two ways of conceptualizing the plane. One is as much a plan, of organization as of development, it is structural or genetic, and both at once, structure and genesis, the structural plan, of formed organizations with their developments, the genetic plan, of evolutionary developments with their organizations. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 265. This plane is not given but hidden, it can only be inferred. The other is the plan, of consistency or composition, a plane of immanence and univocality, the plane of nature, although nature has nothing to do with it, since on this plane there is no distinction between the natural and the artificial, a plane of proliferation, peopling, contagion. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 266-7. With respect to calligraphic assemblage, hand, brush, posture, ink, paper, characters, etc., there would then be two ways of following the sensory intersections mobilized around the human body, i.e., the tactile qualities of the hand/brush in conjunction with textures and viscosities, proprioceptive qualities of posture, respiration, articulation of joints, visual qualities of characters, papers, inks, and tonal, vocal, verbal resonances. One learns the art of the brush in specific ways, performing the gesture, uttering the sound, recalling the centers and balances, in accordance to specific lineages, masters, and schools that overcode the body with specific styles. The discipline of calligraphy acts on the sensory qualities associated with corporeal potentials, it induces a structure, a development, and an organization. It cuts continuities 161. And traces over discontinuities, it inscribes a body and a subject, but not an individual or interior. It constitutes a radical mutilation and mutation of the body. In particular, there is an amputation of the hand in favor of a new prosthetic hand/brush that transforms modes of touching, feeling, grasping. People feel, grasp brushes, writes one renowned calligrapher of the early Heian, Kukai, 1984, 5. Heian tales like the tale of Genji push the structure of feeling to its limits, countless moments of crisis in which the brush leaps into the hand as fast as a tear to the eye and the sleeve to the face. This is a novel assemblage of feeling in the way it picks up hands, eyes, and mouth, on the one hand, the prosthetic hand/brush, on the other hand, the tear-drenched sleeve that covers the face. Yet the two are linked, the prosthetic hand/brush feels its way down the page, stumbling over sounds and figures, while the drenched sleeve over the face reassembles the face into patterns at once visual and verbal, a patchwork of eyes and mouth. One has only to imagine how tears make the colors of sleeve seep and run in order to understand how the textures of paper and the patterns of textiles become the connective tissue of the Heian body, how its vocal, visual, and manual articulations verge on proprioceptive articulations around Heian structures of feeling. This is also at the limits of the plane of development, at the limits of the discipline that structures, organizes, mutilates, and constructs the body and the subject. The body is falling to pieces, and the subject is dispersing, while the plane of consistency is in the offing. That is, Individuality and interiority are on the point of emergence. There is a liquefaction of the senses that discovers a singularity and autonomy not of the body or subject. Heian tales often turn around disappearing women. Above all, it is the body of the court woman that is most intensely overcoated with the structure of feeling. Hobbled almost to immobility with layers of robes, she inhabits the cavernous dark under low eaves, behind screens, blinds, curtains. Relations of alliance take her nearly out of circulation. There are but a couple of nodes of mobility, fabrication and distribution of silks that links her across Asia, and the rounds of poem exchanges that stitch other circuits and paths through the capital. It is not surprising that the smoothing of space in calligraphy, poetry, textiles, scents, and so forth, is associated with this feminine space. Feminine space is organized and distributed to the point that the only line of flight is on liquefied hands. When she disappears, as she often does, in her wake trails a series of scattered poems, brushed in her hand, singular traces of an autonomous style. If we have the impression in Heian tales that the feminine world is a zone of autonomy, singularity, and interiority, despite the physical imposition of such limited circulation, it is not simply that women have a lot of time to brood and worry and write, it is largely because their crises result in disappearances through which a singular style emerges. A line is drawn to the vanishing point, a nomadic line that turns around a point of inflection on an invisible horizon. 162. Nonetheless, it is important to insist, all the felicity of Heian tales, the singular and autonomous style of the feminine zone, hangs on barbarism. It is important to insist because, when we read about the body without organs, the allusions to Taoism, great Japanese compilation of Chinese Taoist treatises made in AD 982, 8, Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 157, the reference is presumably to Tanba no Yasuiri's Ishinpo, tend to pass over the violent possibilities of deformation and transformation in the Heian. Violence remains associated with the schizo body, the paranoid body, the masochist body, or even courtly love. The Tao offers but a brief glimpse of horror. Is the Tao masochistic? Is courtly love Taoist? These questions are largely meaningless. The field of immanence or plane of consistency must be constructed. This can take place in very different social formations through very different assemblages, with different types of bodies without organs. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 157. Although their evocation of the Ishinpo greatly reduces its specificity, equally dubious are the binary filiations of Japan and China. Nevertheless, even if haphazardly, Deleuze and Guattari's shift of analysis to the plane of consistency zeroes in on otherwise inexplicable intersections. For instance, the author of the Tale of Genji probably consulted the Ishinpo to write her scenes of spirit possession and feminine vengeance. Courtly romance intersects. Taoist medical treatises, and corporeal flows intersect fluid brushwork. It is all a problem of making a body without organs, of constructing a plane of consistency. As Deleuze and Guattari suggest, it would be meaningless to parse medicine from romance from brushwork. Yet it is important to underscore the violence and terror, if only to keep us from exoticizing the Tao or the Heian, or from botching our own body without organs. In sum, the two stylistic poles of calligraphy could be seen to recapitulate a plane of sensorial and motorial development and a plane of consistency. One style, associated in the Heian imaginary with the masculine, pacifies centers of motion, making them uniform from character to character, balancing the contractions and dilations of the heart aperture, the point of inclusive disjunction of the senses. In effect, the aperture is restrained from pulsing too violently, and yet, in terms of sensorial development, this pole proves most violent and barbaric in its institution. The other style seems to consist of a relaxation of the confines of the first. By shifts in speed of the brush, it allows each character's center of motion the autonomy to wobble with respect to others. It seems to enable a kind of cursification and abbreviation of the first. It does not simply come after the first, however. Its hasty traits could be seen as a recuperation of the child's awkwardness with the unwieldy brush, or her impatience with complex characters. Ultimately, it neither follows from the first nor precedes it, even as it announces both the former and latter. The becoming child and becoming woman of masculine style affords singularity and interiority, but only outside the body and subject, in a synesthetic disjunction that disrupts their organization. 163. The cosmological hypothesis. Rhythm borders on the abyss, catastrophe, chaos. It is through the diagram. The operative set of strokes and patches, lines and zones, Deleuze, 1993a, 194. That the modern painter confronts the abyss. Deleuze writes of two poles, two ways of dealing with the catastrophe in modern art. Deleuze, 1993a, 194-5. On the one hand, abstraction, Mondrian, Kandinsky, tends to an optical, cerebral mode that reduces the abyss to a minimum, a code. On the other hand, abstract expressionism, Pollock, tends to a manual mode in which the diagram merges with the whole, toward the maximum of chaos, a scrambling. Heian calligraphy can be said to operate between two analogous poles, already mentioned above. On the one hand, the stiff or regular style, Kai Shu, presents symmetrical, even geometrical characters of fairly uniform size, with even application of ink and measured rhythms. In effect, in its classic form, this style operates at three levels at least. Traits, strokes, or elements of characters follow precise styles of brush attack and closure, with a codification of angles and inflections. Characters show distinct symmetry, geometry, and balance. Their centers of motion and their distribution on the page present even, harmonious series. The current or running style, Xing-shu, should be seen as the companion to the stiff or regular style. Although it presents greater cursivity and seal-righty with respect to strokes, it balances, abstracts, and harmonizes in the same manner. Because the resultant works are easy to read, this style could be considered to tend toward greater intelligibility. This is true to some extent, and yet, on its own, the criterion of intelligibility might miss the essential. This is as much code as information, and it presents a machine for striation, even its papers are carefully ruled or oriented. As a code, this style uses abstraction in order to maximize the optical at the expense of the manual. It offers an asceticism, a spiritual salvation. It is not surprising then that it characterizes Buddhist sutra in the era that precedes the Heian, when the emphasis fell on translation and dissemination of various Buddhisms in and around the mobile court. Hirayama, 1969, 26. On the other hand, the grass or cursive style, Tsao Shu, unfurls lines that the eye often can barely follow. Traits or elements are amplified or diminished, elongated or foreshortened, sizes of characters become variable, as is the relations between centers of motion. These are the Gothic or nomadic lines that pass between points. Sometimes, the reader's hand must retrace the brush's contractions and accelerations in order to make the strokes of the character legible. In addition, characters entwine with figures and designs, spread into textures. Finally, paperscapes contribute to the smoothing of space, and to the ability to pass across registers of expression. This style, characteristic of court anthologies and many tales, becomes ever more prevalent in the late Heian period, a period often characterized by a sense of imminent catastrophe, mobilized by the notion that the world was entering the latter days of the law, Mappo, when even the teachings of the Buddha would be of no avail. This second pole, however, does not go as far as the frenetic dance of 164. Pollock, in which the entire painting is expressed all at once by the diagram, that is, the optical catastrophe and the manual rhythm, Deleuze, 1993a, 197. It is closer to Deleuze's formula for Bacon, figuratively pessimistic, the latter days are at hand, the court in disarray, the world gone dark, but figurally optimistic, the fissures of the abyss reveal textures, its shadows nuances, Its depths intensities, geometry becomes sensible, sensations clear and durable. There would thus be a tempered use of the diagram, writes Deleuze, a kind of middle way in which the diagram is not reduced to the state of code, and yet does not overwhelm the entire painting. To avoid both the code and its scrambling, must one then speak of wisdom or classicism? Deleuze, 1981, 73. Deleuze ultimately rescues Cézanne and Bacon from the fate of classicism, discovering a use of the diagram to constitute an analogical language, a language of relations, which consists of expressive movements, paralinguistic signs, breaths, and screams, and so on, with modulation, never moderation. All this could be said of the Heian as well, of its sighs, thumps, and flutters, of its paralinguistic operations of pivots and puzzles. The operations of characters in its poetry seem to embody the notion of modulation. Why do we make a classicism of the Heian? Or has Deleuze restored classicism in another guise, the Baroque? Everything depends on chaos and the abyss. If Deleuze does not promote classicism, if he does not reinstate Leibniz's God and the best of all possible worlds, it is because he situates himself so close to the abyss, not in an attempt to locate its seeds of order but to sustain the minimum of function, form, and so forth, whence chaos. The Heian, like the Baroque, lends itself to such a program, with the same dangers, precisely because it affords a multivalent alterity that scrambles the modern subject and its objects. Then, however, the Heian emerges with a cosmological order with distinctive notions of autonomy and individuality. If the Heian oscillates between two poles, it is part of an effort to consolidate territories, its middle way is an art of governance. Heian cosmologies accrue stability as they alternate between celestial and terrestrial realms, sedentary and nomadic, in order to link two economies, risiculture and craft. Disjunctive synthesis, alternations, juxtapositions, conjunctions with a kind of inclusive disjunction, deploys calligraphic diagrams of sensation in the precipitation of the archaic state and its territory. For we moderns, however, this is precisely the site of the catastrophe, of aestheticized politics, of an apparatus pressed into the production of ritual values for the nation-state. Notions of the body, community, and cosmology that accrue around Heian diagrams of sensation demand careful attention. Traditional calligraphic theory revolves around two notions, Hirayama, 1969, 286. First, writing shows the composition of things. Second, writing presents movements, it shows the movements of the heart/mind, and thus human character, and it shows the movements of the natural world, and thus the operations of things. These are, of course, guidelines as much as truths. Because writing shows the composition of things, one is to write in a way 165. That makes manifest the composition of things, and likewise with motions and operations. Naturally, there are many ways, to accomplish this, but integral to them is an alignment of the movements of the heart and the movements in the natural world. Part of the art of the brush then consists of diminishing the dissonance between world and heart, with respect to compositions, motions, operations. At this level, the brush does not function as a tool of conscious expression but as a kind of seismograph, feeling the oscillations and vibrations of the world and of the heart, and signing these on paper, silk, bamboo splints, etc. If writing is a medium, it is a medium in the occult sense, it delivers signs from other realms through the human body, or rather, through its heart/mind. The mark of the sage will be that his expressions, whether calligraphy, poetry, philosophy, are initially attuned to natural configurations. The heart is an aperture made sensitive to natural movements, it dilates and contracts with them, and the hand/brush twitches in response. Thus the writer assembles the body into a series of transformers or exchangers that translate motion to motion, operation to operation, composition to composition. The heart truly is that which moves through the middle. It is an eccentric, that is, a machine for translating lateral movement into cyclical movement, and vice versa. When force is applied to a point somewhat off-center, the wheel turns, or if a point on the turning wheel contacts an arm or lever, the lateral piece oscillates, from oscillation to rotation, or rotation to oscillation. The eccentric recalls not only the eccentricities of the sage, who moves from the center, but also the turns of the celestial realm that become such an important part of Heian poetry and calligraphy. These arts attempt to transform rotations or cycles, annual, diurnal, romantic, etc., into the oscillation and alternation of lines and columns of poetry and calligraphy. Just as the lines of calligraphy retain the motion of things in their oscillations around centers of motions, so the turns of poetry transmit celestial rhythms in the use of transformers called pivot words. Nouns transform into verbs, verbs into nouns, adjectives into verbs, nouns into adjectivals, and so forth. The first turn, the original structure of turning, which later slackens in a back and forth linear movement, is poetry, writes Blancat. Holdren said, according to St. Clair and Bettina, everything is rhythm, the entire destiny of man is a single celestial rhythm, just as the work of art is a unique rhythm. Blancat, 1993, 3. If Blancat is so much like Heian poetics, it is because the modern attempt to construct the body without organs always involves an archaicizing attachment, to use Guattari's expression. Guattari, 1995, 4, translation modified. Is it even possible to differentiate the cosmologies intertwined within the archaicizing attachment, Buddhisms, Taoisms, Confucianisms of the Heian, and the Christianities, medieval knights-errants? Blancat? It would be essential at least to become more programmatic than fantastic. If historical specificity will only go so far in such instances, it still serves in the capacity of 166. Program, in the sense Deleuze and Guattari attribute to program in the construction of the masochistic body. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 151, like the art of dosages that sustains experiment without overdose. If Blancat himself botches the body without organs, it is not because of its constitution via the celestial rhythm of the first turn, but because of what passes and does not pass over it. He ends up with Europe cringing in terror, the cultural cringe of the West in crisis. It all happens around the work of art, making art into the secular religion, investing aura in the work, yet all the while looking at it in terms of oracles, divinations, signs, and rhythms. The contemporary evocation of the Heian or the Baroque runs the same risk, whence the need for caution with dosages and experimentation, whence the necessity of the program in the form of historical or cultural specificity, that in its turn runs the risk of becoming an ethnic and linguistic schema for national development, forsaking the plane of consistency altogether. What is the Heian but a cosmological rhythm? The handbrush is a series of characters in rhythms that are not precisely those of vocal rhythms. There are interpenetrations of 2s and 3s with 5s and 7s, and the eyes follow the resonation of centers of motion that traverse the smooth textures of paperscapes. Verbal rhythms put words in motion, making them pivot and weave, while verbal images hover within and between poems. There are then rhythms of compilation that reprise and extend alternations and resonations of hand/brush, voice, and eyes, cycles of seasons, congratulations, loves, departures, sorrows, names, styles. It becomes a tremendous counterpoint that summons a single celestial rhythm in its wake, not unlike Baroque music but a very different sense of micro, tones, pentatonic, scales, and dissonance. Thus the point of inflection, the first turn, sets up rhythms that slacken into linear movements, that support human movements, that allow poetics to conjure up diaries, travels, stories. This recalls Deleuze's phenomenological hypothesis for Francis Bacon, in a way related to the previous sensorial/motorial hypothesis. Every level or domain would have a way to refer to the others. There would be an existential communication between color, texture, viscosity, tone, gesture, verb, image, akin to a communication of each of the senses with the others. This kind of originary unity, of the senses, would be in direct contact with a vital power, a power that is rhythm, one more profound than seeing, feeling, hearing, and so forth, Deleuze, 1993a, 192. Yet different concerns crop up around community and cosmology. For instance, whereas one might say that the modern painter makes rhythm visible, that the modern composer makes rhythm audible, the Heian artist not only seems to work in several media at once, but she or he also enters into a vast signature. The Heian work of art does not invoke a metaphysical or practical separation of the senses, nor does it isolate the individual subject as signified. A poetry anthology conjoins a series of compilers, a series of poets, a series of calligraphers, not to mention the attention paid to papers and scroll spindles, and even though each imparts a 167 style, there are no individual signatures. It is impossible to evoke an individual subjective expression apart from this conjunction of expressions, which does not mean there is no individuation. Likewise, it is impossible to speak of certain divisions of labor around the senses. Painting is read and heard, writing is viewed and touched, speaking is felt and seen, which does not mean there is no differentiation. In terms of the relationship of rhythm and sensation, one might say that Heian art makes rhythm legible, whether legibility derives from drawing, singing, writing, dyeing, etc. A multi-sensible figure appears legibly in the service of an eccentric, disjunctive cosmology. Even though eras shift and deeds pass, and delights and sorrows come and go, the written patterns, moji, of songs continue, writes Kinoche Tsureuki, renowned poet, calligrapher, and compiler of the Heian. Should they be retained as changeless as bird tracks and transmitted as long as rampant vines, just as the evergreen needles never scatter and vanish, just as the threads of green willow always trail, then people who know the designs of songs and obtain the heart of words will surely look up to the high ages and yearn for this day, just as we look to the moon in the great heavens. 12. Sound ideas. Aidan Evans. Perfect sound forever. Sony advertising slogan at the introduction of the compact disc, CD, the absolute sound. The absolute sound 1, whose name refers to an aesthetics as well as an editorial style 2, makes it doctrinal. The only goal of reproduced music is to sound as much as possible like live music. Accuracy in reproduction, fidelity to the original sound, is the sole standard in judging recordings and the equipment used to play them. One hopes that the recordings are made as accurately as possible, and then, in playback, the philosophic assumption in the listening sessions is that components, ideally, should duplicate exactly the signals they are fed. The only correct goal of high-fidelity sound reproduction, in our estimation, is a perfect recreation of the musical experience. Pearson, 1996. Sound perceived is a contraction. A perceptive body experiences variations in pressure, and contracts this air wave into sound. The wave, a variation in pressure over time, has discrete characteristics, including frequency, amplitude, phase, shape. Each of these is a motion, a change over time. But, in perception, the wave is contracted, and the corresponding characteristics of the sound are adurational, independent of time. Pitch, loudness, location, and timbre, though associated with an enduring sound, are in themselves independent of this endurance. Time is contracted into the quality, the character of the perceived sound. For example, the pitch of a sound is mostly a contraction of the frequency of the corresponding wave. 3. The speed at which pressure moves up and down over time is heard as the timeless character of pitch, how high or low a note is. One does not hear the motion of an up and down, but a singular quality of a note, high or low. An E string bowed on a violin vibrates at once the string, the body of the violin, the other strings, the body of the violinist, the air around the violin, the material of the room, and the bodies of the listeners. The vibration vibrates any other vibrations in the room, any other sounds, such as those of instruments, the creaking of chairs, even the constant movement of the air. 4. 171. Figure 12.1. A graph of an ideal sound wave notes. Y-axis. Pressure in the air, or the amplitude of the wave x-axis. Time. Note that the wave is getting louder over time, but its frequency stays the same, i.e. its amplitude is increasing but it moves up and down at the same frequency as time goes by. It would sound like a pure tone getting louder. Measured at some point in space, all of this vibration adds up to a single, continuous variation in pressure, a wave. Complex, irregular, and erratic, this wave changes constantly and so has no single frequency or amplitude. Nevertheless, it can be represented as the sum of a, possibly infinite, number of simple waves, sine waves, each of which has a specific frequency and amplitude. 5 Every wave is made of layers of such simple harmonic oscillations, pure tones, timbreless notes of various volumes and pitches all sounding together. Hearing involves this further contraction of perception, the contraction of pure tones and the variation of their mixture into timbre, for what physics represents as the sum of sine waves is heard as the general character of a sound, the middle C of a Steinway and not a Bosendorfer, the bowing technique of Yo-Yo Ma and no other. All of the richness, the distinctive quality of a sound is a matter of timbre, which contracts the complex layers of tone upon tone and the variation of this layering, from the clarity and strength of the primary frequency that determines the pitch of the note, to the infinite subtlety of the random fluctuations of the air that sound different in every room and at each event. Given the complexity of the wave which reaches the body of the listener, it is not surprising that engineers are challenged to record and reproduce sound satisfactorily. One must capture a huge range of frequencies, as well as 172. The most subtle changes of amplitude. And playback demands an extraordinary control over not only the production of sound, but also over the listening environment, to minimize distortions, which add to, subtract from, or otherwise modify the sound. Readers of the absolute sound, audiophiles, are convinced that the key to satisfactory sound reproduction lies in overcoming this engineering challenge. The implicit goal of sound reproduction is fidelity. There lurks here an epistemological bugaboo. Fidelity to what? Although audiophiles are reluctant to reduce fidelity to physics, they offer no alternative to the engineers, who, in the absence of any other aesthetic analysis to guide their research, take good sound to be a question of accuracy. The recording and playback equipment should recreate the pressure wave as felt at some typical spot in the recording space, be it a concert hall or a recording studio. No gap exists between the wave and the sound. Perception drops out of the picture. 6 The listener is a placeholder, an anybody, and the place which the body holds is defined by the physics of acoustics. Thus, fidelity in the reproduction of recorded music, and implicitly also the best sound, is achieved by the accurate recreation of the same pattern of sound waves at the listener's body, especially the ears, as would have occurred at the body of a listener who was present at the recording. 7. Audiophiles believe themselves to be pursuing the best sound by aiming for the most accurate reproduction of pressure waves. Fidelity, as a standard, is unquestioned, along with the epistemology of hearing. So, they are puzzled and disturbed by an evident lack of correspondence between high fidelity and musical involvement. Car stereos and transistor radios are notorious for providing that rare transcendent music listening experience. 8 And lo-fi is not only the current buzz in popular music production, but has been an integral part of the rock aesthetic. What might these lo-fi listening experiences provide that higher fidelity does not? Audiophiles unwittingly undermine fidelity by attacking the objectivism which buoys it, and insisting that human ears are the only acceptable judges of the best sound reproduction. 9 Perhaps the contractions involved in perception exceed the capabilities of the mechanical. After all, music is a human practice, even if it incorporates the non-human, the incorporeal, the technical. To the extent that something moves in music, something which makes it more than a measurable aggregation of continuous sounds, but brings it together, relates it to its outside, to that extent, music is expressive. It is the expression in sound which cannot be measured, the expressive dimension that operates in conjunction with a person, a listener who also brings something to the sound. Where sound involves percepts and effects, where it presents a world one could be in, there only a person can go. The debate about the superiority of analog versus digital media, specifically, the long player, LP, versus the compact disc, CD, focuses attention on the question of expression in the reproduction of sound. At the introduction of the CD, critical listeners had to learn to hear new kinds of problems in 173. Music reproduction, since digital's shortcomings were not the pops, hiss, and other familiar distortions associated with analog media. The industry had to work toward a vocabulary that will help us hear digital distortions with greater celerity. Pearson, 1996. Initially, many of the criticisms of the sound of digital were inspired by a certain popular image of technology generally, and by the specific process of digital sampling. Digital sound, especially digitally reproduced music, is said to sound sterile, dry, or cold. It is claimed that CDs, by reducing music to a bunch of numbers, fail to capture its spirit, its feeling, its emotion. Says Neil Young, "There's no challenge, there's no possibilities, there's no imagination. You're hearing a simulated music." Young, 1992, 12. To others, who think perhaps of the process of sampling, digital sounds choppy, broken up, thin, or lacking detail. LPs are, by contrast, warm, full, rich, and expressive. A decade of engineering has overcome many of the problems which plagued early CD recording and playback, but still the primary complaint among digital's detractors is that CDs lack a certain pace, cohesion, integrity, musicality, wholeness. Though the right notes are all there in the right places, the music does not move, and so does not gather up the listener into its motion. In short, digital reproduction is accused of failing to express. Though these criticisms belie a misapprehension of digital sampling theory, they nevertheless note a genuine dissatisfaction with CD recordings. How does digital recording work, and where might it fail to reproduce the expressive elements of sound? An analog recording records an analog of the original sound. A sound wave described by continuous variations of pressure over time is spread out in space onto a recording medium. Time is transformed into space and pressure variation is transformed into the variation of a specific property of the recording medium. The wave may be etched into the grooves of a vinyl record, or coated onto the surface of magnetic tape by varying the magnetic properties of the tape over its length in a pattern geometrically analogous to the original wave. In both cases, the recording must be played back, its variations allowed to modulate a loudspeaker, thus producing an air pressure wave. To translate the variation in space on the recording medium back into a variation of air pressure over time. Digital recording works by sampling, taking a measurement of the air pressure at regular intervals, and storing those measurements as numbers. It is like a movie camera, which opens and closes its shutter to take a series of snapshots. The snapshots, as they pass rapidly before our eyes, simulate the motion of the original scene. Likewise, the series of numbers which represent pressure measurements is used to recreate a wave of varying air pressure, which simulates the original sound. A single sample is a binary number which acts as an instruction to a volt-producing machine. Successive samples trigger a wave of voltages which is amplified and sent to a loudspeaker, whose driver moves in concert with the voltage variation, producing an approximation of the original wave. Since the volt-producing machine must ramp up or down 174 from one voltage value to the next, the signal is changed at that point from digital to analog, from discrete values to a continuous wave. Because sampling takes place at a regular interval, it is possible for some pressure variations to escape recording altogether. Whatever variation occurs in the time between two samples will be missed. Higher sampling frequencies allow the sampler to capture shorter-term acoustic events, but since the length of an acoustic event is effectively a matter of its frequency, this means that faster samplers can record higher pitches. The other primary factor which contributes to the theoretical accuracy of digital sampling is resolution. Resolution refers to the number of possible values which any one sample may have, or how fine a distinction can be made between adjacent pressure levels. A higher resolution means finer distinctions between values but also more information to store. CDs have a 16-bit resolution, so each sample can have one of 216 or 65,536 values. When long-distance telephone signals are converted to digital, for example, to send them over a fiber optic cable, they are converted using only about 8 bits of resolution, or 256 possible values. Increasing the resolution of a system allows that system to capture more subtle variations, greater nuance. Just as the sampling frequency limits the recordable range of frequencies, so the sampling resolution limits the recordable range of nuance. Complex real-world sounds almost always have components above the cut-off frequency of the CD, about 20 kHz, 10 and below the noise floor or maximum resolution of the CD. Sound varies faster and more subtly than CDs can capture. So why do we continue to have any faith that CDs store sounds the way we hear them? Engineers take solace in the conjunction of Fourier analysis and psychoacoustics. Since every sound comprises a bunch of pure sine waves, it is supposed that the sine waves in any sound which have a frequency higher than the threshold of human hearing can be discarded or ignored in the recording and reproduction process, without affecting our overall perception of the sound. Thus, though a wave may have a great many big and small variations at high frequencies, these upper frequencies are chopped off without being recorded. In theory, this will not alter the way we hear the sound, as long as the missing frequencies are outside the range of human hearing, which is up to about 20 kHz. High-frequency hearing range was the primary criterion for determining the CD sampling frequency. If a sampler captures all the parts of a sound up to 20 kHz, then it is supposed that it captures all the parts of that sound which we hear. Moreover, clinical tests show that the resolution of most people's hearing is no better than the resolution of a CD. Even though the variations in air pressure are more subtle than what CDs can capture, we cannot hear them, so they need not be recorded. Recent critics of the CD have argued that both the sampling frequency and resolution of that format are inadequate. 11 There is, in fact, some evidence that frequencies above 20 kHz affect human hearing, as our brains register activity under high-frequency stimuli, even if we are not consciously 175 aware that we are hearing something. Preliminary research is available online in Uhashi, 1991. And audiophiles and other critical listeners have long contended that finer than CD resolution is audible as a smoothness or liquidity of the sound, even if it is undetectable under objective testing circumstances. There is still another technical complication of the CD, which, unlike those so far discussed, relates not to the principle of the recording/playback of digital sound, but to the pragmatics. Machines for recording and playback of digital signals rely on very precise timing mechanisms. The shutter which opens and closes to take a sample of sound pressure, or reproduce that sample, must do so at exact regular intervals, for the dots, samples, which represent the waveform must be played back in their exact correct places. To shift a sample slightly too early or late is tantamount to adding a new low-level wave to the original waveform, a new frequency which was not in the original signal. The result of these timing errors is a kind of distortion called jitter, which is now blamed for most of the poor sound audiophiles have heard in CDs for the past 10 years. This analysis of the problems of the CD format only begin to suggest an explanation for the impaired expression that listeners hear in the CD. Undoubtedly, musical expression is a matter of some subtlety, as the difference between a great performer and a merely good one is not often primarily a question of technical proficiency, nor even of dynamics or pace, but rather a question of touch or feeling, vague and subtle notions which point to something one cannot quite put one's finger on, but which make all the difference. Moreover, the singular sound of a particular violin in a particular performance hall on a particular day is distinguished not by some one analyzable component of the sound wave, but only by the unique character of the entire sound, all the tones, all the variations of pressure, gross and fine. No doubt, we experience this singular sound not only in the consciousness of hearing but in the unconscious vibrations of our bodies, and expression is lived as much as recognized. Even the performer cannot assume conscious control over the fine details of the sound, but in the greatest performances, can almost stand back, letting her body, letting her instrument do the work, shaping the sound in its infinitely subtle variation, as she rejoices in the creation she feels lucky to be a part of. Sloboda refers to this experience as floating, 1985, 96. The subtlety of expression will not show up when sound is dissected, since it is a coherence, a proper fit of the entire sound to its environment, to the audience, the room, the air, the other performers. Expression is the art of matching the notes to the room, of playing the audience as much as the score, of shaping the silent movement of air into sound. An ethics of intensity. One of the most impressive features of the CD was its increased signal-to-noise ratio, the nearly complete silence between notes which contrasted sharply with the crackles on the surface of an LP. 176. It is true that there is always a point at which the signal is masked by noise. Variations of a certain subtlety are so small as to be absorbed into the background of fluctuations of pressure, the constant movement of the air, the vibrations of the earth. What is this noise but cosmic vibration, the fused sum of all the vibrations to reach this point in time and space? Vibrations do not disappear, but dissipate, echoing all the while, for energy is conserved. Every vibration, every sound, hangs in the air, in the room, in bodies. Sounds spread out, they become less and less contracted, they fuse, but still they remain, their energy of vibration moving the air and the walls in the room, making a noise which still tickles the strings of a violin playing weeks later. Every sound masks an entire history of sound, a cacophony of silence. Even our bodies hum along with the noise of the universe. In this complete history of sound, this cosmic echo which constitutes noise, sounds are not distinguished one from the next. Noise is the inarticulate, the confused mass of vibration, in which sound relaxes or dissipates. Perception requires a contraction, but noise is the uncontracted. Imperceptible, insensible, and senseless, noise is the depth which gives to be contracted. It is the background, the substrate modulated by signal. Physicists have it backwards when they characterize the formal relationship as one where noise modulates signal. Though it is often the case that signal overwhelms noise, it is noise that binds the signal, that serves as a medium, a baseline, a plane of relief against which signal stands out. The background of noise means that the air which a sound vibrates is not still to begin with, and silence is never total. Every string plucked, every throat cleared, is vibrating a vibration, modifying an existing difference without dampening it or squelching it. Sound is a modulation of difference, a difference of difference. This eternal return of difference, noise, is what gives to be contracted, but is not in itself contracted. The contractions of frequency into pitch, of pitch into timbre and harmony, and the further contractions of melody, duration, rhythm, meter, are unproblematic, analytic, none of them can yet give sense to sound. Noise is the uncontracted, the depth from which these contractions of perception are drawn, and, though senseless and insensible, it makes sense or gives sense to sound, by providing sound with its direction and by focusing sound to a point of clarity. Noise is the reservoir of sense, the depth in which sounds connect to each other, the background, the difference whose modulation is signal. Music and speech include many differences, not only between notes, words, or sounds, but within each sound, a wave of rising and falling pressure, whose difference gives sound its character. What rises and falls is already a field of difference, an entropy of difference, a noise which is the problematic substance of sound, the obscure reserve. Noise is what gives to be contracted, or gives to be sensed. To be perceived, noise must be contracted to a point of focus, a clarity which distinguishes itself from the obscurity of the background. This is still not enough, for focus and clarity alone cannot give sense to sound, Sounds only have sense when what is 177. Heard includes not only what is heard clearly, but includes also the implicated in what is heard. Before frequency is contracted as pitch and pitch as timbre, noise is contracted as the implicated of sound. Sound implicates what it does not make clear. Explication only goes so far, and the contraction which draws clarity from noise drags along with it a residue of obscurity, lines of relaxation which anchor every sound to the noise it modulates. Sound implicates these obscure tethers, which connect sound to noise, thereby giving sound its sense. The implicated difference inholds an obscure reserve of sense. Nor is the obscurity a problem of epistemological limitation, as though the difference which is not explicated were veiled, but still specific, as though noise contains sounds which were only too soft or too many. Only the explicated is specific, clear, and distinct, a specific rhythm, a specific pitch, a specific loudness. The implicated is obscure by its nature, it withdraws from scrutiny. It provides the sense of sound only in being itself unhearable, the imperceptible of sound. The composer and the performer capture percept and effect in sound, implicating worlds of forces not yet unleashed, but whose reserve powers the music, driving it along. Personal histories, impersonal events, an intake of breath, a bloody battle. An entire history of music insists implicated in every note, every phrase, every contraction. A sonic history in every utterance, whose most contracted, whose clarity is the specificity of the sound, but not its sense. It is this contraction, the contraction of all sound, the contraction of all vibrations, which gives sense to sound, contracting clearly just this vibration, this sound wave, and letting the rest remain obscure, implicated in various degrees of relaxation. Implication pushes the music forward, by contracting noise again and again to a new clarity each time, and sound gets its sense in this movement. The implicated also moves itself, for the obscure is contracted along with the clear. Implicated difference makes the music move, but it is also what moves in the music, the equicentral force of contraction. Point 12. We must be careful to distinguish the relative and casual sense of noise from its absolute, productive sense. In its relative sense, noise is just another signal, albeit a confused one, too many contractions which cancel each other, a babbling of many sounds at once. It is in this sense that one claims to hear noise, as static which interferes with FM radio reception, or the air conditioning fan which masks the soft passages in the concert hall. However, in its other, absolute sense, noise cannot be heard, it is the imperceptible, the uncontracted. Absolute noise, the very tendency to relax, to diffuse, is a different type altogether, not the same sort of thing as signal, nor as the relative noise which is a confused signal. It is a depth without dimension from which dimensions are drawn. Noise is not a matter which gets formed but the matter of matter, not a vibration but the null space in which the vibration opens space. One can therefore hear only the effect of noise, one hears that there are sounds one does not hear. But noise's effect is not primarily negative. One hears also a positive effect of noise, to give force to music, to supply the implicated reserve of sense. Or, perhaps one only feels this effect, as the 178th movement of music, as the contraction which makes music more than a sequence of unconnected sounds, and which draws together breath into words, phrases, meanings. The concert pianist draws on this noise, this background which she contracts in her playing, bringing certain frequencies, certain timbres, volumes, harmonies, melodies to the fore, while implicating the rest. To play music expressively is to demonstrate a sensitivity to this background, not only to read the audience, to hear the space around the instrument, but also to contract the silence between, beside, or behind notes, and to draw from this silence the appropriate contraction, just the right sounds. An instrument is a tool for shaping noise, contracting parts of it into perception, and a performer is always a sculptor, who works at once the contracted material and also the relaxed space around it. Noise is also perceived, but only as implicated. Perhaps it would be better to say that noise contracts itself, for agency is particularly problematic in music and speech. Credit must be shared among composer and performers, but each performer owes his productivity to the others, so only a multiple subject can really take credit. Point 13. Moreover, what of the audience, the instruments, the instructors, the influences? What about the conductor, the bandleader, a previous recording? In speech, the subject of enunciation is not just the same as the speaker, for enunciations are machinic, the noise machine contracting meaningful speech from an intensive depth, which involves speaker and listener, as well as a context and culture. Is this what Wittgenstein means by a form of life? From the imperceptible depth of noise, contractions pull or stretch into a new dimension which does not pre-exist them, creating a space whose poles are signal and noise in a relative opposition. The contraction articulates at least twice, separating the signal from the noise in amplitude, while articulating the signal in itself in the rise and fall of frequency and shape. These two articulations are distinct but interdependent, for it is only the molar variation in pressure, the up and down of a perceptible wave, that contracts this wave in itself and places it as foreground against the background of noise which retains within it the implicated. In this sense, the implicated remains as much in the signal as in the noise, as these are bound up in the same articulation. The implicated depth places both signal and noise in relief, it is the inarticulate matter in which they gather themselves. Thus, implication is both the force of contraction and is itself contracted in this contraction. The implicated comes into focus, or a part of it does, and this most focused aspect is a signal, rising out of the noise which is only then heard in the background. Still no agent of contraction has come forward. Who selects what of the implicated is contracted? It is only the repetition of the contraction, the implicated implicating itself, that makes the selection. The whole of sound is contracted each time, the contraction is always repeated, the implicated always implicates itself again, drawing its own skin inside of it, turning itself inside out to show a new face each time. It is this repetition, this re-implication 179, which moves sound forward, pushing the music along, as though squeezing it from a tube. Contracted sound immediately relaxes again, falling back into the noise it rose out of, and allowing other contractions to come to the fore. If sound is squeezed from a tube, then it is being squeezed back through its point of exit, in a dimensional paradox, a Klein bottle, whose unsatisfactory resolution is the paradoxical repetition which sets the implication in motion. The movement of the implicated is an involution, implicating itself again and again, and leaving melody, harmony, direction, and sense in its wake. Sound is this contracted repetition, which contracts the whole of sound differently each time, a seizure which writhes through the body of noise, turning it perpetually inside out like a salted slug. What takes place in the movement from implication to explication? Which parts of sound are held back, and which parts contracted? Vertically, we contract the relations among pitches as harmony, so we do not so much hear several notes but a chord. Horizontally, we contract harmony as progression, chords are not heard alone, but as a motion, a progress. And this movement is not created by the chords, but produces them as its force, expressing itself through harmony. Chords do not make a progression, but are themselves created by a force which progresses in its headlong push. Noise is the reservoir of force which, in its repeated contractions, forces the flow of music through the musicians, the instruments, the audience. In the greatest performances, performers feel this flow when they float, when the sound sweeps through them, revealing that its sense, its movement comes not from within the musician, but from the unconscious implicated, the contraction of the noise of the room, the air, the bodies of the listeners. The performers are straits of contraction, where the flow of force is narrowed, focused, to the point of perception. Though the contracted pitches, rhythms, harmonies, even progressions are themselves explicit, available to consciousness, written on the page of composition, their coherence, their sense, what makes them pass is not explicit in the music, but heard only as this coherence, the drive of the music, the force of expression. Point 14 We hear the implicated as the sense of the music, including its drive, its resolution, its tension, the ominousness of a melody, the profound joy of a prolonged dissonance. Implication is what connects isolated elements to each other, in a creative synergy that produces more than it contracts. Isolated pitches become timbre, isolated notes become chords, and isolated chords are perceived as movement, a harmonic progression. There is still a deeper instance, a greater contraction which gathers progression, harmony, rhythm, and timbre into the coherence of a piece. Creativity in music is always a matter of finding a force of movement, a new coherence, a world which produces or explicates an intensity, by drawing on its implicated. What of melody, itself a contraction that operates in a complex relation to the contractions of harmony and rhythm? What of dynamic variation, textural variation, stylistic variation which contracts musico-historical eras, Beethoven lurking in Hindemith, the Velvet Underground moves in Nirvana? 180. It must be emphasized that implication is not operating behind the scenes or after the fact, but is heard in perception. The contractions of melody, harmony, and rhythm are not just abstract, but are perceived. We hear chords, progressions, the motion of music. We do not construct this movement after the fact, or infer it from elements of the music. The music would never move but would remain a mere sequence of sounds, without a force which produces it as this movement. To hear a chord instead of isolated notes, to hear a progression instead of a bunch of chords, is to hear the implicated. Moreover, the implicated is already heard at the outset. We do not hear a chord progression and then understand it, but we hear its progress already at its beginning. Hence, Meyer chooses in his earlier work the term expectation instead of implication. He stops using expectation to avoid reference to the cognitive state of the listener, and also to mitigate the difficult idea of simultaneous contradictory expectations. See Meyer, 1973, 114-15 and note. Expressive music gathers whole worlds into a single measure, and to hear a world in implication is to hear where the music is going. The feeling of tension before the resolution of a harmonic progression is neither an innate characteristic of human perception nor a learned response to patterns of Western music. The tension is real in the music, and not just in the listener, but it is implicated, so that the same progression performed without the appropriate expression will fail to induce the same tension in the listener. To bring implication to consciousness is to anticipate in the music, but implication is not the same as anticipation. Although we do form expectations on the basis of what is implicated in the music, it is not primarily what is to come that we hear in implication, but what is already there. The implications are inherent in the melody itself. By virtue of its structure, such implications may or may not be picked up by a listener and used to form expectancies on a given hearing. Sloboda, 1985, 163. We hear an expression, a coherence, or a force, and if these produce expectations, then note that these expectations can always be radically incorrect without denying the implicated as heard. As obscure, the implicated is not conscious or explicit. It is a force which pushes the music forward without specifying where it must go. This is not to say that musical form is arbitrary and purely conventional, as though the implicated were indifferent to the explicated. Consider, for example, the great role harmonic relations play in Western music. They not only determine the tone or mood, but also regulate the overall structure of many pieces. Melody too implicates what it does not make clear. A motif is a melodic line repeated, but differently each time, and this development calls for further development, another repetition. It is as though the implicated motion of the melody were unfinished, its momentum not yet exhausted. Nowhere is it more true than in music that repetition is never a repetition of the same but always of the different. Theme and variations are the rule. Rhythm and timbre are rich with implication, each masking characters whose exposition is the motion of the music, but is only accomplished in the change of timbre. The 181. Variation of rhythm. Even long sections of music, an entire movement perhaps, delimit what they implicate. Sonata form is based on these grand implications, which give rise to the expectations established and satisfied in the sonata. Point 15. The notion of implication risks misunderstanding if it is thought in terms of expectation or other phenomena of consciousness. Though Meyer is quite correct that we already hear in the music what is not yet played, he construes this implication on the model of the clear and distinct. For Meyer, the implicated is just like the explicated, comprising all the specificity of melody, rhythm, and harmony, except that it exists only in the mind or expectations of the listener. On the contrary, the implicated is not contracted, or is not explicated in being contracted, and its vagueness or obscurity is not a matter of epistemological limitation. What is implicated is not an obscure version of the music yet to come, not a specific direction for the music to take, nor even a bunch of possible directions. Implication does not gather within it the specific vibrations which will be expressed as variations in air pressure. Rather, the implicated is obscure by its nature, incorporating not so much the clarity of sound waves as the singularity of events, historical events, musical events, masking within it effect apart from object and percept without subject. The implicated contracts noise, an entire history of sound, but the contracted events, percepts, and effects, are still inarticulate, too relaxed to be clear. They are singular but not specific. Unlike expectation, implication does not specify the resolution, the harmonic progression, the melodic continuation, though it does establish the realm from which possibilities for these specifics can be drawn. In contracting noise to the point of clarity, implication brings close to the surface some of the depth of noise, powering the music while focusing the next contraction, the next repetition. If implication creates expectations, this is only so that the unexpected may also result. When the relative clarity of a contraction rises out of the obscure implicated, the implicated changes its nature. The obscure is not just made clear, as though it had been clear in itself all along. Something must be lost for the obscure to become clear, and what is lost is the difference which the implicated holds within it and which gives force to the implicated. Implicated difference can only serve as the reservoir of sense while it is obscure. Once it is crossed or cancelled in the contraction, it loses its potential. Explication crosses this difference by moving from one air pressure to another, from high to low and back, which exhausts the difference that forces the sound forward. Difference expends its potential when the implicated is mapped into this linear motion, a two-dimensional function of pressure over time. 16 Only an exhausted difference is clear, for a difference still held within cannot be circumscribed, it cannot be perceived as a whole, but only obscurely, in bits and pieces, the whiff of a percept, the hint of an affect. Explication, which crosses or cancels difference in its movement, is the clarity of a pitch, the specificity of a meter, and the percepts and effects implicated in this clarity can never rise all the way to the surface. 182. The performer's challenge is to explicate just enough in order to implicate according to the demands of the music, as well as other demands of the audience, the room, the instrument. Performance requires a sensitivity to the whole situation, to the event of performance, to the entire history of sound implicated in noise. In order to coax from this noise just the right contractions. The performer plays her instrument, she plays the music, but in so doing she also plays the noise. She uses her instrument to play the noise, shaping it, contracting it as demanded by the musical material, but also by the noise itself. The implicative possibilities will always be specific to the venue, to the audience, to the event, and though performances of the same piece may elicit similar feelings, they never really implicate the same world, for each is singular. To explicate just enough means to leave just enough implicated, to draw the implicated to the verge of clarity, while letting it also extend back into the noise from which it is contracted. Expression is this ethics of implication, a question of finding the right balance, of explicating just enough, so as to tease the implicated depth into perception, to make the unhearable heard. The ethics of intensive quantities has only two principles: affirm even the lowest, do not explicate oneself, too much, Deleuze, 1994, 244. The traditional aesthetics of performance locate the performer's challenge in the need to respect the composition as written, while playing it with feeling. The musician must modulate the score. It is not enough to play the correct notes. A great performance molds something new out of the same old notes, choosing just the right passages of crescendo and diminuendo, ritardando and accelerando, legato and staccato, in order to implicate a different world, bringing as yet unheard percepts and effects to perception. Of course, the subtleties of expression only really begin where the possibility of appropriate notation ends, so this musical terminology is too gross. Expression can only be expressed, but never made entirely clear, for it is precisely a matter of the correct balance of clear and obscure. Where a performance explicates too much, it sounds wooden, sterile, robotic. Computers, which are at present mostly incapable of implication, generally make poor music, and, though digital sound synthesis has made a significant mark on modern music production, the current rage in electronic music is the revival of analog synthesizers, with their quirky but full sound. Modern digital synthesizers routinely attempt to reproduce the sound of analog. 17. A performance which implicates too much allows the music to be overcome by the expression, so nothing becomes clear, and the audience hears nothing but a muddled implication, an obscure depth pierced by only the murkiest light. Too much implication doesn't draw the implicated into perception, but leaves the unhearable unheard, and so offers only confused percepts and inarticulate affects. Sometimes an overwhelming implication results in poor technical performance, and the clarity of the score is marred by mistakes. At its limit, the imbalance of implication brings the depth surging to the surface, but without exhausting their force of difference, so that musical performance 183 manifests the raw power of implication, the implicated history of sound brought to action, and the music crosses a threshold where it joins other revolutions, leaving its unique form and matter behind. In this case, the musicians may destroy their instruments, or the stage, the hall, or even themselves, for the implicated difference is a madness, and bringing it to perception always risks a loss of control, in which the implication gathers up even the performer in its violent expression of difference. Finally, music becomes revolution, and the musicians play the world as their instrument, contracting not just sound, but matter into new configurations, violently shaping not just percepts and effects, but also subjects and objects, bringing a world to life. Given the subtle balance demanded by the ethics of implication, it is not surprising that the CD should lack some expressive potential. If noise contracted as implication is what holds a piece together, what gives it its force and pushes it forward, then the preservation of this noise is paramount in relaying expression. Or, at least, the right kind of noise must be recorded and played back, for expression demands that the noise and the sound suit each other. It is only the connection of the explicated to the implicated, the implication which repeats differently each time, that provides a thread throughout the piece, a structure which weaves together any dissonance, no matter how fragile. But the subtleties of noise extend even to those highest frequencies which the CD does not capture. Indeed, the CD is designed not to capture noise, but to focus exclusively on signal, the explicated of sound, the clear and precise, so that the lowest resolution components of a signal, the noise which is modulated by the signal, are left out. Finally, the introduction of artifacts through jitter disrupts the underlying consistency of the noise, giving it a new character, digital noise, which may not be suited to the music. If the performers are playing the noise, if expression is a matter of a sensitivity to the implicated, then a failure to preserve the character of this noise will necessarily also be a failure to capture the expression of the music. The result would sound like a loss of coherence, a lack of pace, a feeling that the musicians were disconnected, the music would no longer push forward, or would stop making sense. At its extreme, the loss of expression would sound sterile or cold. Implication, which the performer manipulates unconsciously, creating a sostenuto or a vibrato in response to or in concert with the sound in the hall on that day, choosing her contractions according to the ambient noise. This implication is specific to the event, and is easily lost in any reproduction, but especially one which doesn't heed noise. The CD may accurately reproduce an E or a D hashtag, but in a performance, the notes are not just E, but this particular E, which is contracted along with the implicated out of a depth whose singularity includes all the specificity of the hall, the audience, and even the stars. Musical expression is about capturing worlds, fitting together the intensive world of depth and the extended world of the performance, but the CD captures notes and durations, while ignoring the implicated difference to which these contractions are still connected. 184. This is enough to debunk the whole myth of the absolute sound, for expressive music is never the same thing twice. One should not ask of a recording that it recreate the experience of live music, but that it create new expressions, that it involve the listener in a new world. And this is only possible through an accord with the listening context, a sensitivity to the environment, including not just the space, but also the listening event. Some recordings and some equipment may demonstrate this sensitivity better than others, and perhaps the noise of analog meshes better with much music than does the noise of digital. But there will still be contexts for any recording when it just does not sound right. Expression is a delicate balance between implication and explication, a mixture of the clear and the obscure. If the absolute sound is a matter of repetition, the repetition of the musical event, then we should look not so much to fidelity, which is only ever an objective standard, but to the implicated, which repeats entire events in expression. One climbs a mountain listening to Beethoven in one's living room, one is drunk to the point of sickness with Nick Cave. Though there are no sore legs or nasty mess to clean up afterwards, these events are real, if implicated. We hear them in the music, differently each time. The idea is to climb a new mountain, to find a new intoxication. The reproduction of sound is not a matter of physics, but of affect and percept. Expression exceeds fidelity, so hold on to your LPS. 13. Putting the virtual back into VR. Andrew Murphy. When the possible destroys the virtual, when substance smothers the event, the role of a living art, or the art of life, is to re-establish the equilibrium. Levy, 1998, 186. Navigating the world or the world as navigator. I will suggest here that although there is now a common practice of associating virtual reality, VR, with the theater as a form of representation with stories, plots and characters, VR actually has more in common with performance, and here I mean performance art or ritual rather than the conventional theater, music, and the visual arts. This is because what we could call the classical theater establishes itself pretty much along conventional lines, within preordained forms of representation. It defers to the past. Performance art and ritual are about transformation and variation, about investigating the unknown and producing the new. 1 Virtual reality's commonality with performance and art will therefore not be taken as its mimetic qualities, its representation of an action 2 so much as its qualities of modulation, its realization of the objectal, where an object is transformed into an event of continuous variation. Deleuze, 1993, 19. Virtual reality will be discussed here in a way which is only slightly concerned with its current, specific technological form, that is, for example, a helmet, glove, and a three-dimensional, digitally produced, navigable world. I am more interested in VR. As a more general emergent series of cultural phenomena, a machinic phylum. In this latter context, technological developments such as hypertext, the Internet, and the World Wide Web can be seen as the first flowerings of a virtual age. Stone, 1995, 17. The attempt here will be neither to valorize this age, nor to condemn it. 3 Rather it is to seek out its characteristics and the modulation of the notion of modulation it performs, the way in which, as a concept, VR allows us to modulate our transformation of objects into objectiles, to shift the gears on the thresholds of perception, operation, and expression more powerfully than ever before. How then can we understand VR's expressions and modulations? The 188. Work of Deleuze and Guattari has provided one of the key tools of analysis in this area. For a start, as Stuart Malthrop argues, in a summary of some of the more extreme of these analyses as regards hypertext, virtual media can offer a kind of dream of Deleuze, Guattarian smooth voyaging for in a literalization of the sort of intertextual play that has been the preserve of post-structuralist critics like Hélène Cixous and Jacques Derrida, or postmodern novelists like Kathy Acker and Thomas Pynchon. 5 In short, virtual media offer a kind of textual promiscuity as a regular feature of cultural systems, 1994, 305. Malthrop himself, however, sees little inherently liberating about all this, writing that it may be more delusion than delusion, 306. In a much more precise reading of Deleuze and Guattari than those such as Nick Land, 1992, Malthrop warns against both techno-narcissism, 1994, 309, and the misleading possibilities for multiple discourse, 308. Malthrop further points out that, for Deleuze and Guattari, the dyad of smooth/striated represents not a dialectic but a continuum, 316.6 From my own point of view, this means that it is not a matter of reconstituting Malthrop's suspiciously contaminated smooth space. Instead, it is a matter of reinserting the play of smooth space into the inevitable continuum of smooth and striated space. Only then can we approach the cautious optimism of Gregory Ulmer, 1989, Pierre Levy, 1998, and others in regards to new media. Or even approach an ethics along the lines of Foucault's passion, breaking up the system from within, and operating as an individual electric or magnetic field, not within persons or identities, Deleuze, 1995, 93, or trademarks, that would totally striate such a field. In other words, it is a matter of evaluating actual and potential expressions in terms of operations, of the manner of living implied, rather than of the return of absolute values and properties to their owner, the subject. With this in mind, then, an evaluation will be made of VR on the basis of its operations first, what it does, rather than whether it is inherently good or bad. In this, I am not so much interested in VR as a form of representation of reality as an expression of it. In any case, there is no doubt that VR, as yet, provides a very poor representation of reality and may, in the foreseeable future at least, not reach the degree of high-fidelity reproduction of reality that we already associate with older media such as television. Nevertheless, the high-fidelity reproduction of the world is not necessary to an expression of it, and there can be no doubt that VR, as with everything else in the world, expresses the world in a particular fashion. 7. I have already begun to signal that this expression is complicated by the fact that VR as an expressing entity can be considered in at least three different registers to be three different things. The first, and only the first, of these registers is that which is usually discussed, VR as a particular series of technologies. By and large, these occur in the form of a computer-mediated space which combines various perceptual mechanisms and systems with operational systems, flight, weapons control, movement through VR space, etc. The 189 effect is both that one is immersed in a computer-generated world, and that sometimes, through that immersion, one is able to operate more effectively in the world to which such technologies are linked. Such technologies include the now ubiquitous helmet and glove, Myron Kruger's artificial reality, in which the whole space is made interactive and the body itself is not so encumbered with technical apparatus, or, more generally, such technologies as flight simulators, computerized flight control systems or video-guided missiles. All of these express a certain relation to the real, even if its representation is fuzzy or inaccurate. In fact, often the fuzziness or inaccuracy is part of its expression of reality. The clearest example is the missile guidance system or cockpit, which simplifies representational detail deliberately in order to express itself more effectively, and, at times, more maliciously, within the world. In these cases, Less representational accuracy makes for more ballistic accuracy. Having discussed these technical aspects broadly, in what follows I will not cover the technical details any more than I need to point out. The second of the registers in which VR can be considered is a broadening of the first. This involves a consideration of the way in which, through a series of new media technologies, the line between the virtual and the real is generally blurred within communication systems, although, of course, it could be argued that the telephone has already accomplished this blurring. This occurs not just within the first register of what we could consider to be recognizably VR technology, which itself involves at the least a form of communication between body and machine, but in the broader arena of what Rebecca Coyle, 1993, 162, has labeled metamedia, which would here include VR technology, the Internet, or cyberspace as a whole. These new metamedia, considered in themselves, are still only new technical systems, and neither the first nor the second register of virtual reality, in themselves, explain exactly why such technical systems or even larger arenas facilitated by these broader metamedia have arisen as they have and when they have. 9 As Heidegger has noted so famously, there is nothing technological about technology, 1977, 4. Even considered as technologies, however, the metamedia seem to overwhelm our normal attempts to deal with them purely technologically. We are forced to think through them before we can make the next move. As Coyle notes, the reality of the metamedia such as VR may well be determined philosophically rather than identified as a discrete area of communications practice. She further notes the extreme importance of the ethical component of this philosophy, 1993, 162. This philosophical and ethical grasping is complicated by the way in which reality and the virtual are so obviously blurred in VR. Coyle also quotes Brenda Laurel, who in 199,110 said that, despite the word virtual being okay, the use of the word reality in the singular belies a certain cultural bias, 162-3. In the following section I shall attempt to give the beginnings of a philosophy from a Deleuze, Guattarian perspective which describes how it is that the virtual is expressed in contemporary technological and cultural development. 190. Mens, and how this expression relates interactively to a reality which is certainly not singular. I shall argue that virtual and reality are not, as Laurel is cited by Coyle, 1993, 162, as suggesting, oxymoronic terms, but rather interactive. 11 Furthermore, I shall argue that related areas such as metaphysics and physics are also, like the virtual and the actual, highly, mutually implicated. In this I shall write of a third register in which virtual reality can be discussed, one that encompasses the first and the second and, in fact, gives them their potential. This is, of course, the full Deleuze, Guattarian machinic, where machines are considered as separate from technologies and operate, autopoietically, as a series of diagrams through both virtual tendencies and shifts in actual states of affairs. 12 I shall argue that VR technologies arise, and will continue to arise, in any number of previously unthought actualizations. This is because there has been a profound series of shifts within the broader machinic which produces these technologies, us, and our thoughts about both. These shifts occur in both the virtual and actual, and are shifts as regards the virtual itself. To sum this up, because of these shifts in the machinic, perceptual, and operational, modulation is no longer a filter for a stable world but is applied to modulation itself, so that everything is taken up within this modulation of modulation. For example, we used to watch television programs. Now more and more we zap between channels, and this zapping forms a conscious activity in itself. 13 And all this is before one begins to consider various forms of more direct manipulations of screen content. The threshold of perception, previously the unseen frame for a perceived stable world, now frames itself, draws attention to itself as unstable and therefore as something that can be operated through like any other machine. Finally, the virtual flowers, not in its unreality or transcendence, but in its immanent reality, also making it something through which we can operate. In this I diverge slightly from the other major, seemingly 14, Deleuze. Guattarian influenced assessment of the virtual that I am aware of, namely Pierre Levy's extensive discussion in Becoming Virtual, 1998. This is, perhaps, more a matter of bifurcation than disagreement. Levy argues for an increased virtualization, 26-7, of the world, and gives extensive examples of this, from economics to the arts. Levy, whose earlier work is used in Guattari's later formulations of the machinic, Guattari, 1995, 8, cautiously and optimistically welcomes what he sees as the potential consequence of the increased virtualization, attempting to follow some of my contemporaries in their attempt to live without fear and resentment. Levy, 1998, 184. He gives a clear account of the role of the virtual and the actual, although it is at times difficult to distinguish between the machinic and technological registers of these. He is also concerned, as quoted at the beginning of this article, with conserving the virtual against the reign of the possible. Although, of course, there is obviously much to agree with here, I am taking a different, though not necessarily incompatible path. Obviously, though I do not take technological advances as indicative of some disaster, neither do I take them as indicative of advance, 191. Particularly, in themselves, as an advance in the area of the virtual. This does not necessarily mean, of course, that at times they may not indicate such an advance, and arguments such as Levy's can only increase the likelihood of more ethical uses of technology. 15 I, however, am arguing for a different flowering of the virtual, not in its increase or evolution, but in the passion and attention accorded to its simple shifting existence. I argue that it is not a virtualization of the world that has increased, but our ability to operate the virtual. What is more, this increased ability to operate the virtual is by no means immediately ethically positive. It is not so until we answer the question, each time specifically, of what manner of living it implies, of what passions can break up the trademarks we increasingly live through every time we boot up virtual reality and the threshold of perception. I might as well take the period that follows the mechanical age and call it the virtual age, virtual because the accustomed grounding of social interaction in the physical facticity of human bodies is changing. Stone, 1995, 17. Virtual reality expresses what might be called the shock of the real immanence of the metaphysical. We thought that the metaphysical lay beyond us. Now we find it sticking to anything and everything and pushing us around. VR brings to an end the regimes of separation which would, through the operation of certain representations, deny the interactive reality of the virtual and actual in favor of a simple facticity of stable bodies and fixed states of affairs. Yet we are only at the beginning of the end of these regimes. No doubt VR still awaits its own Bazin or Krakauer who, as with their theorization of film, would attempt to describe not the bizarre or unreal nature of VR but the way in which the real is expressed within it in a distinct fashion. 16 Here I will be content merely with some introductory remarks, and with the use of Deleuze's discussion of the virtual in the fold, 1993, and difference and repetition, 1994, to begin to discuss what it is that is expressed in VR. Again, I shall not extensively discuss VR as a form of representation except as a way of leading into the alternatives. There can be no doubt that VR can be used to tell stories, to extend subjectivities, or to imitate an action, but none of these are operations exclusive to VR. Moreover, theoretically at least, like abstract painting or much modern music, VR could just present noise without stories, or diagrams without beginnings, middles, and ends. In addition, there is certainly something suspicious about Capital's potential ability to use VR to extend human subjectification through the imitation of an action into areas such as home banking and shopping. 17 It comes as no surprise, for example, that William Gibson's version of cyberspace is ruled largely by banks and renegade cowboys. I have elsewhere criticized the treatment of technology on the basis 192 of the imitation of an action, Murphy, 1996. Nevertheless, It should be reiterated here that even mimesis is never just representation according to Deleuze. It is always first and foremost a form of production. This productive aspect to representation is also clearly described in Michael Tausig's book, Mimesis and Alterity, 1993. For Tausig, mimesis always involves contact. It produces changes in relations, and is therefore a tool or weapon, used to gain control. Espen Arseth points out, with regard to the context of the hypertext, that the main goal of designers such as Brenda Laurel, rather than transparent access, is to control what they call the plot. Arseth, 1994, 75. Here the system develops tight operational structures in which the situations and actions would be carefully orchestrated to fit its model of appropriate drama. 75. This is, in essence, as is Greek tragedy, not as far from a shoot 'em up and win video game as one might like to think. It is certainly a long way from those systems that Arseth calls indeterminate cybertexts. Mimesis always involves some sort of control. When imposed by the system itself, it always involves stratification and subjectification within that system as a form of control. As Arseth writes of Laurel and similar theorists, it is hard not to see the potential for conflict between the user and this deus in machina. 75. How can we then conceive of VR outside of mimesis? If it does not, despite the hype about representation, merely represent the real, or even represent it effectively, 18, what does it do? What does it create? What does it indicate? Does VR express a shift away from an interest in representation to operation, as I have suggested? If this is so, what are the consequences for any notion of realism, if the real and the virtual are in coextension, or when a fundamental assumption of new machines is that the virtual operates on the real, as in VR? To what unreal would such a realism be opposed? The last of these questions is no longer answerable. Everything is real, especially VR. Or real enough. VR creates a totality which, potentially, both overwhelms present perceptive thresholds and creates, rather than represents, a total enough world within the world, at large. VR has obviously real effects on those worlds with which it interacts. It presents humanity with the possibility of the modulations of the virtual, previously operating below the general threshold of perception, being seen to overtake and disrupt the more solid notions of our social existence. In this, it instills a crisis in our normal, if false, dichotomy between reality and representation. How then, again, can we approach VR? Firstly, it is necessary to take a machinic approach, as VR, as always, is a machine and the product of a machine before it is a technology. 19 As such, it possesses a concept that traverses and works its plan. In this it is important to remember that the concept is not defined by an attribute, but by predicates as events. Deleuze, 1993, 42. I would suggest that the predicate as event of VR is the modulation of modulation. VR, however, also does possess a machinic phylum 20 or technological lineage, which I would define as those machines which interact across different thresholds of perception so as to, first, draw attention to them, and, second, allow 193 participation with, or operation through, them. For example, in VR, territorial thresholds can be modulated by both the telecommunications system globally. One can operate at great distances, distance itself, large or small, is modulated, and the computer body network locally. One can have access to the minute perceptions both of one's own body and of the computer in a manageable fashion. Information thresholds are crossed by the computer chip. Body/machine thresholds are crossed by augmented perceptual apparatuses, such as stereoscopic vision or even just the now common computer interface. Representation/reality thresholds are crossed by the affect and the percept operating in one joined represented/real space. In all these, VR provides a massive amplification of potentiality and variation in the realm of the modulation itself. The threshold of perception is itself subject to a massive broadening of its own limits. In short, we are now brought to the knowledge of the power of modulation. Extracting the world from the world. Of course, it is the amplification, control, and the self-reflexivity of the virtual in VR that is at issue here, not the question of its originality. The technologies involved here in some ways merely actualize, in a new formal series, an older virtual machine, which could be called the world. For Deleuze, following Leibniz, the world is virtual, has always been, and this virtuality includes the whole world. Deleuze, 1993, 51. The world is an infinite series, of folds or differentials, that permutates within extrinsic limits. For Deleuze, the word virtual designates the unilateral character of inclusion, 1993, 52. This leads to the Leibnizian concept of an individual monad, each of which contains the whole world. This can be understood easily in reference to VR, where the technology itself is based upon an entire scientific understanding of extrinsic differentials of perception. VR is a matter of extracting the optimal degree of clear perception which effectuates the actual knowledge of a potential entire world, contained in cyberspace, the matrix, internet, a simple disk or CD-ROM. The world of VR is virtual, then, in the sense that virtually, all the world is already there. Yet the individual in cyberspace has a perception which resonates with some of that world clearly, and other parts of that world less clearly. Some images in Gibson's novels of the Matrix give an adequate expression of this simultaneously clear and fuzzy perception of cyberspace. Gibson himself, as cited by Scott Buchitman, suggests that this may be because he acknowledges that cyberspace is as much about unconscious formations as conscious. Buchitman quotes Gibson and writes about what machines do with us, and how wholly unconscious this process has been, is, and will be. Buchitman, 1993, 644.21. This is to question what humanity, consciously or unconsciously, is crucially able to extract from the machinic world by operating through a perception of it. Deleuze writes in this regard that inclusion is virtual. Leibniz 194. Specifies, because it has to be extracted, and because the predicate is included in the subject only under a certain power. Deleuze, 1993, 52. The degree of perception, provided by the threshold between the clear and the fuzzy, is the power under which the virtual world can be extracted. On a simple level, the perceptive extraction of the world is a matter of practices, of ethics, and since it is about affording perception, it is also about art, predicated upon the creation of percepts and affects. This predication is not an attribution but an execution, an act, a movement, a change, and not the state. 53. In other words, it is an event. Perception itself is not representation, nor is it even the more complex mimesis of an action. It is much closer to what we have come to separate from the classical theater as performance art, with real time, pain, pleasure, etc., in its eventuality, as action, as event. For Deleuze, this event is the basis of conception. Concept ions of the world are also percept ions of it and concurrently forms of production which execute the extraction of clear relations within it. There is a sense, for Deleuze, then, in which relations are events and events are relations. 1993, 52. There are also relations within relations and events within events. For example, the world itself is a broad event/relation and all actions, perceptions within it are also events/relations within that broader event/relation. Therefore the world must be included in every subject as a basis from which each one extracts the manners that correspond to its point of view. 1993, 53. Yet it is only the recent beginnings of the production of concepts, affects and percepts to do with this specific complexity that brings about the virtual age. Again, it is VR that makes this perfectly clear, as a world of relations in which individuals may literally contain the whole world virtually, on disk or even in the simplest of interactive software, such as Netscape, for example. but must relate to it in different ways to extract any smaller event. This is not only a question of being able to tell stories well 22, although it might be. It is also a question of which connections can be made, of the possibility of relation, of the possibility of allowing new events to occur and to interconnect with each other. Once again, then, the aspect of VR that seems to characterize it as different from some other experiences is not the technology but its attitude to perception, not as a solid or stable representation but as a relation to an event. VR. Designers accept, with Deleuze, that nothing authorizes to conclude in favor of the presence of a body that might be ours, or the existence of the body that would have happened to affect it. There exists only what is perceived. Deleuze, 1993, 94. It is the acceptance of the preeminence of this perception that characterizes the way in which VR opens up the world of the virtual to us. In short, by 195. Accepting the virtual as part of the real, the virtual can be generally perceived and one can participate in relations/events. There are two aspects to this perception as conceptualized in the fold. The first aspect is the above mentioned, that perception is effective. When one considers the materiality of sound vibrating the ear canal, the play of light on the retina, the movement of signals through the central nervous system, this is something which seems obvious. But there is more to it than this. Affect is not unidirectional. It is an exchange of deterritorialized quanta, an exchange that changes the entire continuum of vibrating matter that participates in this exchange. Perception for Deleuze-Leibniz was not a matter of a subject perceiving an object. Perception, instead, evokes a vibration gathered by a receptive organ. Deleuze, 1993, 95. If we feel the pain of a needle dug into the flesh, perception does not represent the needle but the awakening of tendencies in thousands of minute movements or throbs that irradiate in the flesh. 1993, 95. If there is a passage or movement as a signal here, this is a signal that both changes the fields through which it has passage, and a signal which in turn depends upon the field through which it moves. The signal as vibration and the field as vibration are inseparable. These perceptions are then objectiles, which were defined earlier in this essay as objects, now flows of or through matter, transformed into events of continuous variation. 1993, 19. A simple way of putting all this is that pleasure and pain, along with other perceptions, have an existence themselves, as modulating objectiles, which interact with the other objectiles that participate in the plane of variation such events create. For Deleuze-Leibniz this is an interaction of matter, a convergent series of vibrations that, as with any grouping of vibrations, can make for a kind of harmony or disharmony. We might define harmony here as pleasure and disharmony as pain, although these two are also interactive. We are familiar with this both in the more obvious realm of the senses, and, as well as in the explorations of 20th century music. Pleasure and pain, harmony and disharmony are interactive themselves, and often fold over into each other. The broader point here is again that, as in the case of the pain experienced when a needle digs into the flesh, this pain resembles the movement of something pointed that would dig into my flesh in concentric circles. 1993, 95, an objectal or an event of continuous variation. Again, pain is not a thing that resembles a specific object, such as a pin. Neither is it even simply a matter of a fluid representation to the thing as apprehending subject. Perceptions such as pain, as objectiles, have their own existence. In short, pain, in our example, does not represent the pin in extension, but resembles molecular movements that it produces in matter. Along with perception, geometry plunges into obscurity. Above all, it is the meaning of resemblance that entirely changes. Resemblance is equated with what resembles, not with what is resembled. That the perceived resembles matter 196. Means that matter is necessarily produced in conformity with this relation, and not that this relation conforms to a pre-existing model. Deleuze, 1993, 96. Perception as interactive process, as with the percept and affect of art, contains more complexity than a simple relation between an object and subject. This is crucial to an understanding of what is happening in VR. With VR, as with all interaction, it is a question of a series of interactions between that registers, with each affect being regarded as its own processual micro-ecosystem. To put this another way, a becoming resembles only itself. Mimesis, by virtue of its self-reflexivity, acts out its own becoming. The second aspect of perception is that it has two levels, unconscious and conscious. Unconscious perception consists of minute perceptions, being for the world. In Spinozan terms, this is affect on a miniature and immediate level. With every glance our eyes capture millions of percepts. Conscious perception, like VR design, is based upon differential relations, Deleuze, 1993-94. Conscious perception, rather than perceiving every moment of an affect, every moment of folding, perceives the differential which describes and produces the fold or effect. Our eyes survey thousands of details, we see a person. This person is the product of a differential that operates through the miniature details. The virtual is difference. Differential here is both a mathematical and philosophical term. It refers in mathematics to differential calculus. Here, if x represents a position on a horizontal axis and y on a vertical axis, the figure dy/dx can give the gradient of a curve predicated upon any change of position within these axes, no matter how large or small. The figure dy/dx is thus also a way of describing infinitesimal differences mathematically. Point 23. This is not, however, quite the use Deleuze wishes to make of the term, because this would refuse it any ontological value. Deleuze, 1994, 170. For Deleuze, dx is the philosophical mark of a broader differential, simultaneously undetermined, determinable, and determination. In short, dx is the idea, the problem and its being. 171. Here is the kernel of the theory of what Deleuze calls differentiation. It explains how difference works through two series, dy and dx, and how it is undetermined but determining. As Deleuze writes, this is because each term exists absolutely only in its relation to the other. 1994, 172. The differential is an expression of the in-between. Ideas are differentials, as is everything virtual, or dynamic. This is why thought always involves an encounter with an outside, and, although difference is self-genetic, why thought's objects, its determinations, or actualizations, are not in themselves genetic. Rather, the reciprocal synthesis of differential relations is the source of the production of real objects. 1994, 173, emphasis added. Deleuze also builds a theory of power into this notion of differential relations. 197. In that they are generative. For Deleuze, the differential is pure power, just as the differential relation is a pure element of potentiality. 1994, 175. What Deleuze values in the differential, then, is not that it describes infinitesimal changes that cannot be measured in any other way. Rather, it is that it enables an escape from a primary consideration of relations only through objects considered in their identity, or through their negation if an identity cannot be found. The symbol dx is therefore opposed to the not a, 170, of philosophy. Point 24. Philosophically, then, the differential gives us the beginning of an understanding of the in itself of difference. This is carried further with the differentiator. It gathers and works difference without any mediation whatsoever by the identical, the similar, the analogous, or the opposed. 1994, 117. The differentiator is a way of describing the internal dynamics of that process of folding itself. It is an expansion of the notion of the differential which provides a way of understanding the coherence of heterogeneous systems and the way in which this allows them to produce or express. All such systems are made dynamic by their relating to other such heterogeneous systems. This produces an internal resonance, a kind of harmony or wave within the coupling, which leads to a forced movement the amplitude of which exceeds that of the basic series themselves, 1994, 117. Difference produces more difference. As I have noted, however, this difference is also coherent. The differentiator is, therefore, also a way of theorizing the coherence of interactive systems, especially as they produce difference rather than the same old story. In a subsequent attempt to give a more complete expression of the problematic of difference, Deleuze invents the term differentiator. The differentiator exceeds the mathematical use of dy/dx to express some of the specific coordinates of this problem at certain moments, of a specific expression of the moment of a gradient of a fold, for example. Deleuze uses the term differentiator to provide a broader means of understanding the virtual and the actual within a framework of difference as both productive and produced. Here differentiation determines the virtual content of an idea. 1994, 207. Differentiation, on the other hand, is the actualization of that virtuality into species and distinguished parts. The latter is always related to the former, as giving so many solutions to a problem. Deleuze, 1994, 207. The virtual is, then, the realm in which the totality of differential relations coexist. The latter are produced by particular problems set up by interactive sets of heterogeneous series. 25 The actual is the realm in which these are actualized through differentiation into particular differences. The differential comes into existence in the virtual. It operates in both the actual, through differentiation, the production of specific states of affairs, and the virtual, through interaction with other differentials, other heterogeneous series. What we have come, in the present, to call virtual reality, then, can be seen, at different moments, to present us with both the virtual and the actual in the way they have been described here. It is the specific differentials that remain crucial, however, in both the virtual and the actual, as it is the differentials that 198. Both produce and operate in the threshold between different virtuals on the one hand, and the virtual and the actualization of its specific cases 26 on the other. The operation of the differentials forms the two parts of difference, namely that of differentiation and differentiation. Deleuze suggests that to fully describe the integrality of the object we require the complex notion of differentiation, 1994, 209. This means that every object is double, although it is not the case that the actual resembles the virtual or vice versa, 1994, 209. The virtual, as a necessary part of the object, is therefore absolutely real, but this is in the sense of a reality which is constantly differentiated and produced as differentiated. For an understanding of perception, differentiation is crucial. It allows for a notion of perception based upon difference and change rather than upon identity and stasis. For example, as discussed, the differential creates a kind of threshold between molecular, unconscious perceptions and molar, conscious perceptions. These two levels of perception, unconscious and conscious, though thoroughly interdependent, are quite different operations which form two heterogeneous series. Yet there are no absolutes. What might provide a heterogeneous series of minute perceptions for a cell of the body might provide a differential for a molecule in that cell. What provides a moment of perception for a muscle might be the result of a differential of many cells. Heterogeneous, minute perceptions. The implication of this is as follows. That which we normally see as perception, perhaps of the same or the identical, is in fact a differential operation at the threshold between macro and micro perceptions, which extracts a clear zone of perception from minute, obscure perceptions. Deleuze, 1993, 96. It is this very understanding of perception which forms the basis of VR, namely that one does not have to reproduce an exact representation of reality in order to make reality work. One just needs to provide the broader differential relations between heterogeneous series. Beyond this, however, what Deleuze, through Leibniz, is suggesting here is that all perception is based upon this extraction of a clear zone of perception from fuzzy perceptions by a virtual differential. This whole operation itself is now able to be clearly perceived. We now know that we all already live in the virtual as well as the actual. As previously noted, in some ways all VR does is give us the shock of realizing how close the metaphysical is to us. It shows us that the metaphysical inheres within the relations of our bodies. At the deep levels of both virtual and actual, this shock indicates that we are increasingly aware of relations of difference, of the way in which everything seems interconnected and interactive, and at the same time endlessly individuated because everything is a multiplicity. The differential relation does not exclude individuation. Individuation, as a process, is the specific series of actualizations of the differenti/ciatutions of the virtual. As ideas are active, creative as well as created. They are formed between series in differentials as problematic or perplexed. 199. Multiplicities, Deleuze, 1994, 244. Actualizations are the multiple solutions to these problematics. In other words, they are produced in the way that bodies interact to form new bodies. These bodies are intensifications of relations. In this, intensity is the determinant in the process of actualization. It is intensity which dramatizes. 1994, 243. The seat of this process is given another account in Deleuze's discussion of Leibniz's monads, although Deleuze, as shall be discussed shortly, at the end of the fold, expresses a desire to turn Leibniz's monadology into a nomadology. 1993, 137. For Deleuze's Leibniz, the construction of perception within itself, resemblance with what resembles, explains in part the ability of the monad to be both self-enclosed and to contain the entire world. The monad is like a house with two levels. The upper, the level of the soul, is completely enclosed, and perceives only its own projections on its own interior folds. The lower, more closely identified with bodies, has windows and in a sense opens out onto the world. There is of course, in Deleuze's account, intermingling of body and soul, and of the two levels. This reflects the way in which minute perceptions, of the body, and macro perceptions, of the soul, are dependent upon each other for definition. Here minute perceptions are distinct and obscure while macro perceptions are clear and confused. For Deleuze, in Leibniz's texts, for example the first, though obscure, are the directly expressed and relate to, the continuum of differential relations or the unconscious virtual idea, all the drops of water in the sea like so many genetic elements with the differential relations, the variations in these relations and the distinctive points they comprise. Deleuze, 1994, 253. If we are covered in insects, or out in the rain, our microperceptions are of hundreds of little bites or drops of rain. This is not what we consciously and clearly feel: panic at the insects, delight at the rain. What comes to be the coherent expressor of all these, panic or delight, or just the more general insects or it is raining, occurs at the macro level. It only becomes clear by virtue of confusing the specificities of the micro, virtual or unconscious idea in favor of a whole. Deleuze relates this to the noise we hear when we hear the sea, which clearly expresses only certain relations or certain points by virtue of our bodies and a threshold of consciousness which they determine. 1994, 253. Of course, this distinct and obscure/clear and confused relation is very consciously operated on in many new technologies. I have previously noted this as regards VR, but it is equally true of the Internet. There is, therefore, once again a threshold of perception between distinct and obscure, microperception, the unconscious, and clear and confused macroperception, the conscious. For Leibniz's monad this is realized in a severing of an inside and an outside, which, as with Baroque architecture, leads to the independence of the facade from the inside, and the autonomy 200 of the interior from the independence of the exterior, but in such conditions that each of the two terms thrusts the other forward. Deleuze, 1993, 28, as in the differentiating relations of two heterogeneous systems. Again, VR literalizes this for us even in some of its trademarked forms of content and expression. There is a body and technologies, computers, levers, hands-on triggers at the lower level. There is a closed room connected to it at an upper level, be that inside a VR helmet with computer-generated projections on its walls and sounds vibrating in its earphones, or the blacked-out cockpit of some of the more recent fighter planes. What defines a monad in terms of perception is the clear zone of perception this whole machine gives it. Though the whole world is present within and available to the monad, most of it is not clearly perceived. The remainder is noise. The minute perceptions are there but not dominated by a differential into consciousness. This is, in fact, the aim of, for example, the blacked-out cockpit, that is, to extract the necessary clear perceptions from a very high level of noise. The more general problem in the modern world, one solved by VR, is not one only of perceiving the world accurately but of being able not to perceive the world's many perceptual bombardments, of defining an effective upper level to the monad. Each monad not only defines itself through, but draws its power from, its ability to actualize, in the soul, and realize, in the body, its own clear expression of the world. Another way this is put is that it finds accord or harmony, in the form of a differential, between different vibrations. A monad expresses this accord on a virtual and an actual level. Or alternatively, by applying a differential, the monad literally folds the world, and in a sense creates both soul and body as a particular fold of that world. Thus the degree to which the monad can realize and actualize itself through its ability to fold through the differential is its power. The folding is the event that creates a form of power. The body is the fold's realization and the soul its actualization. 27 However, as with the abstract machine and its effectuating machines, neither the soul nor the body should be considered to be the same as the event. Deleuze, 1993, 105. Following on from this, pain can be considered to be a lack of harmony, the refusal of the differential or the grading of heterogeneous series without a different/ciator, and the challenge is to bring harmony out of pain, the creation of acknowledgement of a satisfactory differential, such as, for example, a new concept. Harmony explains the correspondence between each soul and the material universe. Deleuze, 1993, 106. The more harmony there is, the larger, literally, the zone of clear expression, as harmony is another way of expressing a differential or fold. The ethical task is once again to increase harmony, to increase the clear zone of expression, the expressive power. This is so even in bringing discord into harmony, in producing a harmony of apparent discords. Territorialization on a major such as the state or capital, on the other hand, will reduce the clear zone of expression, the expressive power of what can be extracted from the virtual in 201. All the power of its differentials. It can be seen that these ideas relate strongly to Deleuze and Guattari's other ideas about the machinic being interconnective and interactive, about the productive which increases connection and the anti-productive which limits the clear zone of expression or perception which may be extracted from the general noise. More especially, what becomes universal harmony in the fold relates very strongly to Spinoza's spiritual automaton, which can affect and be affected by more and more of the world because of the harmony between ideality and material objects. 28. As I suggested in the beginning, an Aristotelian-style dramatic model will not necessarily give this ethical impetus. This is at least true of the model of the Poetics, with its neat beginnings, middles, and ends, especially as interpreted by some theorists such as Laurel this century, who see the imitation of an action as something that neatly separates representation and life, mimesis and production, the copy and the copied. This representative, dramatic model, as used by those such as Laurel, both underlies, and at the same time cannot come to grips with, a general cultural crisis about the status of representation as brought about by such technologies as VR. What is proposed here is that performance models such as performance art and music, a bringing of harmony without sacrificing the difference inherent to disharmony, provide a much better method of understanding VR's machinic consistency and its potential productions. They enable us to counteractualize the events and productions of VR. John Cage, for example, attempted to expand harmony infinitely in his music, by making all noise music simply by shifting the thresholds by which music was perceived. He often told the story of being told by Schoenberg that he had no feeling for harmony, and that he would reach a point in his creative life where he would come up against a wall that he would not be able to break through. Cage, 1990. He decided, since he had dedicated his life to music, that he would keep hitting his head against that wall. Eventually, he found himself thrown back away from that wall and considering the space that lay all around it, that is, around conventional, or even at the time non-conventional, harmony. Towards the end of his life 29 I heard him say that he finally felt that he was finding harmony in his work, something he had not expected since the meeting with Schoenberg. This was during a discussion accompanying the performances, in London, of his Europaras 3 and 4, in which harmony consisted of two pianists playing operatic overtures, 12 old 78 RPM record players with operas playing, and several singers singing arias of their choice, all simultaneously, in combinations determined by chance operations. Cage's understanding of harmony here is a new concept of harmony, not the same as previous concepts, a new conglomeration of composites, the allowance of a differenti/C iota of great magnitude. His conceptions of silence 30 of interpenetration and unimpededness and so on, enabled him to develop a new process of differenti/C iotation. Going around that wall effectively tore the wall down for him. His new conception of harmony, the 202 concept of silence, broadened his, and our, zone of clear expression immeasurably. And when it is said that he created new concepts, this is meant in precisely the manner described by Deleuze and Guattari by which concepts are created, quoting Leibniz as saying I thought I had reached the port, but I seemed to be cast back again into the open sea. Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 22. A new concept throws one to the high seas and also enables walls to be torn down because it can expand the extension of the zone of clear expression so much. According to Deleuze and Guattari, this makes Cage a philosopher as well as an artist because whereas an artist creates percepts and effects, Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 163, only philosophers can create a concept. To recapitulate, a concept here defines itself by the coherence of a finite number of heterogeneous components traversed by a point of absolute survey at infinite speed. Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 21. The concept then, like Cage's music, combines a number of components into a kind of philosophical machine which is actual, it is a point, but works at infinite speed like the differential in the fold. Once again we can conclude, as regards the interactivity of new technologies, that an ethics of interaction is in interaction itself. This ethics lies in pursuing interaction beyond its present limits, and sustaining new potentialities of interaction, building new machines, whether they are artistic or philosophical. This is a constant movement of expansion of interactive possibilities. Yet it is not a colonial expansion. It does not constantly search for new territory to submit to a despotic interpretation. Rather it seeks more interactive involvement in the immanent, in the difference at hand. Whether or not VR imitates actions is somewhat inconsequential compared to the ways in which it too involves interaction, expands it, or limits it, what machines it connects with or disrupts. It may be, for example, that the telephone system, if it is more interactive, will always be more exciting than a 3D narrative when it comes to how we define virtual reality. How do we express expression? Once again, we see that VR, even in the early forms by which we began to become conscious of it, such as elements of Leibniz's philosophy, indicates a shift in our threshold of perception as regards the threshold of perception itself. VR involves the sweep of new abstract machines through the world, even more than new technologies, machines of control perhaps, but also machines leading to different, perhaps broader harmonies, the two are related, of new organizations, new differentials. VR is not there to tell new stories, or even to enhance communications. 31 It is an effectuation of a change in the nature of the perception of the threshold of perception. Understanding VR as technology is secondary to understanding its machinic indices as regards perception, and perhaps Rheingold, 1991, is right to compare it to primitive performances in the Lascaux caves. 203. We can take this a little further. Perhaps the reason that VR foregrounds the perception of the threshold of perception is that it expresses the obvious way in which the body and soul 32 need each other in order to express the world. In terms of perception, there are no differential or macro perceptions without micro perceptions. There is no perception inside a helmet or cockpit without the vibrations of the physical world, the hand touching the inside of the glove, or no point to a fighter's weapons if there are no bodies to destroy, or even the synapses and computer connecting in Gibson's novel. VR is not an escape from the body, any more than, probably less than, television. VR is merely reconfiguring the relations between micro and macro perceptions, bringing to light the possibility that these relations are subject to change, and that different social machines, different conceptual apparatus may make it possible to have different bodies, different souls, or different zones of clear expression without always having to submit them to a major reterritorialization. There are at least two possible ways for these relations between macro and micro perceptions to be reconfigured which are of relevance to VR. The first is one in which the body is deterritorialized. For example, its movement's significance is removed from its position in a small space and shifted to a virtual space of any size, which is largely perceived through the head, the eyes and the ears, and is therefore a kind of reterritorialization of the body onto the face. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 181. This often consists of an enhanced way of seeing, of determining significations. It is a stratified or striated, 479, approach. The second way in which the micro and macro perceptions can be reconfigured is in conceiving of virtual worlds not as enhanced representations in this way but as smooth spaces. In this model, rather than the face, it is the haptic 33, the use of the whole body, which becomes the more important, and more nomadic, means of negotiating the space. It is here that we can, at last, valorize a conception of smooth space, not as the anything goes of textual promiscuity but as a political and ethical specificity that engages with the striated by breaking it down. Here, smooth space is not one of organization, things, or fixed dimensions. It is directional, filled by events or haesides, a space of affects. It is haptic rather than optical perception. Materials signal forces and serve as symptoms for them. It is intensive rather than extensive space. Smooth space is occupied by intensities, the creaking of ice and the song of the sands. Striated space, on the contrary, is canopied by the sky as measure. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 479. Of course, both the haptic and the optical are combined at the moment in VR, but it may be that the domination of one over the other is a matter of how the politics of VR are configured within general politics of represented 204. Shin or nomadism. It is a choice between the measuring sky and the song of the sands. This is, of course, a choice that must constantly be made and remade. However, to qualify this, it is not always a matter of the literal haptic 34. Or optical 35, as the former can sometimes serve to striate space, while the optical can also reinstate the smooth, liberating light and modulating color, restoring a kind of aerial haptic space. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 479. It is a question of deciding whether smooth or striated space is presupposed in the use of the haptic or the optical, of whether the lines followed are abstract or nomadic lines, that Deleuze and Guattari equate with art, that pass between and are positively motivated by the smooth space drawn. 496-7, or, on the other hand, whether the space of V are going to be subject to concrete lines, which are motivated by a feeling of anxiety that calls forth striation, 496-7. The fact that VR is partially a representational technology enabling an imagining of a constructed world, even if this is in a quite remarkable way, is absolutely secondary to these considerations of the smooth and the striated in the formations of virtual space. On the other hand, to consider VR primarily as a representational technology is to summon up striation and anxiety, with little chance for the nomadic and the smooth. In all this, perhaps, an interaction between nomadism and anxiety will be forced upon us. For, as Deleuze writes when discussing Spinoza, imagination diminishes its own object over time, that is, what seems at first the magical assertion of the presence of its object soon enters into a kind of vacillation which will eventually lead to the object's dissipation. Deleuze, 1992, 295. In short, any magic to VR's representational illusions will soon disappear. Then the considerations of how it functions, what it does, will commence in earnest. The virtual, aesthetics and passion. This consideration of VR leads to a more general question regarding interaction. Is the body generally repressed within the new machinic by a new subjectifying soul as much as it has been within previous machinic ages? More positively, how much can the new souls of an ethical passion be developed in order to express the percepts of a new body? These souls, as the incorporeal expressions of individuation, arise from interactions between bodies in the first place, which in turn are produced by the events which inhere within them. As such, the body and the soul are, of course, interdependent. Nevertheless, the body appears in the world of the soul as an other, as the intrusion of the multitude of heterogeneous microperceptions in the harmony of macroperceptions. If being bitten by hundreds of insects, for example, it is perhaps better to feel even panic than each bite. Yet this is literally a movement away from our animality, as dangerous as that might be to feel. To feel the microperceptions clearly, not obscurely, is to feel the animal other that resides within the notion of the soul. 205. And first of all the little animals inseparable from the fluid parts of my body. Our body is a type of world full of an infinity of creatures that are also worthy of life. The animals that I meet outdoors are nothing but an enlargement of the latter. Deleuze, 1993, 109. Paradoxically, to enable the expression of the complexity of a new soul in new technologies to begin, it may be necessary to become animal, and to understand now how what Deleuze and Guattari refer to in A Thousand Plateaus as becoming animal relates to other becomings minor and becomings molecular. All are attempting to broaden the extension of the clear zone of perception, the resonance with the world, and of a world that starts with the microperceptions of the body. One can see why German artist Joseph Beuys's animals were so important to him, why talking to a dead hare about art, considering the hare, the bee, and so on as perceptive, and resonating with them, could relate to his idea of social sculpture as a broader interconnection of actions, a happening which must always involve a becoming animal on the level of the percept. It is precisely away from transcendent truths and unifying subjectivities to such becomings animal that one must move in order to then become molecular. One must become more and more specific in order to know the world, or rather to resonate with it. One can understand here the specificity of Cage's work, and why following nature in her manner of operations, Cage, 1990, means introducing elements of chance which molecularize the whole aesthetic process, throw it open to the full specificity of the entire world, at that moment. Once, purely by accident while visiting the Copenhagen Zoo, I stumbled across the back of the polar bear enclosure. There was a little barred window at which an enormous and seemingly bored polar bear sat, looking out, face right up to the bars. Of course, there was another set of bars between my face and the bear's, but we were close, less than a meter apart. It sniffed and looked eye to eye with all comers. It would not be interpreted. I thought of it, given such a meeting in its own territory, preparing to attack and possibly eat us. Plainly this was a ludicrous, generalizing and somewhat pathetic thought in such sad circumstances. Yet when this thought evaporated, what was left to think in the space of the insistent staring and sniffing of the bear? Could I follow such a becoming through and still think that I could leave the bear behind its bars? The world gapes at such moments and calls to us. How do we resolve such dissonances? VR, if designed only as a representational machine that reinforces the present state of our disharmonies, cannot. Several years previously, in the same city, I went to the Holographic Museum, which had an early VR game. I persuaded a friend, neither of us having tried it before, to go into the virtual world with me. So we strapped on our belts and pulled our guns out of our holsters. At first, neither of us could navigate as the pterodactyls flew overhead, but I was lucky enough to 206. Find the paths and the stairs. I could see my friend's figure at the edge of a platform, facing into space, and therefore unable to figure out where she was. As a friend I called out to her to turn around in order to be able to see where she was going. But I'd played so many of these games before. I knew the story, and as she turned around I, as an enemy, shot her. It was, after all, only a game. She, of course, never having been interested in such games, could not believe it. How stratified can it get? How much more serious can these issues be when it is no longer just a matter of idly amusing oneself in Copenhagen, but of how we are constructed by and reconstruct the world at every moment? Such questions are painful, and they reflect our pain in adaptation to a shift from a world of bears trapped in order to be representative to a world in which the biggest trap lies in not knowing how to manipulate the virtual controls without leading to further entrapments. I shall take a short digression to begin to discuss this pain, and attempt to understand the function of the pain that is famously prominent in performance art, and subsequently in our performative work of making and remaking the world. I have discussed performance as providing better guidelines than the classical theater of representations for work with new technologies. The pain often involved is usually not masochistic. Someone such as Australian artist Steelark rightly denies any such psychoanalytic or mystical purpose to his various painful engagements, such as suspensions from hooks, or the movement of his muscles by triggers sent over the internet, or sensationalist but a way of clearly expressing and resolving dissonance. Deleuze, 1993, 131. Once again this involves a broadening of the zone of clear perception, of the threshold of which pain is the signal and therefore entirely legitimate material for artistic practice when this is directed towards an extension of expression. State art simply refuses to cross or even approach its limit and instead demands the negative masochism of identity in confirmations of limits about which it pretends not to know, of clear separations between things such as representation and life, the copied and the copy. The classical theater, for example, demands naturalism, but never the shifting real. The artistic use of pain to cross limits in the work of artists such as Marina Abramovic and Ulli, where for example, in Night Sea Crossing, 1983, they sat still facing each other for 7 hours at a time on 90, non-consecutive, days, is specifically differentiated from this kind of contractual majoritarian masochism. 36 Because in masochism, according to Deleuze's account, Deleuze, 1991, the point seems to be to reaffirm limits, in fact, to contract them out to a third party in order to have them reaffirmed. As opposed to this, an artistic use of pain is that which seeks to break the rules of the game. While it is important for masochism to maintain the fantasy against reality and against the danger of the return of the father, the artist, on the other hand, uses pain to contact reality and to dismantle the father. When pain is understood this way, both in performance, and in the crossing of the barrier of conceptual pain brought on by some new technologies, it can point the way to new contacts with the 207 world, and to the dismantling of oppressive social contracts. For Deleuze, the resolution of dissonance is tantamount to displacing pain, to searching for the major 37 accord with which it is consonant. Deleuze, 1993, 131. Harmony here, as opposed to the unities and identities which state art and masochism assume, is a harmony between differences. The harmonic differenti/ciator in nomad art practices describes the relations between series, the process of each remaining intact. It can provide a harmony between dissonances without always resolving them. Pleasure and pain are intrinsically related in testing this harmony's limits. In short, harmony has many formulas. Deleuze, 1993, 132. According to the formula of the fold, and in the promise of VR, such notions as the action, or even simple stories are like melodies which come after, not before, the creation of a harmonic plane of consistency. In other words, stories, like melodies, only have their uses later, when they interact with other harmonic elements. The fold suggests, in fact, that at this point there can be a harmony between harmony and melody. 1993, 135. This in turn suggests a possible place for the mimesis of an action within broader considerations of interactions. This is an action or melody conceived as the ongoing horizontal and collective extension of harmony which Deleuze places at the limit of the material universe. Some would think Bach, but the feedback on a guitar is as good an example of this extension of harmony through a melody. Here, in a kind of counterpoint, each melody is spilling over its frame and becoming the motif of another such that all of nature becomes an immense melody and flow of bodies. 1993, 135. Melody, or story, or action, is a realization in extension, 135, of the intelligible, interactive harmony, to the sensible, vibrating bodies and matter. At this point it makes sense to talk about an action, or even mimesis, not as explaining or copying, but as resonating, and expressing. Harmony and melody, interaction and action are confounded in technologies such as VR or work such as cages. The perceptual threshold is so thrown by the dynamic of the diagram's effectuation that it is hard to tell the difference between vertical harmonies and horizontal melodies. This is the point at which Deleuze says that our world differs from that of Leibniz, and new tonalities are required, such as cages, Glenn Branca's, or for that matter punk music or bands such as Sonic Youth's, to give just musical examples, which accept dissonance. In this, our playing with the perception of the virtual is moving us all from monadology to nomadology. For the consequence of the Baroque's fragmentation of the world is that there is no longer a single world but several worlds. It is these several worlds that the monad must contend with, and in doing so, Deleuze suggests the monad is kept half open as if by a pair of pliers. This is a world now composed of divergent series, the chaosmos, and it now opens on a trajectory or a spiral in expansion. Deleuze, 1993, 137. To sum up, by following Deleuze and Guattari's accounts of the virtual, the machine and technology, we can begin to assume that the virtual age 208 has only just begun. Until we begin to participate in its machining of the modulation itself more freely, and with less anxiety, we will not be able to convert our monadological lack of an outlook into a nomadological participation in the outside. 14. Transsubjective transferential border space. Bracha-Lichtenberg-Ettinger. In outer screen of vision and art object. The artist is a patient. This is the common sense assumption. The artist loses her mind and spirit to the work, which the viewer analyses. The artist is a doctor. This is Deleuze's proposition. The writer as such is not a patient but rather a doctor of herself and of the world. The world is the whole set of symptoms in which sickness is confounded with humankind. Deleuze, 1997, 3.1. The therapy that the artist offers consists in inventing, through a new vision, a people that is lacking, inventing a possibility of life hollowed out by a kind of foreign language within a language, by a becoming other of language. 15, that opens an outside or flip side consisting of visions and hearings. These visions are not fantasies, but veritable ideas constituted by the passage of life into language. 16. The ideas are not fantasies, but they are analogous to them. To these two possibilities add a third: the artist is a doctor and a patient, redistributing a multiple several and shared symptom too, where the drive and desire meets a thing on the screen of fantasy, or where the symptom and fantasy share a fate, offering this conjunction, diffracted and transformed, via artwork. We can establish an analogy between the subject's inner world of symptoms and its out-inner extimate screen of fantasy on the one hand, and on the other between the sphere of artistic ideas and what I have called establishing a supplementary analogy between Deleuze's writer and a painter. The in-outer screen of vision, Lichtenberg-Ettinger, 1996a. The artwork is both the illness and the remedy, enacting otherwise impossible rapports and realizing the passage onto the screen of vision of psychic traces from what is otherwise either absence, irremediably lost, or potentiality, not yet born. The intrapsychic transsubjective doctor and patient sphere within the artist is transported onto interpsychic trans-individual relations between the artist and the viewer with/through the artwork, via a border sphere captured in the artwork, where transgressive psychic real things are realized, hybrid objects are incarnated, and intrapsychic amnesia is transformed into conductible symptoms. This doctor and patient border space finds its echoes in 215. The viewer, its vibrations impregnate the viewer's psychic border space. It sheds light on an archaic transsubjective rapport between I and non-I and on a possible transmission between different subjects and objects, beyond time and space, in a potential in-between zone of object and subject born and yielded by painting. It sheds some light on the potentiality to engender/produce/invent and analyze transferential relations in psychoanalysis. Out-inner screen of fantasy and objet. According to Freud, a symptom is a disguised, repetitive substitute for ideas connected to wishful childhood impulses that have been repressed. These ideas are sexual, if by sexuality we mean not the genital but rather the partial figure 14.1 Bracha Lichtenberg-Ettinger. From the series Eurydice 1992-6. Source, photograph by Jacques Faujour. 216. Pre-Oedipal dimension, Freud, 1916-7, 313-4, 323-9. A veil of amnesia. Covers the early infantile sexual world and its libidinal development. Wherever there is a symptom there is also an amnesia, a gap in the memory. Concerning traumatic failure in the infantile erotic world, Freud, 1910b, 27. Interpreting repetitions in transference and uncovering forgotten memory traces by filling up this gap imply the removal of the conditions which led to the production of the symptom, Freud, 1910a, 20, 1910c, 41. Thus psychoanalysis aims at the transformation of repetition and/or amnesia into memory, by working through regression and repression in the framework of transferential relations between the doctor and the patient. The repressed ideas are connected with what Lacan describes as holes in the real, which are otherwise connected to art, Lacan, 1975-6. This is implied by the term symptom. It is the symptom we must deal with in the very rapport Freud maintained was natural, which doesn't mean a thing, the sexual rapport. The symptom deals with the impossible feminine sexual rapport. Sexuality is the domain in psychoanalysis where art may be articulated, since we enter the drive, jouissance, and art via the same cavity, where they exchange effects, where art by accumulating potentiality shakes frontiers of sense into becoming thresholds, and infuses changes in culture. Art, says Lacan, is related to jouissance through the anatomy of a cavity, vacuole. An inaccessible trace of a lacking part object, objet, tickles the thing, das Ding, from within, and this is the essential quality of everything we call art, Lacan, 1968-9. An artwork attracts, shifts or originates a desire for an object that mysteriously embodies a space in that cavity. A desire, still saturated with the drive, awakens where an art object joins forces as beauty and horror with an extimated, an outside captured within, gaze or objet, bypassing repression and regression at the price of dangerously approaching the thing, the primary source of the unheimlich, of uncanny anxiety, which appeals to the viewer to follow it into a mysterious, invisible space beyond yet inside the visible, to abandon defenses and to weave into the work its own invisible affect. Fantasy, engagement, knowledge. The impossible encounter between the drive and the aesthetic object in the outer screen of vision is analogous, up to a point, to the impossible meeting between the drive and the mental object in the inner screen of fantasy. The holes hidden from the expanse of signification are the thing, its vacuole, and their originary repression, Urverdrangen, jouissance, sensual pleasure or pain, and its cavity, and objet and its sight. Objet is a remnant of the split from the impulses, from bodily samplings of my corporeality and from what I call the archaic m/other. 3 The objet indexes that a libidinal event linked to the thing took place in the psychic space that is a whole. It is a mental trace issued in the course of a primary schism between the drive and its objects through which the subject itself emerges and is cleft. For Lacan, the unconscious reposes on this cleft. 217. Feminine sex difference in the poetic. An aesthetic space. We enter art and sex difference through the field of the real spreading between trauma and fantasy. Trauma is saturated with traces of corporeal and sensorial events whose accompanied effects direct the flowing of the libido. Fantasy draws the roots of the libido's flowing and derivation both when the trauma takes place and when the I later awakens, to search for lost part objects. And since for Lacan the span of the real evades the symbolic, the libido can only be a participant in the whole, and this goes for all other modes through which the body and the real are presented. It is obviously through this that I am trying to get back to the function of art. Lacan, 1975-6. Part objects are archaic mental samples of bits of me, of others and of the exterior world, to which we are or were once attached as particles by nature fragmentary and fragmented. Deleuze and Guattari, 1983, 5. These do not compose a whole, milk, breast, penis, if you have one, but also voices without their masters, gazes without their owners. Whereas Lacan emphasizes the relevance of their loss to art, in the figure of the objet, Deleuze and Guattari insist on their ever-renewed presence and their productivity by naming them desiring machines. With the concept of desiring machines we are still bound to bodily organs, but the scope of the part object's producing and desiring capacity opens up to embrace animalistic, industrial, sociological, ecological, and historical organs. Things, crumbs of the thing and or elements producing cuts in the thing's fluid and undifferentiated existence, become part objects if I establish erotic and affective non/pre-Oedipal relations to them which inscribe primary psychic archaic traces, or which echo. For the post-Oedipal subject repressed archaic traces, by way of repetition and regression, thus temporarily breaking down genital Oedipal identity to create new patterns for non-genital non-Oedipal libidinal flow. Deleuze and Guattari's equivalent for the Lacanian, Freudian and Kleinian thing is the body without organs. The relations between the desiring machines and the body without organs can be compared to those between the thing and the part objects in other psychoanalytical models. For Lacan there is an Urverdrangen, there is a repression that is never annulled. It is the very nature of the symbolic to involve this whole, and I am aiming at this whole, which I recognize in the Urverdrangen itself. Lacan, 1975-6. The symbolic subject is the flip side of the part objects. It replaces their traces, and the originary repression of the thing is forever inaccessible. Deleuze and Guattari also locate the originary repression at the level of the relations between thing and part objects, as the repulsion of desiring machines by the body without organs, which is inseparable from the genesis of those machines. Deleuze and Guattari, 1983, 9. When from a psychoanalytic perspective we approach art via these holes. In the real, art is not the effect of given part objects, it is not produced by pre-existing part objects, but rather produces them. The artistic machine, as Deleuze puts it, produces fragments without totality, cut-up particles. 218. Partitioned scenes analogous to part objects, as well as resonances linked to eros and then eidos. Deleuze, 2000, 155-69. Objet is Lacan's term for the trace that the archaic part object has left in my unconscious after I have separated from it or lost passionate contact with it. Objet is no more a part object. It hides behind the screen of fantasy, exercising fascinating and horrifying power, threatening to burst into the present real or to approach consciousness. Between the thing and the object, it is a product of the archaic real, a nonsense, a lack or an imprint of a split from the organ marking its loss in the passage into language via originary repression. Objet is also not yet a part object, for it is a remnant retroactively created by discourse. The part object itself, like originary repression, is never accessed by the symbolic subject. Rather, it is produced by the symbolic qualac, since there is no prediscursive psychic reality. Thus, whereas the Lacanian subject replaces the objet, Deleuze and Guattari's subject, with no fixed identity, wandering about over the body without organs, remains beside the part objects, Deleuze and Guattari, 1983, 16. The objet with its beyond appearance vibrations is structured by Lacanian theory in a phallic way through a split, inasmuch as primary inscription replaces production and is replaced by secondary, symbolic, inscription. For Deleuze and Guattari, on the other hand, the desiring machine remains an eternal source of production, a presence that motivates the connective synthesis. A part of the libidinal connective energy is transformed into a recording energy of inscription, noumen, motivating the disjunctive synthesis. A part of the noumen transforms in turn into energy of consumption, voluptas, motivating the conjunctive synthesis. Here, production extends into inscription, whereas with Lacan inscription's price is production, the real is sacrificed in the passage into culture. The difference between these two theories is that one erects and the other eradicates the Oedipal mechanism of castration. In both theories, however, psychoanalysis supplies a conceptual framework for dealing with the enigma of art in terms of the space opened between part object/desiring machine/objet on the one hand, and on the other hand the thing/body without organs. And in both the enigma of the poetic process interlaces with that of the primary psychic relations designated by the term originary repression. In this space art, the aesthetic objects and the poetic processes are fatally linked to lack, loss, and foreclosure for Lacan, and to presence, production, and the eternal return for Deleuze and Guattari. This is also, for me, precisely the space where the question of a non-phallic sex difference arises. The matrixial object/objet and link, as we shall see, are between presence and absence, negotiating both co-emergence and co-fading, the potentially present and the almost lost erotic areals of the psyche, since they are produced for and shared by a particular kind of trans-subjective hybrid entity, a subjectivity that is feminine but is neither pre-Oedipal nor castrated, that operates within the partial dimension, designating a non-Oedipal, feminine sex difference, produced/inscribed already in the passage between the thing and the part object, and therefore negotiating an aesthetic difference. 219. The cleft phallic gaze. In the scopic sphere of vision, the objet is the gaze, lacking and split forever from the passions of the eye, and dwelling in the other. For Lacan, the eye and the gaze are forever cleft, secluding what is shown to the subject from what it desires to see. The other doesn't look at me from where I look at him, nor from where I would like him to look at me, and what I look at is never what I wish to see. Lacan, 1964, 103. When I look for the gaze it hides, and precisely for that reason the field of vision is relevant to the unconscious subject. The split informs the eye as erotic. A drive is concealed/revealed in the schism from the gaze, the eye and the gaze. This is for us the split in which the drive is manifested at the level of the scopic field. 1964, 72-3. Via the artwork, a lacking gaze accesses consciousness in the form of a strange contingency revealed by an unheimlich signaling that we are on the horizon of experience, namely approaching the lack that constitutes castration anxiety. 1964, 73. Thus the underlying threat is the appearance of the phallic ghost, for the unheimlich reposes on castration complex, 1964, 88. Since the painter undertakes a dialogue with the gaze, something of the gaze is always contained in the tableau. The painter seduces the eye of the viewer and offers it some imaginary food, but the viewer is solicited by the tableau to lay down his gaze there as one lays down one's weapons. Lacan, 1964, 101. Something that is fermented by this laying down of the gaze is granted to the subject's eyes of fantasy. The painter's stroke does not originate in a decision, but concludes an internal stroke which also participates in regression, against which it now creates, as in a reversal of the course of time, a gaze, a product that is also a cause, to which the painter's actual stroke becomes a response. The gaze fascinates and horrifies the stroke, attracting it into becoming, from the sight of the irreal. In front of the amazing snare of the gaze on apparition's horizon, consciousness can only conclude the artist's act by ascribing images and thoughts to that which had none. The viewpoint of the gaze is the artist's blind spot linked to the thing, incarnated in painting. When Lacan attributes substitutions of loss as a split to this tacit gaze, it becomes a phallic extimate relic, an archaic outside captivated within, whose schism is then embodied by the screen of fantasy. The gaze is cast upon the screen when the subject is suspended, and if the subject does rarely appear on the screen, it is as a stain in the picture, while the gaze disappears. Intersubjective gaze as want in being. A slightly different gaze, presented by Lacan in 1965, emphasizes the dimension of intersubjectivity, but the cleft is even more clearly erected, since it is precisely the relations to the want in being, manque à être, that are being contrived here. 220. Figure 14.2 Bracha-Lichtenberg Ettinger. From the series Eurydice 1992-6. Source, photograph by Jacques Faugeur. And remember what I said, the tableau painting is, the real tableau. It is the gaze. It is the tableau that gazes at whomever is caught in its field, falls into its snare. The painter is he who makes the gaze fall before himself, from the other. He figure is projected before him signorelli for the figure of he who no longer knows from whence he sees himself, who no longer knows the point from which he gazes upon himself. For the S of the schema which I have shown to be the constitutive site for primordial identification, the identification of the unary stroke, the identification of the imaginary, the somewhere from which everything falls into position for the subject. This S, it must be emphasized, has no point, it is that outside which is the point of birth, the point of emergence of some creation, which may be on the order of a reflection, on the order of the secretly organized, of that which falls into position, of that which is instituted as intersubjectivity. With regard to this light, which appears suddenly on the very image of the one whose name is lost, of the one who is presented here as lack, Freud leaves the thing in suspense for us, leaves us kind of tongue-tied, so to speak. It is the apparition of the point of emergence 221. In the world from the bursting forth point which, in language, can only be translated as the want in being. Lacan, 1964-5. It is in the no place of the thing in art that Lacan first detects, via the gaze, the uncanny phallic ghost, 1964. Via the tableau Lacan tracks something of the revelation of intersubjectivity as want in being, 1964-5, in which the archaic other as a point of emergence is outside and lacking. Later, in relation to literature, 1975-6, Lacan hints at some revelation that passes via a feminine sexual rapport, relationship, in the synthome, a rapport he considers impossible. If the gaze in art is an elevation of woman to the level of the thing, 1968-9, then the synthome is a possibility of a revelation of woman as incarnating an impossible rapport. Up until the end of his teaching, Lacan repeatedly claimed that there is no sexual rapport, 1973-4, 1975-6, that psychoanalysis itself testifies to this, that this lack of rapport is the basis of psychoanalytic discourse. But, if such a rapport existed, it would be feminine. With the synthome he enigmatically implies an incarnation of a supplementary feminine site, stretched out from and retreating back into art, separated from psychosis by less than a whisper. Female swerve, feminine rapport and matrixial sex difference. In discussing the gaze and art, Lacan, 1964, referred to Freud's idea that the unheimlich strangeness in aesthetic experience springs from its proximity to the castration complex. But enigmatic unheimlichs are also attached, according to Freud, to the unconscious infantile complex of intrauterine existence or womb fantasies. Freud, 1919, 244, 248. These I have called matrixial. The two complexes, the phallic and the matrixial, to my mind indicate two different clusters of mechanisms, functions, and processes. The phallic structure accounts for an arena of non-rapport, the matrixial apparatus may hold for a space of border linking. 5 Elevating onto art, matrixial sparkles that correspond to a channel induced by pre-birth incest has to do, in my view, with yet another phenomenon of the unheimlich, in its relation to transference. Thinking these two concepts together conveys an underlying, dangerous female swerve and a feminine/prenatal rapport that vibrate on the horizon of with invisibility in art. Swerve and border linking are incidents in the real at the basis of a feminine matrixial sex difference. The swerve as spacing, distancing apart as well as deviation, digression, and deflection, relates to Merleau-Ponty's écart gap and dehiscence, which I transfer from the realm of perception to that of psychic affectation. Border linking relates to his thinking on two. Speaking of ontogenesis of the aesthetic universe, Merleau-Ponty articulates a space of bursting and dehiscence in the real prior to the bifurcation into subject and object, where the écart between two is a fragmentation of being and a becoming or advent of the difference in a virtual foyer. Merleau-Ponty, 1968, 215-6. 222. Minimal affectation conditions the genesis of art creation and of the painter gaze. Lyotard, 1995. But where Merleau-Ponty, 1968, 201, speaks of perception as écart in relation to a level, niveau, I am thinking of affectation as a swerve in relation to a thing, and of an affected originary border linking which allows us to associate the écart between two, or between several, to the pli, fold, differentiation of the undifferentiated Deleuze, and to the Zwiefelt, Heidegger. A pli de deux, twofold, an entre deux, where it is difference which is differentiated. Deleuze, 1993, 10. Affected swerve and border linking inaugurate a psychic copoetic space 6 of transformation and differentiation in between the several opened by the feminine, where a subjective web is linked to woman's corporeal thing. The difference of the feminine is inaugural of its own space and is originary, it is not deduced from the masculine or the male. The originary female swerve is not engaged during the split of the subject, nor is it dissolved inside relations to the other defined by Lacan as treasure of signifiers, yet it imprints psychic traces. The originary swerve, which concerns the female invisible corporeal specificity, womb, for both male and female infants, is captured in a feminine rapport of the I with the uncognized other. The affected swerve and rapport generate and engrave passages and means of transport through which traces of joint events, jouissances, and fantasies are channeled, means that do not converge on the process of castration. They are non-Oedipal, they account for a difference in a non-phallic apparatus and create supplementary feminine other desire, transported, transformed and transferred within the matrixial border space, beyond metaphor and metonymy, by what I have termed in my remarks on painting metamorphosis, Lichtenberg-Ettinger, 1993. A feminine border linking discloses art as a transferential border space. Echoes of matrixial holes and knots sprout through art and sonate meaning, since in the act of painting the schiz between the gaze and the eye falls apart, yet not into absence by fusion or annihilation. These knots display themselves enigmatically, and it is up to us whether to contemplate them once the act is over. I have transported the vague ideas of matrix and metamorphosis from art into psychoanalysis in order to unveil through them, become concepts, a particular spectrum of opaque, trans-individual, shared indifference, affected mental events and fantasies bounded by traces of archaic rapport with the feminine other. In the matrixial apparatus and by metamorphic processes, this spectrum reaches some level of organization and we may perceive something of it when it arises, partially, in fits and starts, at the horizon of the space of transference. Witness indifferentiation, transgression, and hybridity matrix is an unconscious border space of simultaneous co-emergence and co-fading of the I and an uncognized non-I, neither fused nor rejected, which share and transmit joint, hybrid and diffracted objects via conductible border links. 223. The matrix is a model of a feminine/prenatal rapport conceived of as a shared psychic border space in which differentiation in co-emergence and distance in proximity are continuously reattuned by a metamorphosis created by and further creating, interwoven by matrixial affects, relations without relating on the borders of presence and absence, subject and object, me and the stranger. The matrixial stratum or sphere, involved in the process of creating feminine other desire and other sense, coexists and alternates with the phallic stratum. Metamorphosis is a process of interpsychic trans-individual communication and transformation between/within several entities in a matrixial border space. It is the route of a passage through which matrixially affected events, materials, and modes infiltrate the symbolic and diversify on its non-conscious margins through/by subsymbolic webs. In a joint and multiple marginal trans-individual awareness, perceived boundaries are dissolved into becoming new boundaries, forms are transgressed, border lines are surpassed and transformed into becoming thresholds, conductible border links are conceived, transformed, and dissolved. Contingent transgressive border links and a border space of swerve and encounter emerge as a sex difference and a creative instance which engrave traces which may be revealed/invented in witness indifferentiation. 7 In the matrix, relation without relating transforms the unknown other and me, and turns both of us into partial subjects. Still unknown to each other, in subjectivity as encounter. Metamorphosis is a copoetic activity in an interpsychic web that remembers, conducts, transfers, and inscribes feminine jouissance, swerve, and rapport. Via art the effects of the border links activity are transmitted to the threshold of culture. Thingified savoir, 8 Swerve and border linking something of the erotic antennae of the psyche transmits to and receives from the other, through the fantasy mechanism, an echo of matrixial holes, resonances of an archaic incestual rapport with the becoming mother and effective remnants from the female swerve and the hybrid objet. Metamorphic border link diffracts and assembles traces in a trans-subjective web, disengaged from and unappropriated even retroactively by the phallus. And if art and sexuality come to play with each other through the mediation of partial drives, then elucidating the specificity of the matrix as sex difference in the partial dimension leads to articulating a supplementary aesthetic erotic zone. Conceptualizing a level of an other feminine difference and of a non-equivalence between the sexes. 9 Promoted by feminine jouissance, swerve, and border linking is possible only if whatever of it that escapes pre-established discourse is nonetheless unthinkingly known, and not only exists within female corporeality but is traced by the artist, written in/by art, becoming somewhat thinkable through the contemplation of art and its production, making some sense, finally articulated and shared in a transferential border space. The knowledge of the real is not a host of data awaiting decoding. By 224. Figure 14.3 Bracha-Lichtenberg Ettinger. From the series Eurydice 1992-6. Source, photograph by Jacques Faujour. Means of signification to produce signified knowledge, savoir, that will also constitute the subject as cleft, but is rather an invention that happens in any first encounter with sexual rapport. Lacan, 1973-4. Thus a metamorphic process of webbing in witness, exchanges of affects based on the conduction of/in shared, asymmetrically and not in the same way, trauma and fantasy, and transmissions in transformation of fantasy, beginning between a becoming subject and a becoming m/other to be, but more generally between any I in co-emergence with an uncognized non-I, in a between which initiates a plural several, partial and diffracted woman, can release knowledge from holes in the real and Inscribe traces of a rapport in what a synthome would turn into if viewed from this feminine side, as an intersection that creates/invents/reveals/releases a potential desire from its dangerous, foreclosed in the phallus, but between foreclosure and repression in the matrix, archaic zone. In painting, metamorphosis nits thignified savoir and not 225. Signified savoir. The matrixial other sex difference treasures a dimension of potentiality and transgressivity in an interpsychic, trans-individual, connectionist subsymbolic web. Point 10. Severalized whole, floating eye, diffracted gaze. If a whole may become two wholes according to Lacan, 1961-2, who uses here somewhat embryological imagery, then it may also become several wholes. And moving from the phallic to the matrixial perspective, the several wholes stand for a diffraction of the eye and gaze between several, not infinite, not one, entities, a sharing of the eye and gaze by several individuals, a composing of the eye and gaze by several components, and a dispersal and divergence of grains of subjectivity between several different individuals, by which some eye and gaze, become border links between partial subjects along which a diffracted gaze is plated within. The multiple several wholes, with their floating eyes, without fusion or split. All of this takes place to begin with in relation to a female swerve, since it occurs within the becoming subject co-emerging in pre-birth incest together with the mother-to-be. I emphasize that when I write of the partial subject-to-be in the womb, I refer only to the last intrauterine period when the infant is already post-mature Winnicott, and we assume that its fantasy life has begun. The feminine archaic origin echoed by the Matrix doesn't indicate any limitation on women's rights over their bodies, quite to the contrary. This configuration supports woman's full co-responsibility for any event occurring within her own not one corporeality and disqualifies phallic regulations of it. The subject-to-be is a pre-subject in the desire and the discourse of the M/other-to-be who transgresses her own individual psychic boundaries and shares the pre-subject's real that stretches between trauma and fantasy. The matrixial angle illuminates the border space between inside and outside in subjectivity as encounter, where a continuity rather than a split between inside and outside and eye and gaze comes to light. This continuity, connecting to a hybrid gaze and a floating eye, is sieve-like. It is a mark of difference whose advent is transformation, and which roves, since its elements are diffracted between several floating erotic points of vision that do not converge at a fixed emergence point. Swerving the gaze, the tableau and the synthome towards the matrix allows further articulation concerning art and its production. In art, by means of metamorphosis, something of the secret organization that begins with vagrancy and severality with no possible fixed point of vision rises to the surface as a shared, hybrid, and severalized gaze in relation with, and not split from, the severalized whole and its eroticized floating eye, just as something of the horror of castration emerges through the phallic gaze and its fixed/fixing eye. In the gaze, the phallus carves intersubjectivity together with a point of emergence into what is want in being, so that the split of the eye from the gaze is constitutive of the subject. In the matrix, the gaze carves transsubjectivity in co-emerging entities in a becoming rapport, between presence and 226. Want in being in severality, for the gaze in the matrix rolls into several eyes, transforms the viewer's point of vision and returns through his/her eyes to the other of culture transformed. Matrixial unheimlich. In the experience of the matrixial uncanny, the gaze is not split and yet not fused with the eye, grasped as the eroticized aerial of the psyche. The gaze is saturated with primary distributions of energies that correspond to a rotating swerve, with traces of archaic jouissance 11 and with intensities striving for apparition. These traces and intensities are unexpectedly incarnated in swerve and border linking in/by the act of painting beyond as inside the visible. In the act of painting, the gaze moves between several archaic as well as potential participants, creates/disjoints each subject, potential viewer, as partial within subjectivity as encounter, the subject's view transformed in difference from other viewers' transformations. The gaze of the artist, having trespassed its eye, is vibrated by it, so as to awaken a new swerve or roll it up in a rapport. The matrixial gaze is rediffracted by each affected eye onto a potentially joint biseveral erotic screen of vision. Wallowing within a shared and moving eye, the gaze rediffracts at the moment of its rolling in. Something, but not all, of this act and its affects is transported into and conducted via the artwork, thus transforming the point of view of the viewer in difference from, yet in relation to, the non-conscious swerves and links of the artist, who captures/produces/conducts ideas and fantasies. The tableau connects the gaze of the viewer who happens to be touched by it with its own lost zone beyond the skiz, via vibrations embedded in the tableau that mysteriously conduct diffracted traces, Lyotard, 1995, of the artist's act and gaze. A severalized cavity opens, indexing a hidden female side which arises as originary feminine swerve along with the border links capturing the singularity of each pre-birth incest arising as transgression, as originary feminine difference. A non-conscious transferential channel is opened which offers the possibility of inscribing traces of interpsychic non-fusional and non-split encounter within the other, by weaving the matrixial web into an enlarged other, which would thereby contain knowledge that is not conditioned by the repression of signifiers but rather by the emerging dispersing and fading in transformation of the materials of the real. 12 Such a relation with its swerve, is transferred via artwork from the artist to the viewer. It is also transferred from the artwork to both viewer and artist, transforming their own erotic point of emergence of vision, the eye with gaze in the scopic psychic dimension. Besideness within out a transferential border space in terms of the unconscious art coefficient and relations of transference, Duchamp suggests a kind of aesthetic osmosis between the artist and the 227. Viewer via the artwork, Duchamp, 1975, 188-9. I suggest that a transferential border space of interwithness, besideness 13 and transgression embedded in relations of transference seeks ways to become known and thinkable via the screen of vision. Psychoanalysis can discern, apprehend, and otherwise work through an analogous border space embedded in a screen of fantasy stretched in transference/counter-transference relationships, in which an assembled and diffracted trans-individual doctor-patient entity can roll itself bit by bit into the symbolic level. It was Freud, 1910, himself who qualified some transferential phenomena as unheimlich, thus opening the route for Duchamp to deliver them to an aesthetic sphere and to make them intersect with aesthetic experience. Mysterious, even mystical, Freud, 1910, 22, affective uncanny contingencies underlie the therapeutic potentiality of psychoanalysis, in terms of the patient's openness to interpersonal interaction, influence, and suggestibility, or his/her tendency for transference in the encounter with the doctor within the psychoanalytic process. This tendency for transference, since it reposes on sexuality, on the activity of the libido, Freud, 1916-7, 446, enters our wholes. Doctor and patient arrive at their transferential encounter with different fantasies and desires. Nevertheless, their fantasies and desires are somehow, mysteriously, temporarily, and partially shared in a non-symmetrical yet reciprocal way, and are transformed in/by the encounter, and retransmitted. Furthermore, fantasies and desires are created in the transferential border space as already conductible and shareable though in difference, contrived specifically in/for each unexpected and unique psychoanalytic encounter. A matrixial border space for inscribing originary besideness within out is opened in the space of transference. This vagrancy of fantasy and desire is not a replacement of one's own fantasy and desire by that of another. Beside a phallic transference/counter-transference an other one happens, where trans-individual subjectivity as encounter is created between an I and an unknown other, or between an I and the unknown zone of a known non-I. The unheimlich, both allowing and accompanying the transference/counter-transference matrixial rapport between doctor and patient, signal to both that a common indifference event which equally but differently concerns each of them approaches the margins of shared awareness, surrounds the edges of its cavity and is about to appear. Traces of a buried alive trauma are about to be reborn from amnesia into co-emerging memory, and the potentiality of partially sharing it in the transferential border space is the condition for its appearance. Such unheimlichs allow and accompany seeing within/through a work of art. That is how we may read Duchamp's art coefficient connected to space of transference. The artist and the viewer transform the artwork and are transformed by it in different times and places and to different degrees, in different yet connected ways. Each viewer gives the artwork new life, and what escapes the capture of the artist's awareness is the kernel of this process. Such unheimlichs otherwise allow and accompany the border linking through psychoanalysis. 228. Affective phenomena like admiration, amazement, empathy, anxiety, and awe which are hidden inside the patient's readiness for transference, as well as closely related phenomena like wonder, dread, compassion 14 and again empathy, and even telepathy, which are hidden in the doctor's tendency for counter-transference, also arise in viewing art, as if transferential object becomes a partial subject and communicates with us. Shared, exchanged, and diffracted on the unconscious partial dimension, these affects attract and diffuse aesthetic matrixal threads and participate in the artwork's potentiality for hurting and healing. Copoiesis inter with the other. A matrixal fantasy bursts forth in each individual in witness within a composite subjectivity, testifying that the feminine/prenatal archaic encounter does not retroactively melt away into an Oedipal castration model and is not constructed, subjugated, or destroyed by the phallus, but rather opens a different channel beside it. The transferential encounter may involve a form of potential communication through which some materials and modes from the matrixal stratum may find expression. Beyond art and psychosis, in psychoanalysis. And maybe that is where Lacan aims when, transporting the analyst from the status of a subject supposed to know, sujet suppose savoir, to the status of relics in the form of the objet, he somewhat subversively remarks, I have said and done enough to stop anyone, at least anyone from my close circles. From daring, from risking, to advance that one can be the mother as an analyst in a didactic analysis. Yet this is precisely what this is all about. Lacan, 1961-2, June. Point 15. Parallel to this passage from positioning the analyst as a sujet suppose savoir to positioning him/her as an objet, we note that there occurs a passage from a masculine to a feminine position, and a move from transference as repetition to transference as impossible yet potential encounter between subjects and with their becoming joint through sharing psychic part objects. Feminine jouissance, which does not wait for phallic organization to enter into play, will take on aspects of revelation which it will keep forever. Lacan, 1961-2. This revelation emerges in the matrix from the singularity of each encounter as a unique copoiesis. It inscribes a potentiality appearing as a series of unexpected revelations in the transferential space. Another kind of appearance, or rather apparition, consists of modes of revelation in/by art. Raising the phallic objet as woman in art to the level of the thing in primordial extimacy does not designate a regressive step. And linking with an inter with matrixal synthome via art does not indicate a return to the womb in the real nor a psychotic disintegration or fusion, but rather a realization of unforeseen potentiality within out, where original and ready-made intersect in difference. The enigma of femininity that touches upon the originary repression of the thing, the Urverdrängen, the primordial unconscious as connected to sex and death beyond/before the separating line of castration, beyond/before the threshold of language, is foreclosed in the phallus but is emerging. And 229. Fading by transformation in the matrix. Something of those co-emergence and co-fading in the real is delivered to the symbolic's margins via covenants hidden in art. Since a matrixal copoiesis is also experienced in transference and counter-transference, I take psychoanalytic relations as always containing a dimension of uncanny borderline transsubjectivity, and psychoanalytic theory as a laboratory for new concepts born in/by art. Something is interwoven between several entities into a tissue whose connections may become accessible via art. Something, but not all. 16. If for Lacan the woman between jouir's presence and jouir's absence is other even when she is in between, 1971-2, in the matrix she is a border other becoming between in witness. A metromorphic dissolving is not a parting/cutting by either repression or foreclosure, but rather a shared indifference transformation. Something of the impossible feminine position of inter with the other is interlaced in transsubjectivity in relation without relating. Transsubjectivity lies beside the one and the split subject. Rein/diffuse. Let us now consider some of the aesthetic potentialities of the matrixial gaze, at the moment of its emergence and its eclipsing, still saturated with jouissance, aroused by the libido, excited by the drive to pass from the artist to the art and back again, and from the art to the viewer and back again, via erotic tunnels. Let us consider poetic subjectivity as encounter, still stretched between trauma and fantasy, creating/producing different yet connected desires in the artist and the viewer. In the scopic sphere, in the matrixial partial dimension, the gaze rolls within the eye without its collapsing, since the matrixial gaze is hybrid and diffracted and the eye is a floating, severalized and shared erotic conductible antenna with no fixed and one point of emergence, within subjectivity as encounter. Metromorphosis directly creates and covenants knots in a trans-individual non-conscious web, and touches upon the synthome from a feminine side in a joint border space. A matrixial place/space/side awakes in the act of painting when a skiz is transformed into a link. Awareness of some sparkles from it in the transferential space does not necessarily indicate psychotic disintegration, schizophrenic multiplicity, or folie à deux. 17. This web-like subjectivity conducts and transmits a diffracted gaze, where we appear on the screen as a invisible sieve. Each witness engenders its particular sieve in which, beyond the visible, a gaze that is the continuity of the inside outside and the outside within inspires and expires, inspirits us. Encounters, in the screen of fantasy as in the screen of vision, attest that imprints are interwoven, that traces deviating from an unknown other etch imprints in me unconsciously, that traces abandoning me still keep in touch via my unknown others, and that an I'm pure object is created inside transsubjective heterogenesis. 18. 230. Figure 14.4 Bracha-Lichtenberg-Ettinger. From the series Eurydice 1992-6. Source, photograph by Jacques Faugeur. In the matrixial border space, partial subject and partial object intersect and transmit poetic archaic traces upon each other and in a connectionist web, while a partial non-I co-emerges with them. The flowing of the experience is inscribed in metromorphosis as asymmetrical yet reciprocal relations that create erotic antennae, shared but possessing different sonneting minimal sense for each partial subject, artist, and viewer. These areals register what returns from the other as traces, and transmit a centerless or several-centered gaze. The matrixial filter tears affected transsubjective events out of foreclosure. 19. Metromorphosis transgresses the boundaries of the body in identity as male and 231. Female, and confers meaning to a variety of shifting traces of border linking beyond as before gender identifications. These traces do not converge into the confusion of one, nor do they disintegrate into undifferentiation or total absence. Even in the fading by transformation of the matrixial border space, diffracted gazes still twinkle in one another's eyes. Awareness of the impossibility of a total split and the impossibility of not sharing implies certain modifications in the classic Lacanian understanding of the structure of the unconscious, continuing the very late Lacan in Deleuze and Guattari's anti-Oedipal direction. 20. This has ethical implications beyond aesthetics, concerning covenantal relations with several strangers, who induce changes in me, and whom I sway, in recognition of the impossibility of being fully cognizant of or of total splitting from the other. The doctor and patient co-emerge in the transferential space, sharing indifference, the screen of fantasy, through floating sharing and floating attention. The artist and the viewer, as doctor and patient, co-emerge in diverse ways with the work and by the work, sharing indifference, the screen of vision, through passage to action and floating viewing. A matrixial gaze floats to the edges of visibility when a floating eye traverses the screen. Artist and viewer are not in passive/active contradiction in relation to the screen, and yet neither do they amalgamate. They are not the same, and they are not symmetrical. They exchange and keep a distance in proximity that allows the artist a freedom to act and allows the viewer emphatic compassion as well as the freedom to re-diffuse, a possibility for rediffusion and reinfusion of elements in the transferential border space where elements neither fuse nor refuse each other. Diffusing within the matrix hollows a critical space of subversion and resistance which becomes indeed a refusal of for the split subject inside the phallus with its woman as absence. Compassionate witnessing and transgressive potentiality. Of all of the kinds of contemporary means of production that compel the gaze of the viewer to meld with the gaze of the artist or the camera, hiding symbiotic gratification behind the offer of a controlling gaze, painting renews its critical relevancy as a vehicle for compassionate yet critical distance, offering a grasp of floating time and space shared with the other while retuning distances in proximity. The phallic gaze excites us while threatening to annihilate us in its emergence on the screen, giving us the illusion of a participation in mastery. The matrixial gaze thrills us while fragmenting, multiplying, scattering, and joining grains together. It turns us into what we may call participatory witnesses to traumatic events, at the price of diffracting us into grains. It threatens us with disintegration while allowing transgression towards a drama wider than that of our individual selves. 232. Figure 14.5 Bracha-Lichtenberg Ettinger. From the series Eurydice 1992-6. Source, photograph by Jacques Faugeur. The matrixial perspective invites us to reassess the contemporary death of painting, for its killing is the product of a phallic overdose. This reflex, like the total death of the subject, concerns the split subject only. In the matrixial border space, there is never one split subject nor its total want in being, but rather marginal and migratory severality. Painting ever opens new aesthetic fields. The matrixial gaze cannot be encompassed entirely by only one subject, and cannot encompass it either. It was never a lost wholeness nor an endless multiplicity 21 and it remains partial, allowing for compassionate screening without identity, because while it breaks your imaginary wholeness it also conducts you to its, and your, margins and out of its, and your, own one space. Different grains, spaced in a floating time, yet timed by a floating transferential border space in the artwork, will have no control over the gaze, nor will any grain suffer its total loss. The matrixial gaze reflects and creates libidinal metamorphic roots as it partly perishes and partly arises through its diffraction in the several, in its passing to several other grains and webs. Thus the 233. Matrix indicates specific ways to rethink the effects of series, Bussy-Glucksmann, 1995, and of the transition from one period to another. Trauma is defined in the matrix as relational. It can therefore only be worked through in a new transformational relation. Likewise, I rethink the phenomenon of unconscious transmission between artists and over generations in terms other than those of copy versus original, influence, etc., and instead in terms of transgression, transsubjective and transgenerational phylogenetic memory 22 and as an axis of potentiality for future realization of relational working through. The matrixial transferential border space carries contemporary art beyond the Duchampian era, in the sense that the binary contradiction between an original and a ready-made fades away, yet the two do not collide, but rather make each other swerve further with new exchanges. The matrix suggests a supplementary relief to the idea of transference that Duchamp transferred from psychoanalysis to art. The rapport between original and ready-made in the matrixial sphere in painting creates a third zone of severality in the space of transference. Wandering, scattered, and sprayed among floating eyes, it is impossible to regather the matrixial gaze's traces, but you may join them in a labyrinth woven in the course of creating the matrixial web in the screen of vision. The artist within his/her doctor and patient dimension is a witness without event 23 in compassionate witnessing. The viewer is challenged by the artwork to join this matrixial border space. Beyond representation, he is carried by an event he did not necessarily experience, and through the matrixial web an unexpected transformation and reaction to that event arises. This, I believe, touches on an ethical aspect already carried inside aesthetics via affects attached to the objet and to border links. It was Levinas who traced a radical path of thinking the ethical in terms of the feminine. In doing so he claimed, as I have said elsewhere, a space of sexual difference that unfolds directly in/from the feminine, Levinas, 1993, 1997. And nothing guides us in advance as to what witnessing the matrixial gaze will destine me or the other, or as to which witness we will allocate the gaze. Nothing foresees or prescribes the passage from a symptom to a symptom, neither in the phallus nor in the matrix. Nothing paves the way for the passage onto an irreal real in the form of an artwork. Nothing inscribes the artistic act in the painter's stroke. Nothing guarantees the power of the artwork to give rise to a response in viewers nor indicates in advance what transformation will take place in the shared matrixial web. The matrixial gaze is an encounter, and it can be partially retrieved only in another encounter. Nothing proscribes specific linking of out-inner knots into an in-outer trans-subjective web. 234. And nothing decides beforehand what would lead the viewer to produce his/her own threads cause/objet/border link within a particular transferential border space. Memory and amnesia, conclusions. I suggest considering a matrixial transferential border space in art making and the art object. This inaugurates a channel of co-emergence and co-fading where trauma, fantasy, and desire join traces. It is a space of diffraction, severality, dispersal, and partiality, shareability and hybridity, witness, conductivity, passability, and transmission, a space of potentiality. It is opened in/by the act of painting through a transgression of the splits between I and gaze and I and non-I which momentarily defies the unconscious. The act of painting perforates 235. A border space which is not conscious, but does not correspond to the structure of the unconscious as defined by a network of repressed signifiers worked through metaphors, etc. If amnesia plays a part here, it is double-edged. It looks toward a future in which whatever of it will transform into memory will have become a memory of that which was neither repressed nor forgotten, that which from the onset appears for the first time as a shared memory in the transferential border space, creating its veil of amnesia, hurting while healing. The act of painting looks to the past when it elevates the screen of fantasy into a screen of vision, by way of ideas, while suspending without removing the veil of amnesia, healing. Traumatic relations while hurting. In the matrixial copoietic border space, I and an extimate, intimate unknown, non-I share an ephemeral, unpredictable, and singular alliance, in which each participant, as well as their hybrid objet, is partial and relational in differentiating jointness. Partial subjects discern each other via conductible border links, interlinking while transmitting effects and pathic information, addressing one another in a relation without relating that takes place in the course of alternations in distance and proximity in reciprocal non-cognition. Each partial object is composite, each partial subject participates in several specific covenants. A woman which is not confined to the contours of the one body with its inside versus outside polarity interweaves a sex difference based not on an essence or a negation but on border spacing links and on webbing links to a female swerve. Woman is not a foreclosed other, but a border other, a vacillating witness. The matrixial border space of co-birth in originary differentiation produces compossible feminine other desire which allows one to work, in art's transferential border space, with the idea of an assembled and partial doctor and patient trans-subjectivity. The matrixial apparatus made itself available to me through the act of painting. Putting it in the service of psychoanalysis means a temporary contraction of its fluid sense into a particular channel. Thus the function of art for psychoanalysis may be to enlarge the scope of the unconscious and to question sex difference through analogies to phantasmatic binding with the lost objet and with partial objects, through relational trauma and fantasy, through further cohering with imaginary representation, through further adhering with desire, and by opening new symbolic significance that incorporates transferential history. The function of psychoanalytic theory for art may be to lend its conceptual tools to exposing the existence in art of a side of yet unformulated knowledge about sexuality and subjectivity, To clarify the site as a source for ideas that are awaiting signification in language, and to articulate them. If the act of painting elevates the screen of fantasy into a screen of vision, by way of ideas, while suspending without removing the veil of amnesia, and if it creates with its veil of amnesia memory as a future anterior, psychoanalysis may use revelations from the screen of vision to perforate the veil of amnesia in the transference/counter-transference relations and attain/produce memories of trauma that are otherwise inaccessible but without which healing is impossible. 236. The encounter between trauma, fantasy, and desire behind the veil of amnesia yet without lifting it, or while producing it, is what is proper to artwork. If painting enables me to articulate something via ideas issued by /in/from it, it is in an after-time, from a temporary artist as viewer sight still saturated with doctor and patient affectations. If psychoanalytic discourse reposes on woman as absence, on the impossibility of elaborating what is beyond the phallus, on the impossibility of feminine rapport and on the othering of woman to the point of her foreclosure, in an analogy to a gaze that is the forever schist so that a certain unconscious and a split subject can emerge, then art may be a site from which some light may be shed on another woman, for in the act of painting the schism between the gaze and the eye melts and is woven into swerve difference. This act of art is not accessible to therapy, but the doctor and the patient in transference/counter-transference relations may elaborate something from whatever is imprinted for the first time in the transferential border spaces of art, in order to lift culture's veil of amnesia. 15. From transference to the aesthetic paradigm. A conversation with Felix Guattari. Bracha Lichtenberg Edinger 1. Blee, while studying the transcripts of the Jacques Lacan seminars, I found a passage where you said something to this effect: when Lacan left the International Psychoanalytic Association and founded the Freudian school, breaking with a long tradition in the psychoanalytic movement, when he said I found, as always, alone, he committed an act that weighs upon each and every one of us. He demanded of us a kind of return, in a certain avoidance of his responsibilities. Similarly, when he rebaptized something that had come down to us from the part object as objet patia, his act of denomination, his assumption of the paternity of a notional reclassification, placed all of us in a transferential relation toward his enacting of psychoanalysis after Freud. How are we to speak, after this act? It strikes me as having had an inhibiting effect. Most of us, certainly myself, have found it difficult to know how to proceed analytically in specific fields that are not exactly Lacan's, or that do not follow closely in his wake. We have a problem talking about our involvement in psychoanalysis. Or rather, our problem is that we don't want to talk about it in ways other than those signaled by Lacan. To this, Mellman retorted, it's hard for me to relate to that. I don't see the slightest problem, I don't sense the slightest shadow. To which you replied, it's been going on for years. I had the impression that the idea of an enduring transference situation had been preoccupying you at the time, and that you were already ripe for a split. Since then, there has been a lot of water under the bridge. I don't want to take you back to May 1968, only to ask, are you still today, in some way, a Lacanian analyst? Transference, what's left of it? F.G., I no longer define myself as Lacanian. You're right, there has been a lot of water under the bridge, a whole life's current. Today, I situate myself in a very different place. Whether the discourse is Lacanian, Jungian, or Adlerian, it matters little. Everything works. Everything is acceptable. I speak of discourses of reference productive of subjectivity. What matters to me 240 is clarifying criteria for getting beyond the oppositions between the different kinds of discourse. I do not believe that there exists a subjectivity that does not produce a narrative text. However, it is not the content of the text that is decisive. What is decisive is its repetition. There is also the repetition of the family romance, for example, or the repetition of fantasy. I don't make a distinction between Lacan's discourse and its practice, its social dimension. The unconscious, as Lacan formulates it or according to any other definition, is only a model of production of subjectivity that creates itself in and for a certain context, and is measured by its existential function. For me, individual, collective, and institutional mechanisms work in concert in the production of subjectivity. Blee, in the context of the oscillation between theories of the drive and theories of object relations, how do you see emotional states that are generally interpreted as moments in a transferential process? In particular, what happens in a negative transference situation? You have been very sensitive to the negative effects of transference and the inhibitions they bring. FG, in my work, I do not focus on transference. My role consists in helping the patient develop means of expression and processes of subjectification that would not exist without the analytic process. Often transference is nothing more than opposition to the analysis, which Lacanians tend to use manipulatively. The patient's feelings result from the process. For me, they are signs of what is happening in the course of the analytic process itself, not of a primal libidinality. The law board clinic where Guattari worked all of his professional life provides any number of different paths toward subjectification. It does not encourage the creation of a classical transference situation. So to return to your question, what's left of transference? There are transferential mechanisms that concern parts of the body, and there are also non-personal machines. But the mechanisms of transference touch the community of caregivers as much as that of the patients. They concern the whole gamut of activities through which the patients express themselves, which we as caregivers make possible and even encourage, and which contribute to the production of diverse nuclei of subjectification. As for what is called negative transference, when resistance to analysis is produced, the analysis can in my opinion be stopped, at any point that it is not working. I do not agree with the myth that everything continues as usual during negative transference. This is a myth analysts use to console themselves. Because it is a question of the production of new nuclei of expression, and not of the unmasking of pre-existent contents, I think of my active participation, and that of other personnel or communitarian elements, as catalytic. Either my work is effective, and I'm a good catalyser, or it is not, and I'm not, and in that case the process must be interrupted. 241. Blee, yes, but when the analyst operates in the field, she is taking unforeseeable risks. Something directly connected to her active presence, to the fact that she cannot neutralize the surroundings, may emphatically not work with certain patients. FG, in any case, even in a different therapeutic framework, an analysis that is not working after 6 months should cease. It's a pathogenic process. Blee, your critique of transference takes you in several directions. First, you decompose transference into numerous particles connected with individual, social, machinic, and even cosmic mechanisms. Then you disperse it among several sources. You even transfer its origin into the present, rather than conceiving of it as a return to the past. Not much remains of the concept as we have known it since Freud. But let us try to simplify, and to isolate, in the abstract, the caregiver-patient relation. On the one hand, you mean to abstain from Lacanian transference, which you qualify as manipulative, and on the other you outright reject negative transference, or any interminable transference. In practice, when you are faced with a specific patient, what do? FG, in practice, at the Law Board Clinic, I participate in a great many ways. I involve myself on the social level of the patient's activities. It is therefore very difficult to talk about transference in isolation. The face-to-face encounter takes place within a complex institutional system. It took me some time to shed the collective analytic superego. Analysts live in perpetual fear. They lose themselves in the gap between theoretical and practical discourse, and can't find the courage to take initiative. Blee, that you involve yourself means that the patients are not the only ones who must be productive, and that you also must renew yourself and create. In transferential relations that I term matrixial, I see change in myself, the analyst, as a sign of progress in the treatment, occurring in a matrixal edge of relational space existing in between the patient and myself, even if the patient has broken down temporarily. Thus there can be temporary situations where the patient does not progress, and even turns against me, and in spite of it all a productive development occurs. That is because the changes each of the participants undergo, in relation to each other and to their common border space, through their matrixal relation of metamorphosis, are not necessarily synchronous. Fg, but then you don't consider the process blocked. Neither do you attribute it to an individual libidinal drive projected onto you. And if you yourself progress, you don't interpret what is happening as resistance, and you don't use that kind of interpretation to justify a frozen situation of enduring hostility. And you don't hold someone else responsible for that situation. Isn't that right? Given that you assume the production and growth of a common subjective stratum of encounter, on the basis of a shareable prenatal/feminine stratum that your model theorizes as escaping 242. Oedipal phallocracy, wouldn't the very concept of transference have to be transformed accordingly? It's true, when you go from the phallic stratum to the matrixal stratum, even silence and perturbation are differently creative, as in painting. It becomes evident, through the processes of the painting's creation, that the painting is not an object. Perturbation as creation, interruption of transmission. Fg, and silence. You can see it in your painting, the machinic partial object participates in an accumulation of intensities as part of a creation of subjectivity. This is all the more so because you don't pile up objects in an installation. Instead, everything gets tangled up in the painting, intensities pile up in it, beyond all intentionality. It's not that the human partial object is perturbed by a machinic partial object that supposedly accosts it. Rather, interference or perturbation themselves become a refrain, as does silence. In your painting, when the historical partial object bursts into a process treating the human individual, or when the corporeal partial object bursts forth during a process concerning an animal partial object, these emergents at the same time disturb and produce the aesthetic experience, become refrain. Although I wouldn't equate art with therapy, anti-Oedipal schizoanalysis operates with a complexity that Freudian analysis does not take into account. It therefore leads to a different aesthetic analysis. It doesn't limit itself to the individual, or even to the human. Reflections on transference must take into account ethological elements, incorporeal elements, becomings animal, becomings plant, non-human machines, machines of cultural subjectification like the mass media, machines of ecology and the environment. That is because unconscious fantasy deals with machines of all sorts, not just those from the past. Transference, then, has to do with processual complexity, with possibilities that are constantly developing. The emphasis is not on the past. In the course of his work, the analyst reveals himself and reinvents himself and takes risks. Instead of interpreting transference, he concentrates on what will reveal itself to be a new polyphonic nucleus of subjectification, something that was not imagined in advance. The analyst faces the flow of the present, and the future, emphasizing existential territories rather than the symbolic, linguistic signifier. So to return to your question, the analyst who gets involved may well fail, but negative transference and resistance, based on the analysis of pre-existent structures, simply serves to protect the analyst's honor. The dominant theoretical approaches in France, which have developed out of structuralism, close ranks around the linguistic signifier, disregarding non-discursive resonances and the emotional pathways connected to them. They disregard what you call nonverbal intensities that blaze existential territories and pathic roots. 243. Fg, right. The linguistic signifier in no way encloses all of the components combining to produce subjectivity. But more generally, I want to emphasize that analysis has passed from a scientific paradigm to an aesthetic paradigm. In my opinion, young people today who try to apply Lacanian concepts in practice are just crazy. It's absurd, it's impossible. On the other hand, someone like François Dolto, who knew how to work without getting bogged down in therapeutic theory, was just fabulous. Blee, what do you think of the divisions between analysts in France, of the proliferation of groups, of therapists and patients? It's a very particular model that is creating a new situation that will have influence abroad. FG, already in the days of the Freudian school, I used to say that annual schisms should be practiced as a principle. In the Freudian school, each had her territory. There was an enormous amount of difference and openness. But toward the end of his life, Lacan, old and sick, was no longer master of his acts and thoughts. Jacques-Alain Miller, who took over responsibility for Lacan's writings, wanted all the power for himself. He wanted to lord it over everyone. In that kind of situation, divisions are a way of refinding difference and opening. But beyond that, I think we must aspire to a wider kind of opening, beyond the model of diverse little groupings. Analysis must go outside, become a process that calls into question all social structures, the family, the school, the community. If analysis really is a process of the production of subjectivity, then what I would like to see someday is teachers and schoolmasters who are analysts. Blee, in that case, what would be the particular meaning of analysis? FG, its meaning would reside in its processual direction, in its processual openness, in the refrain, understood not as a signification, nor as a petrified eternal repetition, nor as a fixation, but in the existential sense of an auto-affirmation. Blee, in your theoretical approach, analysis would take into account lines of virtuality that carry this direction of creation toward the future? FG, exactly. The refrain holds together partial components without abolishing their heterogeneity. Among these components are lines of virtuality that are born of the event itself and reveal themselves, at the very moment of their self-creation, in the mode of always having been, with time itself conceived as a nucleus of temporalization and mutation. Thus the refrain gives new meaning to therapeutic interpretation. Translated by Brian Massumi. Notes. 1. Between 1986 and 1988, I translated into Hebrew some of Jacques Lacan's writings. I accompanied that translation with a series of articles on the development of his theory and the changes it had inspired in psychoanalytic associations in France, beginning in the 1950s. As a follow-up to the series of articles, I interviewed 244 several psychoanalysts about the state of psychoanalysis in France after Lacan. Among them was Félix Guattari. I was particularly interested in learning something about what remained of the transference that the analysts had developed in relation to Lacan, in the specific and extraordinary context of the Paris scene, which seemed to me to be characterized by a peculiar kind of susceptibility, and even violence, more or less contained. This led me to think about the concept of transference in general, and what remained of it. The Israeli journal in which my series of articles and translations appeared in 1989-90, Lichtenberg-Ettinger, 1989-90, did not see fit to publish this interview with Guattari, conducted at his home in Paris on June 20, 1989. I subsequently submitted it to the Journal of the Israeli Lacanian Association, which also declined to publish it. I then produced the Hebrew text in my workshop in 1990, in 7 signed and photocopied copies, under the title Analysts Live in Perpetual Fear. In 1994, I reprinted 10 copies of the text in Hebrew and French under the title Le Transfert, Ouce Chuil en Rest, Transference, or What's Left of It.